a caramel macchiato. I probably have a couple different things there. Okay, we're streaming. Let's see.
They're not in there yet. I'm on page 7 watching everybody new come in.
Does it do it chronologically, time-wise?
Yeah. So the most recent one was Linda Walschlager and Winston McLaughlin. Now Sophia and Jean.
Well, we can. I'm going to cherry pick a couple.
Mm-hmm. Cherry pick the ones with cameras on.
Well, actually, I didn't check if they had cameras on. I just got a couple coming in here. We probably should do that.
Except for Jen Smiley. That's a fabulous photo. You can leave it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, she changed it.
Oh, I like that. There she is.
Joel got the handlebars going again.
I know.
He did know to hit come in now.
Yeah.
Because if we don't get him in.
There's people knocking. They're not afraid to let us know they're knocking.
Someone's knocking on the door. Somebody's ringing the bell.
And some people are timing out and getting told
Do me a favor.
waiting too long.
Does that happen if you're in the waiting room too long?
Yeah.
Oh.
Robert Armstrong just let me know. He goes, he hit the 15-minute mark and it bounced him.
Donna Walker Meyer is.
That's not a good feature. I'll write this down. Okay.
Yeah.
I just let Donna in. I don't know if she can get her camera on or not, but I let her in anyway. She's in the guest list.
I'll turn mine on in once, probably 3 minutes.
All right. Now, while I'm doing this, because we're going to be setting stuff up with you, I'm doing a.
What do I need?
I'm just creating a special WhatsApp chat so that we can guide you as necessary.
Got it.
Yeah. That is. Hold on 1 second.
Do you, all of you, set your view to 24 or 16? Or do you leave it on?
Yeah,
I do.
24.
So we need 24 people with cameras on. Typically with cameras on.
Yeah. Or a good picture, at least.
You're telling me there's not 24 people with their camera on automatically?
Don't know. Can't see till we let them in. Some people are like doing their hair or
Brushing teeth.
brushing their teeth,
Getting coffee.
eating
Yeah.
breakfast.
Holding them in their hand and brushing them.
Taking a nap. Oh.
Oh, no,
God.
you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't.
Joe did.
Don't those people just drop them in a glass?
My grandparents did, but they brushed them too.
What was that stuff? Effervescent?
Efferdent.
Efferdent. Just take them out, drop them in the glass. You wake up in the morning, they're good and clean. Pop them again. They might be onto something. They might be onto something. Been doing it for how many years?
Oh.
So I just went through the list again. Absolute turn their cameras on. Oh, she will. Have their cameras on. Thomas Fitzgerald, doesn't he usually have his on?
Yes.
Yep.
And if he doesn't, I can just ask him nicely and he'll turn it right on.
He's got a good picture though.
There
Pop
he
says
is.
it fits.
I'm still not seeing our guests.
Oh, boy.
So you just go over to page 6 and wait for it to
Yeah.
fill up the bottom.
Yeah. It's like Megan Harris and Douglas Osborne just popped in.
Really?
And then Wanda, you have to keep scrolling down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming in. This is
So we probably don't want to do any more with cameras on. We got to save 2 spots.
yeah, Jonathan and
John Leshuk.
Nope. He's my student.
Got it.
it'll be Jonathan. I have his name. It'll be Jonathan Jonathon. Let's see. Here's my invite.
Leshuk. What is that, French?
Leszek.
Leszek? Polish.
Leszek. Belgium.
Belgian. Oh, wow. Cool. That was way off.
Okay. I know there's another invite people.
Oh, Michelle said she's driving. Okay.
Hunter White. Is that Bo?
No,
No.
Bo
no.
is in here. Hunter is up and coming student who's really been going after the V marketing.
I knew I seen the name. All right, I'm gonna close that. I'm not gonna do any more because I don't want to accidentally get 24 and
Jonathan at Pomo. Here he comes.
well, that made it easy.
I was
Didn't
just
it?
about to say that.
Dalton, is he another one?
I don't
Or
think
something.
Rory's here, is he?
I heard Dalton or Dustin or something.
Rory's not here.
Yeah,
Isn't
yes.
it Dalton
Yeah.
Locke?
His camera's just
Yeah.
off.
And he just disappeared.
Yeah,
Okay,
I see Dalton. Dalton's on the front page for me.
Me
Okay.
too.
We need to make him.
Host.
Toast.
Yep, I got him. And then Jonathan at
Jonathan.
Pono. Got him. I think we got.
Okay.
Well,
Is that it? You two?
all right.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
There he
Yeah.
is.
You definitely can.
All right. Do we have Jonathan in here as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Him at the bottom.
Sweet. All right, let him in.
I already made him host. He can unmute himself.
Got it. Thanks.
On
Hello, guys.
Nice to meet all of you guys. Pleasure to be here.
top of the morning to you.
Good top of the morning to you too, sir.
This is, I don't know. We'll go over some introductions here. We have a pretty casual Saturday. Like usually it's panning out stuff. This is the most active representation of RRR247. These are people putting their Saturdays into building their business, and they're all coming in here. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Roy. Hello.
Good. Speaker. Good. All right. So we're streaming live on YouTube. No pressure. And that's where we have a lot of people check it. And then I'm also recording this so we can do snippets out of this. So you guys all know what we've been building up for today. This is going to be a really good understanding. And before we get while everybody's coming in here, as always, make sure you got pen and paper handy. All right. I'm going to be taking constant notes. I'm going to also just, obviously we have it recorded too, guys, right? So you can go watch the live replay. We're going to discuss this. This is probably the largest education edition that we're throwing in a long time. So don't just take it in stride. No, we're going to work on it. This isn't our only day of training. We're all going to be very proficient with this tool as long as it takes. All right. All right. I think we caught everybody that's in the waiting rooms in. They're still popping.
Yeah, some got bumped, and so they're coming back in.
Yeah, I'm going to check that setting out. That's all right. I'm not used to we got that host link. That's so in the future, I think that we got to test that because I just want to make sure they can come in and bump in. Okay. Okay, there's a few. These are all key people coming in. So let's see. All right, let's get this started. So yeah, look, everybody's still coming in. Sweet. All right, you guys, you got that right. Someone's got that button. I'm going to turn it off so I can focus on this. I'm going to change the view here. All right. Okay, guys. We are going to go into a incredible program. Before we go into it, I think it's really good you guys understand what's behind this. So I'm gonna bring on Locke. He goes by Dalton. I've known him as Locke. Let's see, Locke. How long have I known you? I would say 2000.
See, I started apprenticing for you when I was in my later 20s. Yeah, probably mid 20s. And I'm 45, almost 46. So it's been a couple of years.
Yeah, so it was like 2003, 2004, 2004,
something like that. Yeah, probably.
And I'm just gonna give you guys background on this. So yeah, so this is 2000. Yeah, that would have been all right. So 2000. We'll say 2004. Locke actually ran one of my call floors. So you guys all know there's some background to that, and I'll tell you this. Like I was thinking about this last night and just reviewing it because I knew we're going to be on here with everybody. I had 3 floors running. I had a 8-man, a 12-man, and then I had one that was like it was an expansion. It had 60 seats. It was a pretty big floor. And the 8-man team outperformed the 12-man and outperformed the 60. It was unbelievable. And that was ran by Locke. And then as things transitioned and we went forward, I went really heavy into obviously lead generation, data monetization, and the things that we do as on the lead side. And Locke stayed on, and he traveled. We traveled the entire U.S.
All over.
We were doing
Yeah,
about
a lot, yeah.
8 big shows a
Mhm.
year, and then a lot of clients on that thing together for we did that for a few years.
Oh yeah, we did it for quite some time, selling leads to call floors. You know, it was interesting when I worked with Rory years ago. I had been in the biz op marketing space before I met Rory and had a lot of experience that way. And what ended up happening is basically I started to see some integrity issues that were going on inside those companies. So I ended up leaving, and I took those skill sets, worked with Rory, and then after that, what ended up happening is I was like, listen, I want to learn this online marketing thing. Like, there's a lot of guys claiming and selling this thing, but you know this. Like, I'm watching you generate leads. I see the things you're doing, you're marketing products, you're building on these different businesses. Like, you're doing the thing. Can I work with you? He's like, sure. And at that point in time, I'd lost pretty much everything. And at that point, I didn't have a car. I was taking the bus, and I was riding my bicycle back and forth. And he didn't live close to me at all, but I just would go and show up, and he'd be like, okay, well, we got a conference we need to go to. And I just started learning, you know what I mean? And just got really involved, understanding everything from acquisition to affiliate marketing to CPAs to working with affiliates to, you know, just all really the ins and outs that it takes to be successful. And I think that Rory and I have always kind of had the same mindset. You know, I'm reading that Robert has here. It says, today I remake my future. And the only thing it's ever promised is today, right? Like, tomorrow's not promised. And so we have the opportunity today to really do something amazing. And it was always a pleasure to work with Rory, getting to know his family, and just trying everything and anything possible to try not to be where I started out in life. So, and doing it all with a smile at times, and but learning just so much. And I really, really loved it, actually, from getting to travel to New York and Florida and California and Colorado and all these different places that I got paid to go and talk to people. So that was not a bad deal for me, Rory.
No, well, and that was and just to put this in a reference, in the time of like pioneering online marketing, that was it. This is is that time when things are just being figured out, and all these tools and funnels and things were being developed, right? It's during that time. So this is pre performance
like
blogging
click
system.
funnels, pre any of these things.
Yeah.
Nobody was really writing about this stuff. It was really kind of underground. I mean, there was some guys doing ad copy, but everyone's just trying to figure this market out at the time. I mean, we take for granted. I mean, when you work with someone like Rory, you take for granted the information he knows. You take for granted to be able to have books by someone like Alex Ramosi, or, the gentleman that does ClickFunnels, and you take for granted for those things, and understanding what a headline is and a sub headline is, and how the copy should be presented and all that stuff. We take for granted, but at the time period, it was all experimental, like everything. There wasn't even, I don't even think it was a pixel at that time, Rory. Or no, there had been a pixel, but
There's pixels, but we didn't have
thousands of dollars.
Yeah. The tracking was very what do you want to call it? Archaic.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a long time ago. It feels like yesterday, but at the same time, it feels like many lifetimes ago. So,
and I'll just add to this. So I've watched Locke branch out and just develop things. So you guys might have seen him. Those have been here for a long time. We got a lot of you here. He owns a kratom company, and actually he owns a lab. What would you he owns a big, you guys, it's a huge operation.
Yeah. So we own the largest kratom company on the planet, and we've done everything with the level of integrity, with the level of science, and with the level of, I would say, I just go back to the word integrity, that most people are not doing. We have a manufacturing facility that has a lab. It has doctors. It has scientists. It's 190,000 square feet. We produce, at one point in time, we did about $100 million a year in revenue. And so we run a lot of products, and it takes a lot of responsibility. We have 100+ employees, and, from going from a guy that was riding his bicycle to, creating this in the last 14, 15 years now has been pretty amazing. But I would say it all has to do with the same things I believe you're probably learning from Rory, and that is marketing, reaching out to people, creating a product, creating demand, figuring out your advertising, but it's just on a large level. And we started with like basically zero in our pocket, and we built it up to what it was, and being a debt-free company. So, it's pretty amazing actually what we've been able to accomplish. And it's not just me. I want to be clear on that. I think I have 2 partners and we have 100 employees. And so none of this is on my own, like zero, actually. It takes a team to really make something happen in life.
So I'm gonna give a little bit more background on this for you guys to hear, and I'll be sitting down with Locke here the end of the month.
Yep.
Like we're gonna be pounding in the office mainly to keep driving what we're about to start today. But I'm gonna bring up a couple of things that are background that created what we're about to go into, and I just got, guys, I wrote this down almost 4.5 years ago, right? So Locke comes to me and he's like, hey, I'm working on this program. You know how we like build businesses and you build the spreadsheets out and you get your business plan together and all those things. He's like, I'm going to automate it with AI. And I was like, okay, cool. Right. That sounds great, bud. Go do your thing. Right. And because we keep in contact all the time. And he's like, no, he's like, I think there's something to this. And I'm like, okay. So we listened and I don't know what, so you were building it for a while. I sat down.
Pre-ChatGPT.
Was that?
It was pre-ChatGPT.
Oh yeah. This is
nobody believed anything I was doing. They thought I was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and he got a program team and he's throwing money at it. Okay, so let me just I gotta back this up, guys. He had a vision with it. Okay, and I'm like, this sounds great. Like, because I know when I go set up a business, every time I set up a business, I have the I don't even want to call it like old school. It's like the only way I would know how to do it. My mentors taught it to me, and you go build a business plan like this is where I'm going, and you build it like you're going to go and get hundreds of millions of dollars in investment. You build it that way, even if it's a small business. You build it out as if it's going to be huge, and you plan it out. What do I need? Where am I going to go with it? What do my budgets need to be? How much do I need for operational cash? And we have these little things that we put into them so that we know that, hey, we know that we got to process. We know that we got to have reserves. We know the business model and what it needs to have, and it's all specced out, right? And every person in my brain trust that I build businesses and I consult with and I have my masterminds with, we all operate in a very similar manner, right? So when we're talking to each other and we say, hey, I want to launch this business, they're like, okay, what do you need? I'll say, I'll look it over. They know that I'm going to send over my spreadsheets. They know they're going to be looking over a business plan and a structure in place. And I'm just going to point this out. These are things that you don't just whip out in a day, right? You got to think about it. Even when you've done them over and over again, it took a while to put it all together and then rethink it and go through the understanding of it. And then you don't always know what you're going to need if it's like a new direction. Like, what you know, you right. You don't know what you don't know. And so, you have that to go by. And then as you're adjusting the business, you got a plan to look at and you got to make adjustments. You've got to make adjustments. I've never started a business and had the whole path figured out from day one. I know, Locke, have you ever had it all figured out?
No, I've noticed that in life that you set up you'll write a business plan on a napkin. I actually have the one you and I worked on right in the other room.
Awesome.
And they're beautiful. I'm just saying they're beautiful the way that you're able to outline everything that way in the way your brain works. And I admire that. But I can tell you that every single business pivots almost sometimes by the day. And when you're working in an industry that is changing all the time, you have to pivot, whether it's regulations, which create them, I know how to pivot.
Yep.
Which is why one of the reasons I created Pono, which I'll get into a little bit later. And then the other side of things too, is that you have to be able to pivot because life just changes. You have people that are going to compete with you. You have the marketplace changes, technology changes, economics change, currency prices change. Like there's a lot of different fluctuations in life. And if we're not able to bend, if we're not able to change our ways of thinking and get stuck on one side and just get stuck only in this tunnel vision, that's where most businesses go to die. And so it's those people that can pivot quickly, they can think out of the box, and can have a think tank around them that typically have a higher chance of success that actually take the action, which is one thing I'll say, because too many people are in ideation, not enough action.
Oh, it's I'll bring the stat that I've been looking at, and it came up, and it has to do with our performance blogging and the digital printing and the stuff that we do. But there's a thing that says 65% of the world wants to write a book. And less than 1% of that 65 actually execute and write a book. So, you have these ideas, right? Ideas they're ideas. We all have these incredible ideas. And I've talked to so many people that'll say, I thought of that before they did it. I thought about that solution before they did it. You know what? Probably a lot of people did, right? You see a need and you think, oh, it'd be nice if we could solve it like this. But those that execute it and then take it to market are going to win. It's all about execution. Execution is probably 99% of it. The 1% is the idea. It's execution, right? And so, and just, it's like you look at anything, everybody has a great idea. Everybody has a great intent. Everybody means to do well. I don't think anybody looks to go, hey, I want to go see if I can fail at this a million times, right? But it's execution that makes the difference. And I'll step this up a little bit. What you built with Pono is execution plan from the beginning of a business. Doesn't matter how big the business is, doesn't matter the scope of what you want to accomplish. This is going to organize everything utilizing the power of AI. And you got it. You're pulling from all the you're pulling from amazing resources in AI, and you're not just utilizing like Chat GPT. In fact, I didn't even see chat in there as a tool.
No.
And I think people just need to understand the background. Like this is so there's AI that the population understands today in 2026, right? We got Chat GPT and Grok and Copilot and Gemini and all these other, there's a gazillion derivatives now, right? There's lots of things going out there. There's a major chase for this. It's like the internet opening up again, right? This is a whole new technology path, and there's a lot of people throwing lots of money at it. There's a lot of development, but on the developer side is what you've been playing with for years now. And the developer side, guys, where we're tying into the actual engines, not like, and it's so much more than what we understand in Chat GPT, which, for a lot of people, that's just mind blowing. We're I don't know if I would call it almost 100x with what the development pulls here. And it might even be more than that. Like this is massive information, but before we go into everything, I want you guys to understand how this is funded and paid for. We have two major projects that are dealing at this level. So we got Pono we're going into today, and then we have another one, which is our course one, with basically the Brain Food Academy expansion. Okay. And this is why I've kept up with this and learning this. But you guys, there are brilliant minds. They've all seen where this is at. They're all involved at this level, and it's a high level. The good news about it for us is we literally are entering the marketplace, and we are ahead of everybody because Locke took them time, took the energy, found some amazing guys to get behind it, and built this. Okay. There is an awesome element to it. We're going to go through some stuff. You guys all know to be patient. I promise you, we're going to be breaking things or figuring things that need to get corrected, or, we're going to come into that. This is, and you guys all know, we just deal with it. We itemize it. We create tickets, whatever we got to do to get things resolved. But I want to go into the fundamental pricing of this, because this is, it's a complete standard. Okay. And I'm going to tell you guys, on a programming side, this is phenomenal. And I know that most people will not understand this. Okay. Now we got a few people here in the organization that know this, what I'm going to say, but you guys all need to get an understanding of it. This is high power output. Who pays for that? How is it paid for? Someone's going to answer that, right? Like, we know we're consuming, heaps of energy. We're utilizing lots of water. I'm not going to go into that thing in these big data centers to create this output. All right. This is such supercomputing at such a massive level compared to anything we all think we understand. You know, it's amazing what these things do now, right? How the power of this, we're talking infinitely more energy and resources to create AI. The outputs, the amount of compression that's being created, and Locke, how is that paid for?
So I mean, for us, it's all so basically the bottom line for us is that we've been able to figure out a way to be able to utilize tokenomics, and what we do is we mark those tokenomics up, right? So basically, if you think about it this way,
tokenomics, guys, you guys should all be familiar with that term, but basically we're paying for credits, or we're buying tokens that are utilized in the process of computing, and that's how they can fund. Like you're paying, it's pay to use, right? The more you use, the more tokens you got to have.
Yep. And we try, and so for us, I want to kind of back up just a little bit.
Yeah, do it.
And that is, why did Pono come around, right? Why are we even having this conversation? So you guys know, like I said, building a $100 million a year company, everything's going pretty good. But back in 2016, it wasn't going so well. I end up in the beach, or I end up in Maui, actually had no money, and end up on the beach, almost suicidal, but not quite, but just really, really down. And I had a voice just basically tell me, hey, like, listen, like, this is what you're going to go do. And then I went and did that. But I remember in 2016, right before that happened, the stress got so bad, I ended up in the hospital with blood clots. And if you're building a business, Rory knows this well, you have a lot of mouths you're feeding. You have a lot of people you're responsible for. And I had realized that I had given up 13, 14-hour days for years with my mistress, which was my business. And it literally almost killed me. And I had nothing to really show for it except money in the bank, maybe a nice vehicle, but I didn't really have a lot. And I swore at that moment in time, I was going to figure out a way to make us human beings in general, be able to think differently. Because I believe spirituality and capitalism, those two things belong together, that we should be able to listen to something higher than ourselves to build something. And I think every single person on this phone call, on this meeting, I think you all have something inside of you, or you're building something right now with your blog network. You're doing something that is inside of you that is calling you to do something. Because if it's just about money, it's not going to last. I can tell you that, because when things get difficult, you stop. Like, people just don't seem to just keep pushing on. I've seen how hard this has been for Rory. I know how difficult this is because I've had these conversations about the business side. And if he didn't care about everybody on this call in some form or another, I've heard many of your guys' names over the years. I've seen people in your guys' organizations pass away, and how sad he was about losing these people. I see what happens when he goes to these conferences, and the way that he talks about his people, it matters. But the problem is, so many of us are so focused on the dollar because we're in the system, we're in the machine, we're just trying to do and do and do and do and do. And unfortunately, we've got more access to tools, we've got more access to technology, we've got more access to courses, we have more access to everything. And what does that do? That creates ideation, meaning that everybody's out trying to research something instead of doing something. And so my thought was like, what if you can start to just do the damn thing? Excuse my language, but if you could just do it instead of thinking about it all the time. What would happen if people actually took committed action? You're here on a Saturday taking committed action. So that's the first part. And so if you're willing to take committed action, like, how far can that committed action take you? And what if you have intelligence that can actually help you take that committed action? That you're not on your own trying to figure things out, that you're, if you have a staff member or someone like that, they're not on their own trying to figure it out. And so we built it so that we could make sure that we could give people back what I think is the most important thing right now in 2026, and will continue to be that way. And that is getting them back with the things that matter: their community, their hobbies, their passions, their families, their churches, the things that make them and bring them joy and happiness. Because as much as I know that we're all looking to create abundance and finances, and there's a lot of dreams behind that, and it matters, what matters most is probably the people sitting next to you. What matters most is the relationship that you may not cultivating. But if you are spending hours and hours and hours inside of a business, you forget all those things. So what I want to do is make sure people have the tools and the resources so they don't have to forget about those things. But when they are working, they're not ideating. They're taking committed action and they're doing something about it. So that is why I've spent the last 4 years of my life banging my head against a computer, my team calling me crazy. We tried to launch this a year ago, but the technology just wasn't there. So I refunded a bunch of people, and Rory and I were talking about it. And he says, I have the group of people that would love to see this, to get involved. And I said, well, we're not quite there. And he goes, but you're there. And I said, all right, well, let's do this. It's the first version of where we're at right now. I mean, it's version, I don't know, maybe 100 plus, but this version and where we're at and what I believe, and I'm so proud of to have created, that we would bring it to, Triple R. And because of my experience with Rory, because of what he feels about you guys, because the integrity that has to go in building a product like this that needs to be brought to the market in the right way can only be done in a way that is curated, watched over, and honored for the journey that this whole entire process has been on, because it has not been easy. And what we've been able to do is we've been able to use large language models. So that's the same thing a ChatGPT is, or you might know Claude, or all these things. So we're using the backbones of bunches of LLMs with the intelligent levels to figure out how to cultivate to get the output that you need without having you focus on what you need to eat for lunch. Because the focus in my in any of my chats are like, what did I eat for lunch? How's things going with my partner? How's this going? Blah, blah, blah. And what happens is the context, the information gets jumbled up. It is not as intelligent as our brain. And so we want to just focus on one particular area, and that area is commerce, that area is business, and that area is like growing those particular sectors out so that it can remember those things versus getting bogged down by, what's this funniest meme that you just created with ChatGPT. So just a little bit of background there, Roy.
No, I appreciate that. Now, you guys, we're gonna go into this. So here's the plan. We're gonna take our MSI Niall Eddy, and he's gonna be the first one to officially, not counting me, right? Because I've been going through this. He's gonna be the first one to go in the process. We're all gonna watch him do it, and we're gonna set up an account and get it going. So let's see. I have my my referral code, and you guys, we're going to go over this. So let's go back to credits. Okay, I need you guys to understand before we go into this. I need you guys to understand the money of it, because that's important too, and the way it's got set up. And
do you want to go to that page?
Is it ready?
Yeah. So just go. So all you need to do is just go to, and this isn't public, so that we are all clear on this when I give this out. But it's pono.ai/partners.
Okay, so here I'm gonna do this. Hold on a sec. You guys, bear with me.
And while he's doing that, I want you to think about something. When it comes to a valuation side of a business, having affiliates and doing these things actually takes away evaluation in a company. But the reason that I really was focused on this is because I know the AI is going to take our jobs. Like, I know it's coming. I see it every single day. Like, watch the technology move faster and faster and faster. I don't say that to scare anybody. I just say that to educate people. And so I wanted to figure out a way, and I told Rory over and over, and I'm like, I got to figure out a way that we can incentivize people for taking action. I don't see anything, so hopefully you guys can hear me, because
we hear you fine. I'm trying to share this.
Oh, okay. It says it doesn't want to connect. I saw that.
Yeah, but when I pull it up, I might have to just share it separately. Hold on.
We just want to figure out a way to be able to replace people's income. You know what I mean? Because I think that a lot of people, I don't think it's about making, $20,000 a month, even though that's a great number. I think it's about being able to cover gas at the moment. I think it's about being able to help your children that might want to, go get, I don't know, that they might need braces, or you might want to save up enough money for a vacation, or might want to be able to supplement your retirement. So, and those people that want to get really aggressive, hey, I get it. You're talking to someone that way. So
let me, this is really good to cover, guys. So I'm gonna state this, right? This falls under the vortex. However, it falls under the vortex in a different way. So it's not going to go in the 4 tiers. There's a 2-tier program. Okay. So obviously you're going to enroll under your instructor. Your instructor is going to enroll under their instructor. It's a 2-tier thing. And it's paying out on the credits. We're going to walk through this. The page comes up separately, so I'll share it here and we're going to go through this. And I need you guys to really understand how it pays. Okay. And the element of this is not just for big business. This is for anyone really. And this is it's education and understanding and where the world's going. And and Locke, you touch base on it, but I'm gonna breathe into this a little bit more, because this is a pivot. Like, Triple R, we pivot constantly. The pivot that I made, and I know, Locke, I know I called you on this because I was like, this has probably been, well, I think we were talking about Pono. It was over a year ago, and I said, hey, I got to shift this up. I said, I've had the same lead for 17 blessed years, but it's not working. Something's not the context of what people are looking for and their pain points to solve. I got to make shifts, and it's AI. AI is freaking people out. I've talked to a lot of people, and they're looking, and if you look at the trends, because we have access to see what people are searching for, and on the lead generation side that we do, so to bring students in, they are scared about AI. They don't know about it. They're trying to learn about it. You got the early adopters, and as we progress, we're going to see more and more people worried about, is AI going to take over my job? And it's not in the way that the sci-fi movies make it, at least not yet, where it's like they just take over your job. It's just those that have AI knowledge and experience and tools are going to be worth a lot more in the marketplace than those that don't. That's immediate. That's happening now. And AI is changing the scope of things, just like when the internet came out. Remember, I remember it well. I went from sending out mail outs and posting ads in newspaper, magazines, things that took 2 weeks, 2 months, 6 months to go in publication, and you're paying for it ahead of time, to instant. It's live in a day, and then eventually it became automatic, right? And then Google came out with their pay-per-click advertising. All those things were fundamental changes in the advertising world, and continued to adapt, right? That was because the internet. If the internet wasn't around, none of those things would have happened. Well, AI connects to the internet. It's an advancement of that, but now the way that it's putting things together is going to change a lot of things. It already is. Those that have internet understanding, like if you go get a job now and you don't know how to send an email, it's pretty hard to get a job, right? Like just the understanding. But we're talking a whole next level of education, and someone's got to provide that. Someone's got to teach the world. Someone's got to be there to help support the need for that education. And that's what we're stepping into. And we're not just going to step into it to teach hey, this is how you use chat. This is how you use Claude. We're going to do all that. We already do that. This is how you utilize AI at a very high level to do something. And what you guys are about to see is going to help anybody's job be better. Anybody running even a household run better. This is using AI to just itemize, compress your time, so that you can focus on what you want to focus on. You can relax better. You can structure your life better, because you can have the components to do it utilizing AI. And I say it at a family level, because if you can organize the family business, you can organize, $100 million corporation. And anything in between. And you look at our blogging businesses, right? We got this priority and this going on. This will help organize it. And not just that, you guys, I'm gonna tell you what the scope of this is going to be. And I don't know if we're going to accomplish it all today, but we're going to get there. Is how to teach our students something that I've been trying to teach for years, which is how to build a blog page, how to have the storyline, how to put this stuff in place. This is how we're going to compress to learn it all. We're gonna use the power of AI to compress things and understand, hey, if we want Google to like us and Google to follow us better on these subjects, what do we need to do? That's just something to help us out, but it helps in so many other areas. So okay, pause. Let's go over this. People utilize this by credits. Locke, what did you figure out? Like if you're using Pono, it runs about 20 bucks an hour.
Yeah, about 20 bucks an hour. A little bit. I mean, it just depends on the activity and the
course.
testing and what you're doing. And yeah, there's quite a few things there. But yeah, and just to jump in real quick, what we realized is that most people, again, they're overwhelmed by tools, and most founders, most business owners, they hate systems. They hate tools because it's overwhelming to them. They want to focus on the business. They want to focus on making the money. They got fires they got to put out. And so really our tagline, which works really well, and I say this to you from a perspective of when you're speaking to potential customers, it's systems for founders who hate systems. So we're calling them out directly because we know that they don't like these systems, and we want to make it as easy as possible. And if you look at the world right now, there's a lot of people that suffer from this thing. I'm sure you've heard people say, I have ADHD, I have ADD, I can't focus. And so if you focus on one thing at a time, it really tends to help people. And what Rory's explaining to you is that in your business and with RRR, when it comes to making blogs, when it comes to doing these things, we've made some agreements with Rory, which we won't get into a lot today, but we're going to continue this process. Like this isn't the last day, but we're going to make things for RRR easier and easier and easier so that you guys can focus on the one thing, the thing that's going to make you the most impactful, the thing that's going to make you the most profitable, while not having to expand your time. It's actually just the opposite. It's bringing everything in and just being laser focused so that you have more energy to be able to give to other people. And I hope this is making sense to everybody.
Oh, did that not come up? Hold on a second.
Let me give you the link, by the way, Rory, so you have it. It's going to be
Yeah, I'll put it in the host.
partner.pono.ai.
Sure.
No, I got it.
Okay.
You got another one for me?
I think that one.
Jonathan put it in the chat for hosts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, we're excited to have you on today. Take you through this.
Okay, yeah, that's the same one. Okay, hold on one sec. I gotta get my my link over to
By the way, while we're doing this, the necklaces that you guys wear, the both of you, Rory, Niall, that you have, because Rory gave me one, and I believe in lots of energy and so on. I gave it to my girlfriend though, right? My partner that I've been with for a long time. She suffers from headaches.
I got you. I'll trade you for some kratom.
Her headaches, happy to give you some for sure. Her headaches, gone. Like she doesn't. I mean, and I'm not saying that because I'm not making any medical claims. I'm just telling you that like I felt like it was because I felt there was something with energy, and she wears it everywhere she goes now. Like, I mean, everywhere.
You won't catch me without it.
It's quite interesting because when Roy's out, I was like, oh yeah, I got to tell you something, and obviously it doesn't do me any good to say that, but she like everywhere we go, and she's like, hey, I love this thing.
Yeah, I like seeing that every photo you have with her, like you guys together, she's always got it on.
Literally. Yeah, she's got it right there on. I don't know if you guys can.
We do.
Yeah, all the time. We're in Vegas eating some Argentinian food from her culture, and then she's got her necklace on. People are like, what is that thing? So anyway, Roy brings good products to the market.
Okay, guys, here goes. Oh, Candace, when your son sees this, I promise he's gonna like go, oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, I have different links. I'm gonna go with the last
one. Go to the bottom one I gave you. Okay, so let's hold on before you go there, Niall. I'm gonna have you. Actually, I just want you to go there to set that up. But wait 1 second. So you guys, we have an affiliate program built for this. They got this done for us. This is I'm gonna walk through how it works. But remember, it's the more people use it, the more we're gonna make. And the reason why I say that is if you're a manager in a company or a corporate head of a company, this is one of those tools that can just maximize you. And when we get this word out there and get this education out on it, we will have clients that spend hundreds of dollars, and it will be a huge benefit with this program. Now, I'm gonna tell you guys, like we used a lot of this same back end AI when we programmed and built out the CRM and continue to. This is where programming is done today, because you cannot keep up with how fast it puts things together. It is unfreaking real what this does. This is such compression and use of computer technology. And, you know, and I just keep thinking, like, what's going to happen next? What's that next level, right? You know, it's almost like I'm going to think it and it's going to be created, right? We're creating an execution path for more people to understand how to use the tool. That's what's crazy about this, is it helps bridge execution.
And we're there for it. Like,
I don't know how else to word it, Locke, other than,
I mean, it's a great way of looking at it. I mean, the reality is like the technology is changing. It's like, imagine getting involved in a business that you think is a good idea, and you have a rocket engine pulling you this way, and your arm is held onto this one. You have a rocket engine pulling you this way, and your arm's held onto the other one, and you feel like this, right? So keeping up with this world is really difficult. But I will say that, I mean, myself, like, I've invested millions, and I don't mean that lightly, millions of dollars in creating this because the technology was changing. But we're in a place right now where the technology is actually able to do what we need it to do. And what's coming and where we're pushing this industry to and where we're pushing this company to, I know what you're going to see today is amazing, but I'm a guy that's always looking forward. And so what you see today is by far the beginning of where we're going to be. But I will always like push the technology further and further and forward to be able to help support you guys, because believe it or not, you guys are my customers. The people out there selling and helping bring this product to the marketplace. I'm here to serve you, while at the same time serve everybody else that's using our tool.
okay, so I'm gonna break this down. They made it way easier for us over the last little bit. So you guys, so we're gonna refer people direct to our link. If they want to join the affiliate program, they can join that from their Pono account. Correct, Locke?
Yes.
Okay, so you guys
have the link.
So don't, you guys, we're not going to rush and do this all like right now. We're going to get Niall on here. We're going to show you how this works after I explain the compensation structure, and then we're going to roll out. Basically today we're going to roll out and start getting everybody their links, seeing their stuff that's in there. We're going to start building pages. We're going to start playing with it, and we're going to cover how this works. But this is one of those things, guys. This is
Right. I have the link that Jonathan sent that explains the opportunity. If you want me to share
no, I
that.
have it too. I'm going to bring it up here, Niall, and walk everybody through it. And we're going to cover it over and over again. I have that, and I appreciate. But I need you're gonna be setting up your Pono account, and we're going to all watch the setup process, because it's very unique and purposeful for this. But you guys all need to see it done. We need to kind of script it out. And everybody can kind of think about it. But we're gonna get there in a second. I'm gonna share this screen and pull this up and walk you guys through it. But I want you guys to understand 2-tier program, okay? And it's not just, there's a base fee that we got worked out, and it comes with credits. And then anything past that, people got to buy credits. Businesses got to buy credits, and it's very similar. So like when we're doing our massive programming, like on the CRM, we're buying credits to run these systems to do the programming. This is where this has gone to, and it's way awesome compared to cost before. So programming costs, when you looked at a program, I'm just going to put this in a perspective that I understand, so you guys know where I'm coming from on this, on the value. I would have like a CTO and their team program something. So let's say we did the CRM, and in pre-AI time, all right, that would be them programming and figuring out what you want. You got to spec it all out, and then they go and develop, and they're going to need a budget. And it would probably be like, $400,000, $500,000 in 6 months of time. We're going to burn through some huge salaries and compress it. And it would end up being 9 months, 12 months, because there'd be bugs and things to fix because they're humans. And the budget would always come in higher. It would never go to this plan, but that big program would get done eventually. And, it would take a year or 2 years. You put it through this high powered AI, you spec it all out, and if you make a problem, it detects it, it goes through it. So it's just amazing how it works. And you can literally do it in a matter of hours, not months, not even days or weeks, hours. right? And then you got to play with it, and the human side kicks in. Like, is that really what you wanted it to do? That's what you told it to do. It is so impressive what it does. You guys, I've taken things that would have taken 3 months in programming time. We did it in a matter of 7 days, and it would have been faster, but we had to think like, oh, did we really want to do that? It's unbelievable how cool this stuff is. So when you see it applied here, we're going to be teaching people not only how to utilize this tool, but also what to expect and understand in AI in the future. Like, you guys, this is a big deal. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that's how we built Pono. Like exactly what you're talking about, Rory. We didn't use. There's no AI. Like it's all. It is 100% line by line by line by line from our programmers. So.
Well, but it has to be, because we have to understand how to make it work. But the actual building the code to do what you want it to do, it's freaking unbelievable where we are today. Okay, here it goes.
Where we're at today is absolutely incredible for sure. So one of the things as Roy's going through this, I want to state something really quickly. By being a referral partner with us, Rory came to me and said, "Listen, I want to make sure. So I just want you to, when I say he loves you, like I'm not saying that just to be like, oh, look how much he loves you, because I know that's cheesy. But he came to me and says, Dalton or Locke. By the way, that's my last name, Dalton Locke. So he goes, if you're selling it for something on a front page, and I have all these people marketing for us, and they end up to your page, we need to give them a way that makes it a lot better instead of going directly to you." And I said, okay, let's see what we can do. So we worked on this a while back and forth, and Rory convinced me which direction to go. So we can go from there, Rory.
Okay, so this is an explanation page to put together. I'm going to kind of go down it. You guys can study this, but you want to enroll in Pono through the referral link that you get. So I'm going to be like, so everybody, we sign up in Pono first, then you become an affiliate and you'll get your link in your program, and I'll show you that. And that's what we put on our pages, and that's what we use to bring other members in. And obviously, you guys know we do our hierarchy. And again, it's a 2-tier program. There is additional things we're going to be building off of this in the PBS Vortex. And we're not going to cover that today because I'm going to blow your guys' mind. I want to make sure we're all absorbing this, and I don't want to cause confusion. But you guys, this single program, which is very, I mean, the word program doesn't even justify it, but this single thing we're adding opens up avenues of wealth creation for us in what we're already doing and in the future that I can see that we can go. So we got to make sure everybody understands this. So we're going to build out a ton of training tools, right? The LMS will have a whole thing about Pono, tons of courses, things that people can learn, and we're going to advance it. We're going to be creating that, okay? And we're also going to be creating a certification on this, because learning this and knowing it is valuable. People need help even with how great this is. Like, those that understand how to use AI are going to win. And a lot of companies aren't going to have people to understand this AI yet. They're going to need it. Okay, I promise you they're going to need it. Okay, here goes. It runs on credits. You guys can kind of go through this with me. Okay. When business owners are using this, they're going to be in here like daily, generating documents, managing tasks. They can manage their entire team here better than not. Okay. So usage is recurring, and because they have a monthly thing, but they're also buying every time they buy credits, they roll over. But when they run out, they got to buy more. And if they're doing a lot of activity, they're going to be, burning through a lot of credits happily. Like, it's so much more effective than the traditional meetings and all the wages you're paying to get through things. Like, it's so much better. Okay. And then we earn 20% on every dollar that they're buying in credits. This isn't, you guys, this is why we went 2-tier. We wanted to make it like, I told Locke, and like, how do we do this? He's like, okay, we're going to figure this out and pay very heavy. And obviously, you guys, there's a 30% payout. There's 20% on tier 1, and then the referral of that referral is on tier 2. So only 2-tier program is 10%. Okay. And this is a good thing to go over. All right. The credits roll over. They never expire. Some people are going to buy like 150 at a time, $150 worth. Some are going to buy more. There's a whole plan on that. And then, this is kind of goes down the referral fee. So there's a monthly fee that comes with credits. So that, if you're running like, your day-to-day business with the triple R, it's probably going to be within those credits. But if you're going to be having fun, educating yourself, learning more, running your other businesses, or maybe you're going to be, expanding to figure out what it can do, yeah, you'll spend some more, but you're also going to be making more from the people there, right? So the thing with 20% is 20 divided into 5 is, or 20 divided into 20% divided into 100 is 5. So as soon as you bring in 5 members, right, you've covered your costs, right? And so I'm covering this because it's like, it's like anything. How do you get to break even, right? Well, if you got your costs covered, now you're utilizing it for free. You got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. As you bring in more students to learn this too, obviously we're building up. And as we get business accounts in, we're building up, right? So we got to do a really good job on the blogging and the videos on how this works, how to market it. That's what we're going to be focused on. And this is the tier. So you guys should all be very versed on compensation structures. We have 2-tier, okay? And this just shows you how AI companies actually make money. I love how you guys put this together. There's like Chat, Claude, Gemini, everybody uses credits. That is the industry standard, and even make Pono run the backside, there's credits being purchased. Right? They're buying credits to run. We're buying credits to use it all in one place. It's a very awesome money system as far as how we get paid for what we do. And we get paid every single time. It's definitely residual. Okay. So they put this stuff in there. This is great. I'll just go through it. A trend, right? This isn't a trend, right? This is where everything is going. Right? Everybody's going this direction. AI it's like everybody had to get on the internet. I know some people drag their feet, and there's businesses that suffered because they didn't jump in on it, right? Absolutely. I mean, it gave competition that dove in advantages. This is going to do the same thing. Now, obviously the gasoline boom, right? Like, of course, on the gas, right? We all know that, right? But when it first started out, nobody was buying gas. And I'm going to tell you something here that's really important on the marketing side. So hear me out. Every new innovation, there's always a driving factor that created the need for people to understand why they created the need so people would feel the need. Okay. So you guys, when cars were first created, right? No one is just running to buy cars. I know it sounds crazy. They weren't lying to buy it, buy them. They had their horse and buggy. They were used to what they did, and life surrounded in local areas, right? They weren't living out in the boonies and driving to the office. There was no driving. There was, commuting by horse and things that were convenient for them at that time. Well, Michelin goes out because they want to sell tires. If people aren't driving the cars, they're not going through tires. So Michelin goes out and starts rating restaurants and creating a purpose for somebody to drive from this city to this other city, and by driving is way better than walking, and even better than like the horse and buggy. So they're pushing out the use. They created a need for people to start expanding, and then eventually people are realizing that we can commute. Right? I can live out in the country and work in the city. The car became a necessary tool to facilitate that way of life. Okay, now we're going into the AI boom, right? And the thing about it is it's a consumable resource. Credits, right? Which is how they pay for all the power and the consumption of the data centers. You're buying credits to use, and then they go through there. We're getting paid on the fuel, right? That's basically what is there. And you guys, this is a huge marketplace. Okay, guys, it just is. So it's definitely something you want to be in, but it's also going to benefit everything that we're already doing. And it's something that, when we're out there and competing, and, we've got to figure out better ways to do things and anything, right? If you want to be a competitive, how do I do better in my business? How do I do better at getting content out there to compete with all the other content? We're going to use AI to do that. And we're going to use tools that use AI to do that, because AI by itself is one thing. It's like the internet. The internet's there, right? But it takes websites and programming to utilize the internet to make it better. It's the same thing, only we're advancing in AI past that. It's the same understanding. Okay. You guys have this. Oh, here, I'll go here real quick. This is kind of fun. We got the fee, $6 a month, right? 20%. The standard credits is like 149. So if people are buying like $149, and this is, you guys, small businesses that are running like departments, they're going to be burning through credits. So this just shows you, the earning incomes, per month on this. It gets pretty good, right? A power user, and Locke's already been, he has corporate accounts using this. We're not guinea pigs at that side, but we get to roll it out and do the marketing, which you guys all know, everything's got to be marketed. Like, this is one of those things that's so great, every business should have it. That's why there's an opportunity. But they're not going to just run and sign up for it. They're not going to burn down a road to Locke's front door to sign up for it unless they know what it is. No one just buys, right? It's that law of marketing. But I'm going to show you this, heavy users. You guys, this is some great earnings that we can get on just directing the right type of people here. And we're going to be pushing this out there. We're going to be promoting it. And I'll just drop something. Our MSIs are already involved in a business to business lead that was done by some marketing stuff that was happening with our lead generation companies to come in. So we're already starting to hone in on the right type of clientele for Pono. And we're going to be sharing that with everybody. And again, that's why the PBS Vortex gets more and more involved. Just guys know there's a plan to this, right? Now, I've been able to start making tweaks, altercations, and I guess the words pivot, because I knew this was coming our way, right? And I had a runway to get this, and we have our launch today, and we're going to get some things going, but it's just there. So I'm going to tell you guys, as a put on the RRR247 business hat, I'm working, I'm building my teams. I want to make sure that I get in, I get 5 of my team members in as fast as possible, more to get money, but I also want to help them get their 5. And so I want to make sure that they're doing their V marketing. I want to make sure that we're talking to new members and we're spreading this out there, because as a whole for RRR, if we've got thousands of us that know and are learning Pono to take it to the world, that's where we're all going to see some big wins, right? We're gonna spread this out, and it's going to help do what we're trying to do, right? And again, this is a tool that's going to make our stuff better. It's another thing that we get a market that is, guys, and I'm going to tell you this, we're ahead of it. So we get to pioneer the marketing. We get to help put stuff together, sure. But we got a huge opportunity on this aspect because of it. And, and it's just like a lot of other projects. We like to come in and help pioneer and build it to get the growth, not jump in when it's already there. And this is an absolute time for that. Okay. You guys, this will be in training, so we can spell it all out. I think what we're gonna do now is let's get Niall going on the setup.
I'm here.
Okay. We've done a lot of background information, and now we're gonna have some fun. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna start a recording just on this thing. Locke, I think both of us are gonna walk him through it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we'll have Jonathan come on too as well.
I got an email from Jonathan with some tips and instructions.
Perfect. Yeah,
I got a whole bunch of windows open, so I don't know which one to follow. So I'm gonna try to. Rory, you gave me 2 different. You said the link I just gave you last, but then you said another one after it.
Okay, so hold on.
Rory 3 or RRR?
The RRR.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that we just kind of give you a little bit of an easier way for you to be able to kind of walk through this a little bit, right? Just kind of explaining what's going to be happening here with Niall. So Niall being the first person to jump into this from, hold on, I've got is this my recording or yours? Should we start recording, I guess? Oh, that's not me.
No, hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to record right now.
I thought something popped up. I was like, oh, I guess I need to push. I've never used this platform before, guys. So
I'm recording. I decided to break it up because I'm trading the trading modules and I can edit, right? So we're streaming, which records it, and then I'm recording little snippets at the same time, and then I'm gonna put my other thing on there.
What we're about to jump into, Niall, is the setup on Pono, like how do you get this thing set up? And what we know about AI, and this is something for everybody to know, like if you can just put this in your mind or write it somewhere, and that is garbage in equals garbage out. And that really applies to everything in life, right? Garbage in food, garbage food in your music, in your friends, in your knowledge, then you're going to get bad results. And AI, artificial intelligence, is no different. So what we've done is we've made this a little bit different of a process. So instead of you sitting down and typing a bunch of stuff, what we've done is we've made it so that when you interact with Pono, what it's going to do is it's going to start creating what's called a brand brain. That is the knowledge base of what is inside of your company. Now, there's two forms of a brand brain. There's a brand brain that continues to learn about your business, about your finances, about what it is that you're trying to do, about your challenges, a bunch of stuff, which we'll jump into. Then there's the other side of the brain, which is you as a user, the personal brain, right? Because we're all different individuals and we're all thinking differently. And so it's using that knowledge and that information. And so what we're going to do here with Niall is he's going to jump into Pono here. And let's see, you're going to want to log out of this, I believe. Yep. On the very corner over there, Roy, with the little on the right-hand side, very top. Because I think you're going to want to be able to have Niall show what he's doing, correct?
Yeah, I need him. Oh, let me stop sharing.
Yeah. And
all kinds of stuff.
Is there going to be personal information that we can stream on YouTube, Roy?
I think we're okay on this because you're gonna be doing it over the phone. We're not gonna be showing that.
Yep. And you don't have to. I mean, we already can see your name right here. It shouldn't be any issues at all. Just so that you know.
Email address. Okay, so I'm gonna hit put the email address in first, and then sign up, right? And then share screen. Correct?
Yes. I can't see what you're doing, but yes.
Oh, and password.
So all he's doing right now is just kind of going through the onboarding process, right? Putting in your name, putting your email address. You guys have done that stuff before. It's going to take a second to kind of bring everything up. Is it coming up for you right now, Niall?
Yeah, password didn't meet requirement, I guess.
Okay. Jonathan, at any time, so Jonathan's our COO, CTO. He also washes dishes at the same time and, does anything else that we need to do. But he's a plethora of information. He'll also be in the Facebook group where you guys can come ask questions if you're kind of lost somewhere, because we know this is new. We know the technology is new, but Jonathan, the team, they have so much information at their fingertips, building this as long as we have. So. Is it going through for you now?
No, and I don't know what I'm missing, so 8 characters, yes. 1 uppercase, yes. Oh, I think I got enough.
Yeah, you got to keep this. I'm always like, man, I have to create another password for another thing, and they want now 15 characters. Okay, now they want a symbol. What else do they want?
Well, it should like that one.
Did it work?
I think so, yeah.
All right, there we go.
Verification link has been sent.
Okay, so now what's going to happen is go to your email, and then you may want to look in your spam box, because sometimes just because it looks a little funky because of the coding that comes through, it may or may not
verify your email with Pono in my inbox.
Yes. Did it go in your inbox?
Yep.
Good job, Jonathan. Thank you. I'm telling you guys, I don't know if you guys have ever built software, because I never have in my life, ever, not once. And then again, I haven't done most things I've ever done in my life.
Your email has been verified. You can now sign in with your new account.
It is a fun experience, and it has a lot of challenges that go with it. So just kind of bear with us with these challenges. I hope we've ironed them all out, but you might find some things that we just missed, and we'll do our best to fix it if there ever is any issues. Bless you. That was a heck of a cough.
Excuse me.
Yeah, but
I was just kidding because all of a sudden you were gone.
No, just the microphone. If you shut your microphone off, you'll drop down. All
Got it.
right, put phone number in. Code verification, please. Send the code to my phone. Got it. Let's get to know you. I can start sharing the screen at any point, whenever you need me to share screen.
Yep. Now is going to be good. I just wanted you to get your username and password in there. That's fine.
Got it. And email and phone number. And so let me share screen now. See it?
I do. So you're going to want to click on, oh wait, there's a lot of echoing on my end for some reason. Yep. Just click on the $49.99.
Oh, down here. I'm clicking on it.
Mm-hmm. Then you'll put in a card too, which you might not want to do here. But if you go to add promotion.
This is going to link. It'll connect the link.
Yeah,
but
but
go to the add promotion code.
go to add
Go to-
promotion first. Thanks.
Yeah.
So Locke, is this gonna be changing where they come in for the 29?
They're going to need to give them a promotional code to come
Yeah,
into
just-
here.
Come to promo code.
Yeah.
Add
And then
promo code.
Yeah, add the one I sent to you through email. It's RRR demo, all caps. And the
Always.
capital D.
D is a David.
Yep.
Yes. Lowercase EMO.
Lowercase.
Oh,
EMO.
Yeah. Would it not let you do lowercase?
no.
Okay,
Just
just
block off. EMO.
yeah. Okay, hit apply, and you should see that drop down to 0. There you go. Okay, now you can just put in whatever card. It's never going to charge you. It's a one-time use code, so it's only for this demo.
Yeah. Do I want to just do this link and it'll grab my
You
card?
can. Yes, yes.
Yeah, but you know what? Oh yeah, you can do that code, but do the stop your share and do that, and then come back.
Yeah. Say stop your show. I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, it should have been sent to your phone and then just take the code and put it in there. And just so you guys know, if you guys go try to use that code, it's not going to work. It's only one time that we put together for this, call, for this
So-
thing. So, you
So
know,
when we start enrolling people on the 29, do we need a code for that for everybody? And
will.
standard's going to be 49 for everybody else.
yep.
Okay.
Yep, that's for our affiliates. Is going to be so anybody that's a referral partner at that point in time, they'll all have a code, and it's the same code for everybody. So it's like, oh, what's that code? It'll be easy, but it's all based upon the pixel or the link, and then they just need to put that in there. Just so the reason we did that is to make it so it was easier. So when people they feel like, think about it. If Kim Moore, hi Kim, if Kim
Great example,
gives
by the way.
if Kim gives somebody this link, then all of a sudden she says, oh, by the way, it's 50% off. You know what I mean? I got you a discount for life. Like, they feel good about that. And so I'm trying to look, I'm a salesperson, so I understand how we want to incentivize people. And so I'm trying to give you guys tools so you can incentivize. And that way, if they go to the website, they see full price. But when they come through you guys, it's at a discount, at least on the front end of the package, right? As they go through,
all the credits are the same. There's no discounts on those. It's just, so do we have a code that we can launch with today? We're going to get it later.
So I don't think I can get it for you right now.
I don't want to give it out to everybody yet because I want them to really watch this go.
I will send it to you after today. Okay. Or after this
perfect.
All right. So it only has the last 4 digits. I can go back to I think go back to sharing screen.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
I'm getting hit.
But I did
by-
have to switch
I'm getting
cards.
hit by
Thank
a
you.
lot of people to get set up right now, which is great, guys. But I really want you guys to watch this, and then we'll get going.
Yeah, it's important that
Right.
you guys understand this because this is not what you're going to see today is not your typical kind of AI tool, and we didn't build it that way, like literally on purpose.
I
was
can't
like-
share screen because you got the recording paused or something.
Oh, you should be able to share.
Let me see if I can close that. Okay. Going here, I think. Yeah.
Yep. There we go.
See it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably should have you do that without the share screen, but we'll see.
Maybe what you'll do, Rory, when he goes back to this, let's just block this part out because he's got his address, he's got his information.
Yeah. Well,
We don't need
it's
that public.
online, but I won't put it on the. I'll take care of it.
All right.
Okay.
So here we go. So you don't have one right at the moment. No.
No.
Brand brain.
Correct.
Not that I know of.
You don't have one. No.
Here we go. Now, Niall, you need to put your cell phone as close to the computer as possible on speaker for this.
Got it. I need to click the let's build it. Hello.
Yes.
All right. So what you're going to want to do now is you're going to pick up your phone and you don't have to share your screen right after this. You won't share your screen, but so type in that phone number or you can scan it with your phone. You've used a QR code, I'm sure before. So it'll just pop up the number. So you don't even have to like type it in.
Oh, I already started typing the number.
That's okay. No problem. And then right before you press it, why don't you just I guess we can just listen. That's fine. And then just put on speaker so we can hear it.
Okay. There we go.
Hi there, welcome to Tono. What's your 6-digit numeric brand code?
501049.
Thanks. What's the name of your business?
So now this is where you're a sole proprietor, right? So you can just say Niall Eddy.
Niall Eddy.
Thanks. I'm not sure I caught that business name. Can you spell the business name for me?
Niall, N-I-L-E, Eddy, E-D-D-Y.
Great. What industry does Niall Eddy operate in?
Marketing.
What year was Niall Eddy founded?
1992.
What year was Niall Eddy founded?
1992.
What's the legal structure, LLC, sole proprietor, or corporation?
Sole proprietor.
Where is Niall Eddy located, city and state?
Leesburg, Florida.
Does Niall Eddy have a website? If so, what is it?
2p93.com.
Can you spell that out for me so I capture it correctly?
The number 2, letter P is in Paul, number 9, number 3.com.
What's the general overview of what Niall Eddy does?
Content marketing.
How does Niall Eddy stand out from his competitors?
Gosh. We have a performance blogging site where we can take a lot of content to the internet and make us search engine friendly, which creates a lot of traffic for our marketing teams.
Do you have any partners or collaborators you work with?
Can you repeat that?
you have any key partners or collaborators you work with? Still there? Do you have any key partners or collaborators you work with?
Yes.
What key partners or collaborators does Nile Eddy work with?
Rory Rickard.
What's the business model, B2B, B2C, or something else?
Pardon me, say that again.
What's the business model for Nile Eddy, B2B, B2C, or something else?
I don't know what B2B is.
It's business to business. So
No problem.
we're B2C and B2B.
Say it again.
You're both B2C and B2B.
What are the primary ways
We are
Nile Eddy
both
generates revenue?
we are both B2C and C2B.
B2B.
What specific products or services does Nile Eddy offer?
Hold on.
Specific product or services. We have many.
What are Nile Eddy's core values that guide how you operate?
Our core values are take valuable, needed products and services to the marketplace and build a team of marketers
Who
to
is your target audience or ideal customer?
$40 to $45-year-old women.
Perfect. A few quick financial questions now. How much working capital do you currently have allocated to Nile Eddy?
I don't think I want to share that.
No problem. We'll leave that one open. What's your average monthly revenue, roughly?
I don't think I want to share that either.
Understood. Approximately how many customers or clients does Nile Eddy serve right now?
In the hundreds.
How many team members does Nile Eddy have?
In the hundreds.
Can you put that closer?
Now, I'd love to learn a bit about the story behind the business. Are you the founder, co-founder, or owner of Nile Eddy?
All the above.
So, which one should I record? Are you the founder, co-founder, or owner?
Founder.
What's your name?
Nile Eddy.
What inspired you to start Nile Eddy?
To be able to work from home, spend more time with my kids, and take valuable products and services to the world.
What have been the biggest milestones for Nile Eddy so far?
Repeat that, please.
What have been the biggest milestones for Nile Eddy so far?
I've been able to stay at home for 35 years and work from home.
What are your primary goals for Nile Eddy over the next 6 months?
Double my team and teach more to stay at home.
And what does success look like at the 12-month mark?
Triple my team and stay at home.
What's the biggest challenge you're facing in Nile Eddy right now?
Not enough hours in the day.
Is there anything else you'd like your plan to include something owners should know that we haven't covered?
Happily married, and I work with my wife. My wife is my business partner. How's that?
One more topic area. This one's about funding. Are you currently looking for funding for Nile Eddy?
No.
Do you think funding is something you considered down the road?
No.
Have you thought about an exit strategy for Nile Eddy?
No.
Nice work. Your brand brain will start processing now. It should be finished within the next 3 to 5 minutes. Please be patient while your dashboard is loading in.
All right. So good job going through that. We've actually just tested a new agent a little bit. So
Caught off guard a little bit on that, right? Sorry.
it's okay, no problem. You can also go back. We'll show you how to do this. Go back and edit the brand brain and so on, because the information that he gave really was just so vague that there's not enough for the system. It'll get it, but the more we're putting in there, the better, right?
Right. I'll go back and modify it, but we work as a one big team. So not knowing ahead of time what I can say, what I can't say, what I should say, you know.
Niall,
That's
you
why
did
I wanted to do this with you, Niall, and go through a run, because what we're going to do is create a very good template of what to say and to throw in more, right?
Yep.
Perfect. Those questions are going to be the same for everybody.
Yes.
Yes.
Got it.
You did a great job of doing it, especially just kind of going to a cold. I just want to give you, obviously it wasn't bad or anything like that, but most the times when you're dealing with a business owner, right? They know, okay, this is why I'm doing it. I'm passionate about it for this reason. Here's my values I have behind it. Here's a product I'm selling. Here's who's on my team. Here's my revenue that I'm bringing in. Here's what my goals are. So one of the things really interesting about Pono, when you give it goals, like, hey, so my goal is that I want to open up a new location, or my goal is I need to hire on new people, or whatever that thing might be, or I'm looking to increase my marketing, basically, or I'm looking to decrease my churn, or I'm looking to, create a better page that gets a higher conversion rate, or whatever the thing might be. It will then put it into your goals and will help you accomplish those goals. That's why that's there, so you know.
Once I get to the financial part, it was hard to recover, because I was like, should I have done that or should I have not done it?
Nah, it's okay. Like I said,
but we're gonna develop a template, like Rory said, so that's gonna be good, and I can modify it.
Yep, and we're gonna go in and we're gonna edit some things anyways, like live, so that you can like look at some things, and I'm gonna walk you through just a little bit so you can see. So what's happening right now in the background is it took that conversation and it's like literally looking at that conversation and dissecting that data and building out what we call the brand brain. The brand brain is held together like a neural network. So think of, if anybody's familiar with a real brain, your brain has cells in it, and it also has basically synapses that connect one thought to the other. You've heard of right brain, left brain hemisphere, and it's connecting two thoughts together. Well, that's what's happening in the background. Now, you're never going to see what's happening. It's not like there's so much data in there, but what's happening literally is it's connecting these little neurons to create what we call the brand brain. That's why we call it the brand brain, because it's literally the hub of what makes everything inside of Pono work. Now, why is this different than what you would see in something like ChatGPT or Claude or anything like that? Why it's different is because all of these other systems, they give you kind of this chat in a box, and it's there to make you feel good instead of talking about whatever you want to talk about. Like, hey, I'm here for it. But it doesn't have any content or context about it. So everybody says, oh, you need to train these things. Well, yes, you do, but there's definitely all different kinds of ways of doing that. So in the background, like I said, it would be typically dissecting a ton of different information to be able to create a bespoken system that literally there's not one like it on the planet. Now, yes, it has the engine. Yes, it has the wheels, right, like a car, but it's a different driver. And so it makes it 100% uniquely different than any other, like it becomes your system, right? It's only for you. There's not one like it. Even though it has the same bones, there's still nothing like it on the planet that now that becomes your operating system.
Makes sense.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
So
if we weren't streaming, I probably could have got a little bit deeper, right? But yeah.
No problem. So do you want to share your screen again?
So is there like a template of those questions written down that Rory can have so that we can work on? Okay.
Yeah, they're just a few questions.
Share my screen. Okay, good.
So I can see it right here. You're good. Okay, push continue. So right here, you're going to put the team name, which we already figured out. That's the name of the company, which it put it in there. We got Niall Eddy. That's your email address you're using right now, and owner. So go to continue.
Should I put Niall and Dina Eddy? Because
just do Niall Eddy right now.
No, Eddy's fine. And right here, you could also invite another teammate if you wanted to, as you can see very easily, right? So if you wanted to have your wife or whoever, you can invite a teammate. And then what's good about it is every single time that people are adding more functionality to Pono, you guys get paid more money.
Roy, do we want separate or should we work on one for a while?
Just work on this one right now.
Just hit continue for now, because when you see how this
Okay.
goes, yeah.
Trying to figure out why your screen's white. That's so strange.
Oh, if I have WhatsApp open and all this other stuff, it'll slow it down.
Maybe
Go ahead and
that's-
hit, you want him to click the new version on the top first?
Yes, please do. So anytime you guys come in here, because we're always constantly updating things, anytime you see this at the top and it just says, hey, new version, and it's happening all the time, this is just a way you can refresh to make sure on the newest version. All right. So you can see at the top, you have credits. You have 50 or 45,000 credits at the moment, right? You can also see that, so I'm just going to kind of walk you through some of this stuff. So what you're looking at here is you're looking at your dashboard, right? So the first thing, what we want to focus on is people want to save money, which you can see on that left-hand side. So track your financial savings. And if you go to the little dot there, the little over the side, the little icon, the dot with the circle, there you go. You're going to see here how we kind of equate to it, right? We just say, hey, listen, if you were to, not sure what
I don't know
happened.
why I did that. I didn't click on it.
I don't know either.
Yeah. You want me to hit the back button?
Yeah.
My mouse has been acting up a little bit, but it
Yeah, but I don't think it was you. I wonder if they just pushed an update, which they should not be pushing updates at all at this moment in time. But we
Oh
wanna
yeah, it
keep-
says selected for brand brain hasn't been created yet. Your
Oh,
dashboard hasn't been created yet.
oh yeah, so it's creating the dashboard. Go to where it says account. No, you have your account right there. Jonathan?
Yeah, that was me. I actually, Rory, do me a favor. Hit you're on Windows.
Yep.
Hit Control, Alt, and R at the same time.
You want Niall to do that, right? Because
Niall.
he's doing it.
Or Nile, yeah, sorry.
Control Alt R.
Yep.
Yes.
Refresh.
Yeah, it should do a
Got
hard refresh. Sorry, I use a Mac.
Just spinning up here.
I just need you to do a hard refresh. Wait 1 second. Hard refresh.
Don't be working on the platform, please. Nobody.
Wait, did you say you use a Mac?
Yeah, Control Shift R. Control Shift R at the same time.
Oh, I know what happened. Jonathan was helping in the background.
That's what I did. It's spinning up here too.
So you logged in, Jonathan, on the back end, and we're trying to help him update the brand brain.
Yeah, because I knew that the brand brain was going to be a bit weak,
Me too.
and so I was trying to update it on my side.
Well, that's fun. Maybe.
See this one here. I want you to hit the log out button on the right hand side.
Yeah. What is this?
On the right hand side. Yeah, hit that log out button right there. Okay. And then go hit sign in, log in at the bottom.
No,
no.
log in at the bottom. You're not
Log
doing
in
it.
at the bottom.
Or the top there, either way.
Bottom of the top right. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, you just put your, just don't hit the eyeball.
Huh?
Don't show your password.
Oh yeah. Don't hit the eyeball. That's what you said. It's like what?
Yeah, we might.
No,
want to
you missed
the training.
you missed the @ sign on your Gmail.
Gotta get my eyeball on it. Nope, that ain't right. That better be right.
Stop your screen share, eyeball, and then fix it. There you go.
Should be right. It's right. Go back to screen share. Oh, which one was that? Wasn't the guide, wasn't the demo. Oh yeah, it was. No, it's not. That one. Okay, so email's correct, password is correct. I'm gonna hit sign in again. Nada.
Hit sign in with Google. That's how I get in every time, but I think I said
He already signed up.
Let's get that fixed, eh?
1 second. I will.
Okay, I'm back in.
you did the Google one, right?
Yeah.
I'm afraid, Jonathan, because he was trying to do stuff while it was updating, he broke your account though.
Yeah,
So we might be showing you a very different account, very like
hit that that new version right there.
yeah. I don't know what you did, Jonathan, in the background, but it definitely broke his account.
I know what you did. I know what happened.
Well, he was updating the brand brain.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you what happened? Do you want me to remind you and tell you what happened? This is RRR247. We break things.
Give me a second. I'm going to spin up a second brand brain with the same.
Yeah, let's just
Give me
do
1
that.
second.
He's just going to take all the same information, just redo it real quick.
Mhm.
All the way back into.
No, you won't need to sign back in or anything. Just give me 1 moment.
Just a person. Okay, got it.
Well, good job. You know, Niall, I appreciate you breaking the system, but actually it wasn't you. Let's be clear on this.
Oh man, I don't even get credit when I do stuff right.
And do we have
Just log out and we could talk about Pono. And while you are doing that, I will.
Do you want me to log out again?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it'll take him a couple minutes, but he's just going to take all the information and just redo it really quickly.
So do we have Locke? Do you guys have a template on the initial questions? Because I can build out the script for that.
Yep. Putting in my notes right now.
Okay. Yeah. WhatsApp it to me if you would.
Yep.
Isn't it funny, Locke?
What's that?
Even Jesus had a hard time getting his own people to listen. I already asked him that question.
Yeah, that's why he couldn't be a prophet in his own town, right?
Yep.
Oh man, that's so funny. All right, so it looks like this might take a second. Jonathan has no idea what happened. So what I might do is I might drive a little bit potentially here while we're moving.
Yeah, you can go ahead and show like what happens when you log in. If you can just take over the share screen for now, that would probably be helpful.
I can stop. Then you can go. There you go.
Yeah, I'll just do that. I'm just grabbing. I got 20 million. You know how it goes. I got 20 million different tabs open at the moment, so I'm just trying to find the one that I was working on this morning.
Yeah, you Utah boys. You always seem to have 5,000 tabs open.
I know, man. It is. It seems to be the case. Can't help it. When you see how many tabs I have open.
No, I don't want to.
Ridiculous. All right, let's see here. Let me grab an account. I got a ton of them on here. So.
I can't even look at Roy's screen. I get vertigo.
Well, then if that one gives you vertigo, just wait. Let's see. Use this one. Let's make sure that's working.
So you're gonna walk everybody through the rest. Can I take a bio break?
Yes.
Yep.
Go ahead. Yeah,
All right.
If anybody needs to, why don't we take like a 5-10 minute just so you can do that? That'll be
That
fun.
sounds good, actually.
That's a great idea.
Good job, man.
I wish I would have thought of that.
Me too.
I'll put a timer on there so everybody knows. For those on YouTube, we're just taking a bio break. We'll be back in 9 minutes. We'll keep going. All right, how we looking? Back from that break, Niall, you here?
But of course,
Let me get recording.
the streaming was still going. I just noticed.
Yeah, I didn't stop it. I just stopped the recording, then we'll start this one.
Indeed, Robin. Indeed. I accept this award on behalf of all RRR247.
I'm just gonna hand you over a baseball bat. I'm gonna have you a piece of dynamite.
How we coming?
We're good,
You ready?
man. We're just right now. We're just what I did is I just had to change it over to our let's see, share screen. Let's grab the entire screen. There we go. Share. And maybe.
And keep in mind, guys, a lot of us are gonna have the same opening as the triple R, so we'll get that. Oh, this looks good.
Yeah. So we have this open right here. What's happening in the background? I have Jonathan. He's in my account at the moment, and he's just building out this area right here. So you can see we have one of the cool things about Pono that I'm actually kind of talk about for a second is that before I was telling you that everything inside of Pono is individually built for that particular company, right? That's how this whole thing works out. And these are different organizations and companies. So you can see Niall Eddy, we're rebuilding on my account as we speak. And all of these are different organizations and different businesses that have different values, that have different financials, that have different employees, that have different items and things that they need to do. And you don't want to mix those two things together. So someone that has an agency and they're running a lot of different clients, or someone that's a fractional CMO where they're running a bunch of clients or COOs, you don't want to get all those things like, kind of put in the same pot, in other words, because it makes the food taste bad. And so what we've done is we've made it pretty simple. But now the reason I bring this up, the other thing to think about too, is every single time they're building new brand brains, they're putting new staff members, that their people are using more credits, you guys are getting paid more. And so we got to make sure the experience they have is a really good experience. Jonathan, when you're done with that, will you let me know? Because I don't want to break.
It's done. It's done. You can go ahead and just refresh.
Oh yeah, right here. It's already created, it says.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. All right. I'm just going to do a hard refresh then real quick.
Yeah, just do a quick refresh for it. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to get into this, and fingers crossed. Let's see what happens. All right, cool. So this right here, this is the stuff you put in. No, that is not what's in.
No, just switch the project.
Yeah, right there.
There you go.
Perfect. So we're running a lot of different brand brains, as you guys could just see a second ago. And if I have other things I need to do from other projects, I would just go in and be able to select them. Oh, I know why, because of the way we built this just now. All right. So here's what happens when you come into Pono for the first time. Someone say something? Okay. You're going to be greeted with what's called the dashboard. Now, the dashboard is where everything sits. So before I was saying, hey, money saved, right? That's the big thing that we're looking at here, because that's what people are looking for. So what we did is we said, based upon an hourly rate, right, of $20 an hour, that's how we were to say this is what it'd be. So money saved is based upon the estimated time it would take a professional to create the same documents manually using the standard industry rates, or consultants or so forth. Now, consultants are well more than $20 an hour. And then we take that time and we look at it like how long it would actually take to make that document. So if it's like an hour, 2-3 hours, or whatever. So example, 2 documents times 2 hours each equals about $80 saved. So that's how we focus on money saved. And then money earned, or time saved, excuse me, is the same kind of evaluation, but we base it upon how fast somebody would type, if that makes sense. Now, in the world of AI, it's a little bit different. It changes, but we just want to give some people just some generalizations of what something like that would look like, right? Okay, perfect. All right, so when we jump into this, that's the first place. But we're going to go in here to our brand brain, and I'm going to hope that it's going to work. You're going to see all these different organizations that we have set up. But we're going to click on Niall to make sure everything got set up properly. So we're gonna come in here to go to edit our brand brain. So you can see this is a way that you can update the brand brain by adding different categories, and we can jump into that another time. But this is the area where we just build things out. So you can see we have Niall Eddy. This is the industry he's in, which is blogging. It was founded in 1992. Here's his business description, and we put a little bit more information in there, right? And then we see where he lives, sole proprietor. Here's his current website. Here's his company details. All right, now you see we have a lot more details in here. Now we went in and did this. This is a little bit different than what obviously Niall put in. But if, for instance, it only had, none of this was in here, you would just come in here and you would just update it. Or you could also come in here and push the speech button and you could talk to it and it would update it for you. Does that make sense, Niall?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Then we come down here and remember when we talked about core values? So we said, hey, listen, Niall's an accountable guy, we can tell. Brand identity is important for RRR. Excellence, resourcefulness, personal growth, but you could change any of these you want to, because what a lot of us don't talk about in business is what is guiding us, what is making our decisions as a business owner. If we have integrity behind what we're doing, well, our decisions are going to be made by integrity. Or if we're going to build a product, meaning you're going to put a blog post out there, you want to make sure it's of quality. So you can pick these. You can also, when you're setting things up, you can also create your own as well, right? So you don't have to use these preset decisions here. Then we go into our business insights. So, and that is right here. Here's our business model. So we know we're B2B, which is business to business, so everybody knows, and B2C is business to consumer. So, right, we know you're in advertising, and we also know you're affiliate marketing. So that's the business model. But it does all this stuff automatically. Like, you don't have to come in and fill any of this information in. But if you continue to go down, you can see that it's continuing to learn. So we said you're at $5,000 a month in revenue. And then, this is hypothetical, obviously. How many customers you currently have? In the hundreds. We talked about that. How many team members do you have? It was just your wife. Here's the founding team that was behind it, right? We talk about Rory in here. As you can see, Rory, it's Rickard. So I'd come in here and I would change that. What inspired you to start your business? So all of these things are going to matter, because when we know what you want to do, we can help you accomplish your goals. And the more it knows about you, the more it understands things about you, the better off it is. So this is what's called the front end of the brand brain. This is the stuff that you can see and edit. But as you start to work with Pono, what it's doing is it's continuing to remember things, the way you think, what you're doing, what challenges you've had, and it's building things in the background, right? So I can keep going through here. So there's additional information. And when we're on the call, that we want to put some stuff in here. We don't use buzzwords. We don't use pressure tactics and so on, right? So this was created fairly quickly on our end. We know that you don't need any financial funding, so no, and that you're not looking to explore any funding as well. So if you're to set up a company to do what we just did, takes a long time. Like, Rory, you've set up companies before. If you were to figure out your company overview, your business details, your business model, your current business operations, and to put all this stuff together, it takes some time to think these things through. But we wanted to make this as easy as possible, because you can also still do this process manually. You don't have to do it over the phone. But I'm going to tell you, if you just go to ChatGPT or any of these things and you put in just a slew of information, it's not going to be able to give you what you want out of it. So make sure that you're detailed about it, but you don't need to give us a Bible's worth of information. We have what's called our knowledge base too. So this is where you would go in and you could come into any of these areas and you could actually upload a PNG, a JPEG or PDF, or like a note about other things that you're starting to see in your business, or things that are important to you. Or let's say, for instance, that you had a certain way that you like to do things, SOPs, meaning standard operating procedures. The more information you put in there, the better off it is remembering those things. And so this is what's really the hub of everything you're building. Without this brand brain here, you're not going to get the subjects that you're looking for, right? You're not going to get the knowledge that Pono needs to be able to operate. So again, like I said, you can come into here and you can expand things out. So if I wanted to say, okay, I wanted to expand my, let's just say blog, maybe. I don't know. I don't blog at all, so you guys know. But if I say the category name is blog, and then what it would do is it's going to say, okay, I'm going to expand your brand brain out. And then again, we're testing this live. Like I have no idea what this is going to do. Probably should have put something safe like marketing. What are the main topics and themes you focus on in your blog content? How do you measure the success of your blog, right? Your posts in terms of leads and traffic generation. What's your current process for generating and approving blogging content? The more that you're able to fill these things out, the smarter your brain gets. And as you start to speak to it, the smarter your brain gets, right? So it's literally remembering all the things you need to do for your business. Makes sense? And you can see here that as you start to then give it more information, you'll start to see this thing being filled out. But let's just go back to our Launchpad. So one of the things I look at here is we said, okay, what are our goals, right? And so it was right, revamp onboarding process to reduce new recruitment, looks like ramp time, upgrade systems to upgrade team growth and improve efficiency by 20%, launch targeted content campaigns to recruit 50 new team members. So these would be in the area where when you first start off is like, what is it that you need to do in order to be able to reach your goals? Host my 35th anniversary event celebrating a legacy of inspiring team growth. You know, these are just, again, these are just hypotheticals. But this is where you would go in and you would start to see your Launchpad, or you could come in and create your own here, and we'll walk you through how to do that, which we're not going to jump into quite yet. I'm just showing you some of the features of Pono. Now, the place that I find, and bro, if you have anything to jump in any time, because I know there's a lot here, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys know when you was doing the stuff before and you saw all those things that were created. I'm going to tell you from my experience, almost every business owner and anybody who remains a student at RRR247, most of them haven't been in business. Those are things that you learn are necessary to run a business right, that people just don't know until they like go through some serious courses and learning. It's everything that you would need to set up a proper business is done for you as you're going along. And it's going to be overwhelming at first until you realize, oh, these are probably good and necessary things. Now, you're also going to see that we've simplified the RRR247 business a lot. We take care of a lot of things that are there, but it doesn't mean you need to not know about it, because the more you understand what this does, the more it can help clients that come in. So if this is like overwhelming, we're going to cover it over and over again. You're going to learn it, but you're going to see that it's very organized. And one of the biggest features of Pono versus just doing themselves, say they just did it on chat or they did it on Claude, or they were working through it, is this remembers it, it puts it in place, and it uses it to build the next thing. There is no what's that dang term that happens Lock with when if I'm working with chat, it forgets things. It has
it's what's called context. So it has a context library to it. So the more that you speak, so some of these have, you know, a million they might be, right? But you're talking so much. What it does is it loses the memory. Like it loses the information that you were talking about it into a chat, right? And so the way that we do things is very different. We're not really focusing so much on, because the chats are so small, which I'll get into in a second here, but they're not these long, extensive million tokenization that is being constantly, you know, that you're constantly have to learn more. And then what it does is it refreshes itself. I'm sure you guys have been there before, where it's like, okay, especially if you're looking at Claude, it's like, oh, I now need more information. I don't remember what I just talked about before, right? Which is what's different about this. If that makes sense. Did that help answer your question, Rory?
Yeah, there's a problem that happens, and this is why if you're working in AI at a big level, which this does, it locks things in so much better than using like the interface of like chat, right? So I mean, it's something that I'm trying to remember the word, but it's basically like it just phantoms. You just lose stuff, and this doesn't do that. It locks it in, so there's no compromise of your initial, your initial information and where you're going, and it builds upon it. Not there's a word for it, and it'll come to me. I know basically it's where you lose things in AI. It's real, and it starts inventing things. This doesn't allow that to happen because of the structure they put in place that is Pono.
Yeah, exactly. So one of the things
it's a scary word. It's
is it recursion?
No, It's
I know the word you're talking about. I can't. It's on the top of my tongue.
because I brought it up like this way, but it's
Yeah.
real, right? Like
Yep.
it's like you're working on a project, and then you ask more things, and then eventually you're like starting all over again because it's totally forgotten the basis of what you're doing. It's really frustrating, and it happens in AI and all of them. But when you guys, the way you compartmentalize it, that's probably not the word, but the way that Pono puts everything in place and pulls from, it's locked in, so it always has those reference points to go back to because it's built for that. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
The context loss is really what it is, right? So I'm using obviously the internet here, but it's the word we're looking for. So you have your context window, right? Which is meaning that you have so many pieces of information that you can put into there. And after a period of time, what happens is it goes through a truncation process and you lose a lot of that information because of the context window. Context window has limits and it can only remember so much. So what happens is you go through context loss because it doesn't have a database to be able to retrieve that information from. It would be insane for them to have that kind of database, in ChatGPT for every single person. And that's a lot.
All right, you're doing the graph, right?
Yep. So we're jumping in. I just want to make sure there was anything else. So what happens when you get into Pono? This is the number one thing I focus on when I get into Pono. Because it's always like, what's the one thing you need to focus on? And it's right here. And this is your chief of staff. And really, this is the area where you solve your biggest problem, right? And when you get into this area, what you're going to do is says your brand bring knowledge graph is currently being built. We'll notify you when it's built. So we're just going to turn this back over. This little button up here helps you so that it just goes to a new chat, just so that you guys are clear. We want to make it really simple. So here, what do we want to do? So, all right, Rory, what do you think is a big problem? Because I don't know anything about the industry of blogging. What's a big problem that we need to solve on a daily basis for blogging? And we'll attempt to see how Pono handles it.
Oh, okay, perfect. So this is on as a performance blogger is to know what context to work on next. Like what is the topic I can write and get information about that people are searching, so I have a chance to get in front of it, I guess.
Okay.
It's not, I guess. That would be always a topic or a problem we could address.
Perfect. So right now, I'm kind of stuck because I'm looking to build out more content in my blog. And I really don't know what's going to be the best thing that I should add to my blog right now. I'm looking to find things that are trending. I'm looking to find things that are going to create eyes. I need to create content that is probably a little bit edgy and that is shareable on social media. But I don't know really what I'm doing. And I feel a little bit lost. Is there any way you can help me, Pono? No, it's Pona. Good old voice detection. So here's what's happening right now. Do you guys see at the bottom here where it says understanding your problem? The agent is trying to understand the problem and what it is you're really looking for. So this is going to take you through a process. Now, this takes a second. But what we're doing is when you have a friend and they bring up a problem to you or a business consultant and they say, okay, what are you trying to solve for? This is what my problem is. All right. So it says absolutely it can help you with that. Figure out what to create is one of the hardest parts of content marketing. Let me ask you a quick question to get started. What topic or niches does your blog cover? For example, is it marketing, lifestyle, specific industry, or something else? What typical things are we covering here, Rory?
Let's see. Well, I mean, we're looking for information that the world is looking for that we can provide. So I guess I mean, this is fun because this is a challenge, right? So, I always tell everybody write about something that you're passionate about, so you have a lot of information to share. Always a good starting point. But
okay, I got it.
Okay,
let's do this. Okay, so right now it's 2026 and AI seems to be like one of the hottest subjects to talk about. There's also things going on politically that are challenging landscape. Is there any way that you can kind of help me figure this part out? I think that's kind of where I'm at, right? So, and maybe even lifestyle. I know that there's probably some kind of new fad with something like peptides, or maybe something to do with necklaces that help with like EMF and things like that. So you notice we don't have to like really think it through. Like we're just simply just kind of, you know, like at the end of the day, when you're just kind of trying to lay it all out there and you're trying to make sense of it and you throw it out that looks like spaghetti. So again, let's try to understand your problem right now, right? And it's looking to this big one. What does definition of done mean? Makes sense. Those are all hot areas right now. But before we dive in deeper, let me ask you one thing. Does your blog already have specific niche or audience it's built around, or are you starting fresh and trying to figure it out, your direction? Now, why is that question important, right? If you have a consultant, they may not even ask you that question. Like, do you already have a current audience of this? Or is this something you're actually looking to start fresh? I'm going to say right now, this is a brand new blog. We're going to start this fresh. Can you also go do some market research for me as well, to let me know some of the trends that are going on right now in this moment? So we can tell it to go do research. And so what it's going to do is, again, it's starting to understand the problem again. So it's like, okay, I'm going to try to understand this problem. I'm going to figure out the best way. Now, what happens is we're doing all of this. It's very different than any other chat you've seen, because it's going to give us the ability to start to create action. Got it. A brand new blog. You want to know what's actually trending right now. Let me do some quick research on hot topics you mentioned. So it's going to take a moment and it's going to go do its research. Now, this isn't like a lot of tools where you just get instant gratification. You can just keep talking and talking and talking, but it moves pretty quick. All right, it says AI content, big shift. All right, peptides is a hot wellness longevity space. Talks about GHKs, talks about BP157, trizepatide, spiritual jewelry, EMF protection, crystal necklace. So here's my question for you. Which direction feels more exciting to you? AI tech, health and wellness, lifestyle? I'm going to say let's go with let's just kind of do a combination of spiritual jewelry and maybe some other subjects that kind of go along with that. So do you guys see how it's kind of polishing it down, right? It's bringing me down the path of what do you want? Not let me give you a bunch of examples or whatever. Spiritual journey is a nice niche. It's personal, shareable, has a real staying power. Before I set up a plan, let me ask you a quick thing. Are you looking to create content just for your blog, or do you want to build out a full strategy? Things like content calendar, social media posts, plans to do. I'm going to say I'd like to do a full-on strategy, and I would like to add this to our smart board so that I can follow this thing step by step and not get lost along the process, because I got to get this thing done. So now again, it's clarifying my questions, because so many people, when you're doing something, you only look at the first piece of content. You only look at the first thing instead of digging in and asking yourself deeper questions. You know, Henry Ford basically said that you don't have to know everything. You basically just have to know how to ask the right questions and be around the right types of people. We're using artificial intelligence. We're using Pono as that right person, but we're also making sure that we are asking ourselves the right questions. And this also helps like ideate, and also helps like for you to learn more. All right, so problem. You need a full content strategy for a brand new spiritual journey blog, plus a plan for related wellness topics. And you want everything tracked in a smart board so you can follow step by step. Done looks like, so it's telling me what it actually looks like if I do this thing. A smart board with a clear content plan, including blog topics, content calendars, social media strategy, organized so that you can execute without getting lost. Does this sound right? I'll hand this off and get this plan set up. Let's say, for instance, maybe it doesn't. I like this, but I want to make sure that you add full-on details to the smartboard tasks. And also, you know what I want to do? Let's add something really unique and different. Like, let's add some travel locations as well for people that are into like spiritual type work that would buy this type of jewelry. And also, let's talk about like what type of images we should use as well, and how the brand should be positioned. Whoops, that's on me. I like this, but let's just like maybe add some locations to it. Let's make sure that we add some more, some guides when you're building out the smart board of how the brand should look, what type of images we should use. I really want to make this a beautiful brand. I want to make sure I know everything step by step. Don't leave anything out, and make sure that you give me full details and any kind of roadblocks that might occur along the way. I think typing these days is out, by the way. Like I talk all the time to my computer. There's no reason not to. Great. Problem. All right, problem. Building a brand new spiritual journaling blog from scratch. Full content strategy, brand guidelines, visual directions and imagery, content calendar, social media, all tracked in a smartboard, step by step. Identified roadblocks. Done looks like a complete smartboard, guided content guides, blog topics, and so forth. Heads up, this could let's see. Plus a heads up on what could trip you up along the way. Is everything you need? Yep, it looks good. Looks good. Now, this is what you do every morning, right? As long as your project and the things you've done get done. So as business owners, what we do every single day is we put out fires. When I talk to Rory, hey, Rory, I'm dealing with this problem. I have this fire. I'm not really sure how to do this. Can you please assist me so that I can get this thing done, right? So what it's going to do is going to save the context to the brand brain first, and then it's going to set up the brand board. So what that means is it's taking the information we just talked about, my problems, my situation, it's saving that information into its neural network so we can come back to it later on if we end up in the same situation where I'm like, hey, so it's like, oh, you have you have this, like basically this project you've already built out. Like, I need to know more about it. Let's talk about it. So at the bottom, you see it's creating a project. Now, this board in general will do a handful of things. It'll create you a document that's like a 50-page document. It's really intense documents. They're not the same things you're going to generate in any kind of AI systems that I've ever used before. A lot of it I feel is just kind of a first pass. We're doing multiple passes. We're making sure there's no redundancy in there. We're also doing market research. We're pulling data points so that the document itself you can present to a board if you wanted to. So I want you to start to think about this for a second. If you have businesses that are facing the biggest problems, they don't know what to do on a day-to-day basis. They're not sure how to organize things. They don't have project managers. They're trying to compete with everybody around them, but they're drowning. And so we wanted to give people the ability to be able to get things done quickly and also be able to keep accountability to make sure that by next week they've shipped something, they've done something, they've actually created what they set out to do. So it'll make a document, like I said. It'll also create a smart board, which you'll see that in a second. It will also turn around and create what's called a roadmap. A roadmap is simply a large project that's going to take months, typically. With Pono, it's definitely that time is condensed down, but it organizes all of those things. And so when people are suffering from things like ADHD or having too many ideas and have to go to the internet and then go get a blog and then go do all these different things, and blogs are great for you guys, but what ends up happening is people get into ideation, and when they get into ideation, they don't get anything done. How many times have you asked someone, what are you doing? Like, what are you creating right now? They're like, oh, I'm working on insert something, which means this is my excuse for not getting things done, right? So that's what's happening. So right now it's selecting a project. So it's selecting the project it's working with, right? So I know that this is not the most like sexy thing to sit and watch, but what I typically do is I'll either, scroll away from the page, I let it do its thing, or I will go get, a cup of coffee or some water or walk away for a few and see what's happening. But if we were to look at while this is being done here, I think we can go right back in the dashboard here and you can see what's happening. Okay, let me go back into this project. And you can see, just so that you guys get an idea what's happening. So this right here is using credits, right? So here's Saturday 18th, it's 11:33. It's using credits, all these credits to be able to do what we just did. But that means that every single time these credits are being used, you guys are getting paid. Now, this is not actually, these are credits. These are not dollar amounts, obviously, just so we're clear on that. While that's building, I will show you what I mean by a document. I'm going to show you in another account, though. I'm not going to show you in this account because it's going to take a while to build a document. Documents will usually take maybe 15 to 20 minutes. They take quite a bit of energy to be able to create a document. But I have some things that I'm looking at right now So this is where the documents would go, by the way. But I'm going to change the brand brain, which all I need to do is just click on edit brand brain, right? Hold on, I got to open that up. There we go. So I'm going to go into, we'll say Diversified Botanics. That's the name of my company. I have a board meeting coming up. And so I was like, hey, I need to kind of get this stuff done. So if I go into my files here, you'll see that I have all of these different things. Well, yesterday I created a smart board, which I can show you here shortly. I had to get some stuff done. So I'm like, okay, let's go to our sales playbook. And so I don't know if you guys have ever tried to create documents inside of AI, how easy that is. It's actually very difficult. So what ends up happening is before it builds it, it goes to the brand brain. It looks at everything it knows about the company. Once it gets all the information from it, it then will ask you additional questions as it goes by step by step by step. Because again, it's not a fast process, but instead of having a 5-page document, this is a 21-page document, right? So it gives me my market dynamics, my financial performance and growth trajectory. These are all well-written, well-researched business documents that if you were to do this yourself, it would take hours for one. And frankly, I know, Rory, you've done lots of documents like this over the years, but even trying to figure out how would I structure it, what would I do? Now, this is a cool thing about this, which I'll actually get to in a second, but I'm going to wait for the, actually, I'll wait for the document to be, for this to be done. All right, there we go. So now do you see what it's done? It says, okay, great. Smartboard is ready, Dalton. Here's where it's set up. The board spiritual journey blog launch. All right. So here's all of our things. We got 5 projects. We have 25 tasks that we need to do. So it's going to define what, basically what our brand is. We're going to choose colors. So that's our brown foundation. We're going to go into our content strategy. We're going to look at our social media strategy, our blog set up for our technical side of things, SEO analytics, and our content production. What we're going to work on with RRR, I want to let you know, is it's going to take me a second. Like, this is not an easy lift. I'm going to take all the information from the trainings. I'm going to take all the information from the documents, and I'm going to build a specific brand brain just for RRR, where it will know all of the technical setup that you guys specifically use, so that way when you ask these questions, you're not trying to figure this out on your own. So, and did you hear that bell? That means that it's done. It's like a little like, hey, your food's ready. So main knowledge graph, Pono's finished, brand build, okay, great. Creating main graph, great. All right. So we come over here, and if I'm going too fast, please let me know. I've lived in this thing for 4 years, so it's like, hey, I know what I'm doing. All right, so here's our spiritual journey or journaling blog launch, okay? So we come into here, and look what we have. Now, have any of you guys ever tried to build out a project or have a project manager, and you know how long it takes to think step by step on what needs to be done, right? So that's what's happened here. We've said, okay, we're going to look step by step what needs to be done. Now, we're going to click into here. You can see, like, you can move in these cards you want to. And if you click up here, you can see the name. So it's brand foundation. You also can look at, okay, that's the project name. That's the section. This is the team. And if I had people on my team, I could simply come in here and start assigning people by going to select. I would go here. I don't know if, let me move this out of the way. And I would simply just click on an individual, which in this case is going to be me. And I would click onto this, and then I could just select everybody that needs that. I could then say what time it should be done, or get rid of things, or so on. It's pretty simple. But here's the magic of this whole thing. We're going to go to our brand, define our brand voice. So here's what it says first. Establish a tone of your voice for your blog. So spiritual journal should feel warm, inviting, authentic, mindful, insightful, mystical, and void corporate jargon. Write 3 to 5 example sentences that capture your voice. Roadblock to watch for. Don't try to be everything for everyone. Pick a specific angle, e.g., modern mystic for busy people, and stick to it. Most of us, when we're trying to write and figure things out. Now, the reason it did that is because I said, let me know my roadblocks. So it literally said, here's your roadblocks right in front of you. I'm going to show you so you're not going to have to worry about it. Now, again, we come over here. It says, hey, Dalton, I'm here to help you with your brand voice and personality task for your Brown Foundation project. This is an exciting step in establishing how Niall Eddy will connect with your audience. So it already knows that I'm Niall Eddy. Now, the interesting thing about this, before I jump into this, I want you to understand a few things. When you look at AI, You have to break things down into small bite-sized subjects, because the bigger they are, then the more memory it has to have, and it has to try to figure out where to find it. What's different here is that you have the brand brain in the background. You have this whole entire project that's remembered. And on top of that, every single one of these projects, when it gets done, it remembers it did it, so it doesn't create, in this project particular. Now, between different projects, sometimes I might ask you similar questions because it's a bit different, but it remembers that we've defined our brand voice when we get to something like set up content production. It has an understanding of what we've done there. All right. Now, I'm going to skip back just a second because I want to show you something so this will make sense. Now, we see how we created this particular smartboard. Everybody got that? We can also come in here if we need to. We can search whatever's inside of this particular brand board, so it's easy if I put in any notes. But if I come here and I go back to the sales playbook, right? If I have a document that has things I need to do inside the document, right? I've made this big document. I need to get stuff done with this document. Like, okay, now I got to go write notes. I got to get this stuff done. Just come here to add tasks. And what it's going to do is it's going to look through this entire document. It's going to say, is there anything in here that is something that I can take action on? Like real action. And if there is, okay, it says project manager, select a project manager to oversee and implement the new sales funnel. Well, that's probably pretty important to have. Develop data points, deploy your CRM system, and so on. I click this button right here. I pick my board right here, which I've got a lot here, as you can see. But I click that board, and then what happens is all of these projects go directly to the board. Think about the amount of time that that's going to save a business owner. It's going to save someone's doing blogs. It's going to save anybody that's trying to get things done. Pono is simply a tool, a platform that's going to help you get things done. All right, so going back into this. So it says, here we are, back to this. To define your brand voice, you need to nail down a few things. Your core personal traits. What personality does your blog embody? Tone of voice. How do you communicate yourself? Target audience. Examples. Quick question to get started. What angle do you want to take with your spiritual journaling blog? For example, modern mystic, gentle guidance for spiritual curiosity, a calm sanctuary for daily reflection. I don't know. But if we didn't know, and we says, okay, I like this. There's a couple things we can do that I haven't shown you yet. You can come here and I can say, write it for me. And what it's going to do is going to look at the brand brain. It's going to look at everything we've done so far. And it's going to kind of try to make an assessment of what is the best way that we can put this in there. Hello, thanks for reaching out. Let's get to shaping up your brand voice and personality, blah, 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 reasoning our core audience from home. Yeah, we're going to not do all of that right now. And Jonathan, this is what we need to shift in so I can see things. So we're not doing that. So what we're going to do is this instead. We're going to come in here and we're going to say, you know, that's a really great question. I've never written a blog before. As I said, I'm pretty new to this stuff. Can you go do some research on some of the top blogs in the space that I'm looking to compete in? Tell me which ones are the top ones. Show me like what areas that I might be able to compete in that can help me kind of define my brand voice while still being authentic to myself. So now, again, it's going to go and do the research. Pono is going to go do this thing for you. Smart approach. Learning from the competition before defining your own voice is great strategy. Let me research the top spiritual journaling and mindful blogs to see what's working and where this might be opportunities for you to stand out. What's fun too with this is that if you're ever going to have a vacation, you can just come in here and just like basically build out an entire agenda that you're going to do, and it will help you find hotels, it'll help you find links, and then it all stays here so you can easily reference it later on. So again, it's going to go out, it's still doing its research. And then if you don't like what it says, right, you can just come in here and just say, hey, that's not what I like. But let's look what it says. All right, top spiritual blog niches in your competition. The Wellness Universe blog, one of the world's best spiritual blogs focused on wellness and personal growth. Various personal growth, profound impact, curates list of influential blogs. So we have journaling prompts, moon phase astrology, guided meditations, look, we just got a bunch of information on the content type that is actually working. Weekly prompts keeps readers engaged and coming back. That's important. Energy of the week, live to record, great for SEO, right? What are crystals? Specific pain points. Where can you compete and stand out? Based upon my research, here are underserved gaps where Nile Eddy could shine. Spiritual journaling for busy people, right? So we have more things that are continuing to pop up here that we didn't know before. And we might say, okay, this is great. I really like this. So what I'm going to do is I want to make this, like, I want to save this in my files because I think it's going to be pretty important. So you'd come here and you would, whoops, there we go. You'd click on this little button right here, let this come up. Let's see, I'm gonna hide that. And as we're looking at that, this is going to give you the ability now to be able to say, okay, cool, I like this a lot. And I'm just gonna push this over. Should go over in a second. Takes a moment sometimes just to connect the two. I believe it will. There we go. Nope, that did not work out. Let's see if I can copy this and type it in maybe. There we go. So here you go. So you can see all this information out here, and I can save this directly to my documents. What I hated the most, and this is a little bit different because you can see right here, this is all markdown, I believe. And so I don't actually, anyways, so this would be like obviously bolded and so on. We have to, I can see right now there's some fixes we need to do right here. We just updated some things last night. So this, it typically would take this whole entire conversation here and it would make it look like this. But let's just say, for instance, that it did do what I wanted it to do. You'd go here to save document, and then you put it in what folder you want to put it in. So we got Nile Eddy, and we would then give it the name and so on. It would go directly into that document. So therefore, now I don't have to go back to this. I found some things I really wanted to use. And it's, again, it's going to help things get smarter and smarter. But you don't want to like just add everything, because then if everything's important, then nothing's important. All right, it says, next question for you. Before we draft up 3 to 5 example sentences, I want to understand you better. What drew your spiritual journaling in the first place? What drew you to spiritual journaling in the first place? Was it a personal struggle you wanted to go through, a desire? Blah, blah, blah. As I said before, I don't think it has anything to do with journaling. It more so has to do with, we have a product that works for people that want to block EMFs. And so we have this gold necklace that people hang around their necks and they get a lot of results from it. Like, they don't have headaches, and apparently their food tastes better, and a bunch of other things. And so we're building a blog for that, but we also want to make sure we have enough information. Things are interesting for our particular niche and target market and their readers. Sometimes you got to kind of guide it back, because when we're doing our market research, it's like looking here and it's using this information to believe this is what we're talking about. So we're just kind of guiding it back to where it needs to go. Okay, game changer. Cool. Understand the full picture. Now selling EMF protection gold necklaces, and you're building a spiritual journaling blog as content marketing strategy to attract, engage, education, target market, and so forth. So we would just keep kind of going on with this until we got the answer that we're looking for. And then we'd go, okay, cool. We'd mark it done. And then we just move on to the next task, which would be our color palette. And so that's how this whole process works. It allows you to really get things done at a quicker, like much, much faster than what you would on your own. Does that make sense, Rory?
Yeah, it does. I mean, and this is why it's like really good you're going through this. And what you guys, we're going to be playing with this, and we have people that have other businesses and other things to go through here. We're going to be building our certification and building how to and breaking this up. We have a lot to play with. And I just want you guys to see this. Like, I've been dying for us to go through this, Locke. Dying.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. This is taking a lot to get here.
But also, you guys, as you're building all this, you're learning and you're compiling things, and you literally are building a brain that's going to be used for everything as we go forward. So like he's doing a great job of what, like on the content direction and everything in there. This is what we get to explore. Like I can see where it can go, and there's so much more that I'm not seeing. I know that, because every time you get on here, I'm like going, oh, I haven't done that yet. And so
yeah. Well, what's interesting about Pono in general is it's all use case by use case, right? Like I've never once ever put anything in there about, hey, I run a whole thing and all I do is blogging, right? It's not what I personally do. So in order to do that, like we really thought this up in the moment. But the problem when you're using something like AI, like most AI systems, right? If I was to say, hey, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm creating, it doesn't let me think things through one by one. It doesn't give me the documents I need later on to go look at. I can't turn around and assign my team to it, which is, look, I like to leverage my time. So if I'm going to do something, I need to say, hey, like I need to get this thing done, right? The other thing is when you're in your back into smart boards here, I can just come into here and basically it's like I can create a new section, and that new section, if I wanted to, could just be called like basically, let's go here. It could be called this like, you know, done, so that I know I've got something done, or I can just do a check mark. But if I come into any of these things, I can then add my own task title, give it the description, a good quality description, and then go right back into Pono. And you don't have to do it the way I'm showing you. You can literally add your own if you want to, right? So again, step by step, you can tie it to your calendar, which is fantastic. And then when we jump into something like a roadmap is something, it's a lot more extensive project. It's something that you're going to be doing over a long period of time. And so, and I'll let you guys kind of get in here and build this. You'll see. But it will allow you to, let me see if I have one here, I think. What it's going to do, because it's going to ask you a bunch of questions. Again, everything is about clarifying everything like completely, right? That's the whole deal. So you can see we have all kinds of different things in this one. But if we come down to our roadmap here, let's see, did I build? Yeah, okay. Strategic execution roadmap. Let's do strategic funding acquisition. Let's see if this one's in here. All right. So I already answered the questions. And what it does, it creates a summary of what that project is. So this is this is our to secure $30 million in funding, and then expected challenges we might have going through it, and then the impact our company might have by doing so, right? By securing, $30 million. But then down each one of these is a section of what needs to be done. So financial assessment and planning. So what I need to do is I also need to make a document, a financial assessment report document. So I'd create a document like, I just come into here, click this button, and it will walk me through and ask me questions about this particular thing, right? So can you please provide me more details about the purpose of this document and the target audience, blah, blah, blah. So I would tell it, hey, this is what I need to do. And this is why. All of these things, though, is somewhat for some people, unless you really love business and you really love getting things done. Sometimes it's like watching paint dry a little bit, because it's like, okay, it's because it's working so much in the background. There's multiple agents putting these things together, because we didn't want to just accept the first answer, because I think it's a problem with a lot of the AI models currently right now, is that it just gives you something quickly, but it doesn't actually dig. And so, but the only way we can dig, and why I believe what's the difference in what we're doing here, is we're empowering human beings and not just having rely strictly on AI itself. This is getting them to think, this is getting them to act, and it's getting them to do more work, and work that's meaningful for them. So each one of these sections, you can see it's like, okay, here's a project for future financial scenarios, compile financial assessment reports, identify cost-saving opportunities, review current financial statements. And then, again, I would add these to my smart board, and all this information would go into the project. And it would tell me like, okay, this is what I think, how long I think it's going to, for you to get this thing done. Same thing is true here. So you have your business plan optimization, right? So again, it goes into the purpose of what we're doing, the drafts of what we're doing. And so that's pretty cool. And then if you want to come in and you're like, look, I just need to create a document, we have about 375 different documents, from everything from brand strategy to budget planning to cash flow management to data management, direct mail, exit strategy and so forth. All this stuff right now will be written in a business tone. So this isn't something you're going to use to like write ad copy or do something really creative that way. We are changing some things though to be able to do that a little bit more based upon the feedback we've gotten from our customers. But right now it strictly focuses on business. And then when you come into here, what happens is the moment that you set up a brand brain, what it says, oh, hold on one second. I'm in the wrong one. Let's go back to Nile. So it makes a little bit more sense and something more aggressive. That's what's cool about it though. Like you can see how aggressive we were talking from a corporate business with 100 employees versus something like running a one-man or 2 people blog. So this is what it says. It says, okay, I think just combine those for some reason. Let's see. Botanics. Let me see if I can just refresh. And I'm working on an account that has 20 million different versions in it. So sometimes it gets a little, okay, there we go. Sometimes it gets a little confused. All right, so we just refresh that. So see here, we have our affiliate program coordinator, our chief customer officer. If this was us and we were running this large organization and we were doing something like we're running triple RRR, this is what we probably look: mentorship program director. We want lifestyle integration consultants, SEO content manager. So all of these has the information about what you're currently doing. Now, eventually, and I say this eventually because it's probably 4 to 6 months out, all of these will be agentic agents, which means they'll be able to go to the boards and automatically a project manager will say, okay, all of these teams, this is who I have access to, and I now need someone to go do this thing. And then we'll be training agents. There's a whole other strategy behind all of this, but it's important for everybody to kind of get their feet wet right now to know how to do it and start to take action. Like, figure out a way for yourself that you can use this to be able to empower yourself, to be able to make sure that at the end of the week, like, you start off the beginning of the week, what's my problem? Middle of the week, you kind of like analyze and you say, okay, this is what I've gotten done so far. But by the end of the week, you've actually shipped something because we're using intelligence that we've never had access to before in our entire lives. And so now we can take action quicker and faster than we've ever had in our entire lives. And so as long as we follow that path, because it knows more than what we know a lot of ways, but we still keep the human involved in all these things, if that makes sense.
Hey Don, if I could just add a couple things, I will
Yeah,
say this,
please.
that
This is why you're here, my friend.
yeah, so the best way of using Pono is actually using it.
Yep.
It gets smarter by every input that you put in it. It gets smarter. It remembers what you're inputting, and it will be used until you tell it not to. Like, an example is other AIs. It will remember that you said that I like ice cream, right? Well, let's pretend that you become allergic to ice cream for whatever reason, and now you say, I don't like ice cream anymore, right? And then now the difference is Pono will remember that fact. Other AI platforms will not remember that fact because you told it. And it doesn't have a way of being able to tell, like, at what points in time something changed. Because in business, things change all the time, and that's what's proprietary about Pono. That's what makes us really special. Because as business operations and as businesses are in an ever changing environment, we lose people. And the best part about using Pono is we don't lose the knowledge that you lose when you let someone go, or when someone finds another job, or something to that effect. The knowledge is built right into Pono, and in fact, the next person that comes will be able to pick up right where they left off. No matter what it is that they're doing, no matter what it is they're working on, Pono is meant to be worked from every department. Every department everywhere can use Pono. A lot of the testers in our initial beta and everywhere that we've been so far, I mean, the best case has always been getting the entire company to, find a way to use Pono, using the chat features, tracking the projects, and using the assistants to help do the work. The fact is that this is the only system out in the world that gives you the ability to use entry level employees to do expert level work without taking on, hiring experts and hiring, very high dollar consultants anywhere, because Pono takes that burden off of you at literally a fraction of the price. So that's one of the important parts about Pono. I'll also share this. It is always changing. Don, if you'll go to the brand brain screen here, I'll show you guys something else. So let's click on, the Now Eddie, for example. This right now, we're only on tier 0. The more information that we will put into this, like, for example, when you hit add a new category, this works really well when you would do things like sales and marketing, how we generate clients, our financials, how we, the way and the process in which we do things. So if I were to put sales and marketing here, um, or something to that effect, the questions that the AI would have would be specifically related to this category. And this could be something like, to regular businesses, how do you do lead generation? What's working? What's not working? What processes do you employ when you're wanting to bring on new clients? What's that sales timeline look like? And the more that we will answer these questions, and by the way, any inputs you can answer them with chat. You can also hit this cool little write it for me here. Hit that
Jones,
write it for me on this
I
first one.
will. I want to point out something. Do you remember how we said in the brand
Yeah.
brain that we're
Uh-huh.
tracking women that are 40 plus? Look, what are the
Yep.
most effective marketing channels you currently use to reach your target audience at stay at home women at 40 plus, which is exactly what we have in the brand brain.
Mhm.
So it
Yep.
gears the questions around what it knows, and it continues to get smarter and smarter. The most effective marketing channels we use to reach our target audience to stay at home women 40 and up include performance blogging, social media platforms, referrals with our existing network. Performance blogging is a cornerstone of our approach, driving organic traffic through SEO-friendly content resonates with our target marketing. Social media allows us to engage directly with potential team members and clients, showcasing real stories and evidence of success in family first work from home lifestyles. Additionally, referrals play a critical role as they come from trusted relationships, allowing us to grow authentically and connect with women who are seeking a proven and reliable path for earning from home. So it knows literally that it's not about targeting people for a product. It's about how do we find people that are looking to authentically connect and make money from home.
I couldn't have said that better.
Yeah, and then you can always, of course, you can edit it, change it. But what you'll notice is the more of these questions that you answer, what you're effectively doing is you're growing that brand brain from tier 0 to tier 1 to tier 2. And the higher that tier is, because of the more that you're using it, the smarter that your system will become. And, I mean, you're talking about already at tier 0, we can create very complex documents that, involve very complex research and, so forth and so on. You're talking about 50-page documents, and this works very well for agency style, B2B style marketing that, Rory is probably very familiar with. They want to get uh, sales proposals. They want to get things like market research done before they start investing a whole lot of money into marketing. I mean, and this is perfect for things like that. So the more that you're able to expand that brand brain, the smarter it gets, the more effective that pony will be for you.
Yeah, and you can see even here when we're looking at, okay, what strategies do you use to differentiate your service from competitors with Roy Rickard's performance blogging network? And then you had said, Niall, that, hey, listen, like I got 35 years here. So it says right here, proven systems live proof, which is true. Unlike many others, we don't just teach methodologies, we embody it with over 40 or 35 years of firsthand experience working from home successfully and implementing the performance blogging system. My wife and I, so like think about like the more it knows about you, this is why this is important, the smarter it gets. Now, the other thing to think about this too. So one of the biggest things in business when you're creating a product, and why I've made pretty good money over the years is I've always tried to find products that people do a couple things with. One, that they use and that they value, and that they'll use next month and the following month and the following month, because it's difficult to get a client, right? It's really, sometimes you actually lose money trying to get a client the very first time. And so over a long time, the lifetime value is what you're looking for. Now imagine if you just spent the last 6 months building out your brand brain where it knows you, it knows your business, it understands things like, you've corrected it where it didn't know some things. You're like, hey, you didn't know this? Like we talked about this before, because sometimes you have to kind of reiterate some things that you might've told it, but eventually it gets to know you so well that you're like, wow, I couldn't imagine running my business without Pono, because Pono knows me so well. It knows my business. It understands these things. And then not just you, your team members. Recently when ChatGPT 4.0 went away, I had a lot of people in my network like reaching out to me like, did you know it's going away? I use this all the time. I communicate with it. I can't believe it's not, like, I don't even know what to do. Like there was a whole outreach of just really angry people that model particular was going away. And so, it goes to show once we start working with technology a little bit and it's helping us, we form a relationship with it because it's helping us so that we can get back to the things that are important to us, that which we were talking about at the beginning of this conversation. So that helps with retention because, there's no other system where you're going to go do what we're doing here. And it's going to know, can you describe a typical customer's journey? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure what it looks like. I would guess. From marketing to advertising to blogs, like it would all, kind of go in there. Niall Eddy, our typical customer journey begins with a potential client from a team member first encountered us through our blogging network, right? Going through our content. They go through your contact phase. They engage with our content, outline the benefits, performance blogging, emphasis of lifestyle freedom. And maybe that's not exactly how this works out, but it's just making assumptions, of course. But eventually, once you train it, it knows more. Once the interest is peaked, and they usually reach out for more information. After the exploratory phase, the next step involves onboarding sessions, and then following quickly, new member receives personalization training, which is true. And as they see success, they feel supported and so on. So now we take all this information. What feedback have you received from your current customer or current clients and team members that has influenced your sales and marketing strategies? I don't know what those would be. But you can see as we start to add more and more and we save this to the brain, now it knows these things. So we're at a very exciting time when it comes to technology at the moment. We're at a place right now we've never been before in history. And so if you think about all of the SMBs, small businesses, they need things like this to organize themselves. You have a lot of individuals right now that are in their 50s, 60s, 70s that they want to retire, but they don't know what to do. They don't have any quote unquote SOPs on how to run things. But if they were to run their whole business through something like Pono and they were going to sell it, now they have an operating system that someone could take over and run their company. There's just a lot of benefits of being able to make sure you keep yourself organized. And, we're continuing to find those benefits. We're continuing to tweak on these things and learn things and add new technologies that are making it better and better and better. And that's why we waited a year before we even, we relaunched this out, because we were so frustrated with the context and basically the flushing of memory, that we knew it wouldn't be something that customers could actually rely on. And I wanted to make sure, Jonathan wanted to make sure that it was something that people could use that would change their life, not just a simple heavy weight of another system or another tool that they had that just collects dust. And then they go like, I'm not really using this thing. So I'm sure you guys have all kinds of ideas and thoughts and all kinds of different ways that you guys can use this yourself. There's a lot more tools coming in the next couple months that I will tell you this, for anybody that believes in Pono, works with Pono, you'll be happy that you did, because you're going to see us continuing to grow, and you're going to see that we listen to our customers, and more importantly, that we're going to continue to push the boundaries of what is possible inside of co-creating with AI and technology.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump in here. Does Niall have his brain? Is he able to access his brand brain now?
He won't be able to access this one. This is on my account. No.
Okay. Are we able to move those to his, or he's gonna need to set it up?
Yeah, we can transfer this ownership right here.
Oh, okay.
But if I do that, all the information I've been putting in here, I don't know how much he's going to be like, hey, listen, I want to go do a spiritual, blog or whatever.
Oh, right. Okay, no, that's fine. I was just
What we'll do is we'll rebuild it real quick. Jonathan will.
I will just share access to Niall. I'll get with Niall after this, and then I'll make sure he gets access to this account again.
Yep.
And you said I could edit all of that anyway, right?
Yes. Correct. You'll be able to update it.
Yeah, transfer it, because it sounded great to me.
Yeah,
I know.
It's a good starting point. Like, it's a great
Locke. I know Locke didn't take the time. He didn't have enough time to tip all that up. So it took that little bit that I said and turned it into that, right?
No, I want to make sure I'm clear on that. That's not true. Let me show you. Just because I want to make sure I believe in what we say is what we actually do.
Right.
This right here, we went in and personally updated all these things based upon your conversation that we had. I had Jonathan record those things, so we had them. We then took the highlight points and we personally went in and redid all these ourselves, because you can see all this stuff. This is what you put in. This is what you put in, right, Jonathan? Is all this?
Yeah, I'll say this. It's super, super important. I mean, that we will give as much information to the AI when we're going through this onboarding, that onboarding call. And from the from the moment you started sharing information, I knew that we weren't going to have enough. So what I did is I went back and I was coming behind you to fill in some of the areas that would not have enough, and that's what broke your account. But um, this way that it yeah, this way that it's filled out here, this right here is a little bit more kind of enhanced version of it. If you will, like, if users will just kind of share naturally what their, answer the questions naturally that they were asked,
Yeah.
it should be just fine, but just like one sentence business descriptions won't work best. It will
Yeah.
still
All
work,
right.
but it just won't work best. So
No need to transfer that. I'll just do the whole thing over. And I guess I have to hand the trophy back to Jonathan then. Right?
You
So
broke up.
so
I
I'll
couldn't
get
hear what you
your
were saying, bud.
I'll get your account passed back over to you though.
No, I mean I have to hand the trophy back over to you.
So, do we have any questions from everybody? I'm just kind of curious here. We have I want to make sure we answer those beforehand. I know we covered a lot today. I know, and there's a lot more there's actually truly a lot more to cover. But I think the biggest thing is like, it's getting in there and playing with it. It's using it and seeing like, how does that apply to me? How does this apply to my business? I mean, some of you guys might have other businesses outside of just doing blogging, right? So how would you put that to your business? The more information you give it, the more it's going to help you, get those things done on your guys' end. So, do you have any questions?
Hey, Locke, did you give me the starting questions? Because I want to put a lot more things they can use.
Yep, I can definitely get those to you very quickly here.
Yes, I'm sending those to you.
Yep.
Oh, perfect.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's, I hope that, for everybody that took their Saturday today, and I know you guys, I know you guys do this every Saturday. So, and I know you get a lot of value from Rory, because I've gotten a lot of value from the knowledge he's given me over the years, that this for you guys was something exciting for you. I know that it was something you hadn't seen before, that you see the vision of how we can help people get out of the machine. The other thing to note too, is we work really, really hard on this one thing, which I'll show you right now. Let's see, hold on. And wait, there's more. Just kidding.
I don't know if my brain can handle anymore.
Well, that's why we do it in doses. I want to
Yeah, see, so you can run the whole entire operation from your phone, and then in the next couple months we'll have an Apple app coming out. We're just waiting on the approval, and then we'll have Google Play as well. So my belief is that most of us are operating from these things all day long. I want to make sure if you're on an airplane, I want to make sure wherever you're at, that you have the ability, when a thought comes to you, that you can do something with this thought, that no longer do your dreams and ideas and, what should I do stays inside of you, that you actually can do something with it. But if you're picking up Pono, you're picking up Pono with the one intention, that is to get things done. You're not picking it up just because, you want to talk about, I don't know, something that is on your mind and you need a therapist, but it also will talk to you that way too. But frankly, it's just more so like, if I had access to these strategists, right? And Kim, if I had access to these types of strategies, if I had these types of people in my business, like what would I do with them? What questions would I ask? And all of the agents themselves, they're small agents, they're not self-automated agents. They all have access to the same tools. So you can say, hey, I just talked to you about this long thing. Can you now take this and put it into a smartboard for me so I can take action on this? So then we can start talking when you guys are in the group, which you guys can jump into on Facebook if you'd like. And again, we're just barely starting it up. You'll see me. I've made an apology from a year ago where I said, hey, sorry guys, I disappeared so I can build something. But you guys can go in that group and you can then see, and we can start having conversations of what you guys are actually doing. We'd love to have your input. We'd love to see what you guys come up with. We'd love to learn together, because this technology is really interesting. It's like something I've never been part of before, because as the brand brain grows, as the tools grow, as your knowledge grows, it gets smarter and it starts thinking about things and you start thinking about things. And so it's this really it's exploring another dimension of business that I've never seen, like I've never seen at my fingertips, you know? What I think that most people do so much in business is, we forget what it's like to be a kid. And what I mean by that is that if you go tell a child and they say, hey, mom, dad, I need to make some extra money. And they say, oh, you're like, no problem. What are you going to do? Go sell lemonade? But you're not going to go research how to sell lemonade. You're not going to go like put a dissertation together for sell lemonade. You're going to have some sugar. You're going to find out how to make it. And you're going to go outside and you're going to sit on the corner and you're going to do the work. Or you might knock doors and go, basically clean or go mow the lawn. Or, if you're in Utah, some years you're going to clean up snow. What I mean by that is all it takes is to take committed action and to learn from your mistakes along the way, but stop getting an ideation or researching because you're never, ever, ever going to make money that way. And so it's just getting people out of all that ideation and getting everything they need to know at their fingertips so that they really can be successful. And I want to see many, 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 many people, millions of people become successful because they stopped ideating and they start empowering themselves. They start empowering their team. So I hope you guys all can see this vision. The vision's a big one. But it's
I told you guys there's a lot behind this. Like it's going to take
one.
us a little bit to get you guys to understand, catch up to where it's at. That's why just having the long discussion was necessary.
Yeah.
So I think if we I'm going to spell out the questions that you guys can answer as a RRR person. You can add your own stuff into it, of course, but just so you guys are a little more prepped.
Right.
We're going to get that coupon code so we can take advantage of the $29.99 versus the $49.99. Gives us an advantage when we go market. So one thing that we didn't mention about that, and this is something we've been talking about this for a long time. So I was reviewing my notes while you're going through stuff, trying to find the points out there. You guys, one of the best things we've ever done to market is when we actually, I don't want to call it, it's kind of is a coupon code, but we want to lock them in that they use our code versus trying to go to direct to Pono. Right. So we want to give them that, that code. They can get that better price at and lock them in because, the lifetime of a client in a program like this could be very fun. And you guys will see when you're using it yourself. Once you start really understanding where you can go with it, what you can ask it, and what you can get it to do, it will become part of your time-saving journey, but also we're learning, right? So we can explain it to more. We all gotta venture into this a little bit. And the better we can use it to like create blog pages, that's where we can win immediately as performance bloggers and go on there. All right, you guys. Okay, so I'm going to answer that. I see you on there now. I think it's now. Is that who's sharing the screen? Is that you, Locke?
Yeah. I'm
right.
sure. Let me.
So the word I was looking for, and thank you, Daniel, is hallucination.
Yep. And it's also context drift as well.
Context drift, yep. But hallucination was the word I was trying to find. I can't remember on the top of my head. We don't have that issue when you're using Pono that I've seen because it doesn't start inventing things. It doesn't. We need to put more things into it to go forward. It's not going to invent things for us. So garbage in, garbage out, like we stated. And when you're doing the setup, the more you can put in there, the better. So think it out, and we're gonna have a little bit of a heads up because here's the questions.
So to answer your question, Candace, as far as so instead of going through like this whole onboarding process that you're talking about, can it just go and do the website scrape? We attempted that several different times. And the problem is there's a lot of information that's not on a website for most people. Their partners, when it was funded, like all this stuff. And so we found that it broke it over and over and over, even though I wanted to do it that way. I thought it'd been the smartest way to do it, but it simply wasn't able to do things that way. So just to let you know, I wanted
Could
to just
we
answer that question.
insert one URL, like for it to read one page of our website, I guess, then? Would that be okay?
Yeah, you can go in. So it just you won't use that for like a brand brain. Like, you know what I mean? That's not what that's going to do, but you can definitely put it in there and say, hey, go look at my website and take a look at it, or whatever you want to do. For sure. You can go do the research. If it just depends, as long as it's searchable, which if you guys are doing what you're doing, I mean, it should be searchable with SEO. So
Yeah, Kenneth, I mean, we'll try some different use cases and see what we get out of it, right? Like, they haven't, you'll really understand it. Like, that's a great question for what we do. I mean, I know I do that on a,
With any other AI, right?
yeah, I do it all the time that way. But you know, when you're breaking down, like, here's the context that we're trying to build, here's what we're looking for, you know, anything we can do to get that content to where it's better for what Google's looking for, we're gonna win. And I'm still trying to figure out that, because I feel like it's a moving target. But you know, when you have the right article and it hits, I mean, you can get, you know, hundreds of thousands of new visitors, you know, a year, a month, a day, a week, an hour, by having that done right. And that's always something. The more we can figure that out, the better we do at everything we're trying to do, right? So I love the questions on it. I also like that we're going to test it. We're going to see what it does, and we'll figure out a way that, you know, we're always going to find out the best way to get where we want to go. It's just, we got a lot of new tools to play with.
yeah. And then to answer your question on the privacy side of things, we will take all, so I'll explain why in a second, but we take all the information, all the data that comes through, and we will then be feeding it to small language models. The reason we do that is because we're trying to get the models smarter. A lot of people think that if you have bigger models, that they are smarter, which in reality, I can see why that works. But we're so focused in one direction, which is business owners and their problems, that we're condensing all that down so we can all learn together. And when you're using other models, like, I'm going to be very clear on this, we're not going out there and building our own models. Like, that's a 100 million. I mean, it's a big, I mean, way more money than what I put into AI. We use models and we stack them on top of each other. And then we use API calls and we use different databases, and we're pulling information in constantly. But as far as, let's say, for instance, you put in some kind of idea about a business that you want to do or whatever, right? By the way, everything now with AI is, I mean, it doesn't matter what you have. If it's on the internet somewhere, it's in an AI system, I think, at this point in time. But we're never going to take those ideas and do anything with them. Like, I'm never going to go through any of that stuff. But in order to create a brand brain, I have to put the information somewhere. It has to go in a database somewhere, right? Like, there's no way for me to say, oh, yeah, it's magic. It just goes up into this place where there's no access to any data points. But as far as us going in and reading any of it or learning it that way, no. But you have to have a lot of information to be able to train these models. And the reason I want to do that eventually is to make sure that the models get smarter and smarter. And we do build our own models that we can self-host, which will get us away from some of the things with data privacy and so on. I think that's the future. We're just simply not there at the moment in time. So I don't want to pretend that, you know, we're not using that information, but we're purposely not sending it. If we have the ability to opt out on any of the models, we don't send the information to the actual, you know, basically the providers. If that makes sense.
I have a pretty good rule of thumb. I like that term. You guys know that now. With my information, and I was just in a conversation about this. I don't share anything that I don't want out there in the world anyway. Like, I assume, like as much as security is in place and they put these things there, we're dealing with a whole new element. And there's a lot of legal things going on right now with AI in general, with privacy and where things are at. But, you know, you put things in there, and, you know, if you don't want to answer it, just don't.
We know that being online marketers, right? If you don't want it out there, don't put it on the internet.
Yep.
I mean, that's almost like obvious. Yeah.
Treat that the same, right? So, like, I'm not going to go into, you know, this is why I don't go if every personal issue I have, I don't go share on social media. Because why? Like, do I want that to be out there forever? Remember, the internet doesn't forget. You know, AI might hallucinate, but the original information is somewhere.
But
Okay,
I'm
Victor,
very interested in what you had for dinner.
sorry, Niall. Victoria asked a question. If we already have a brand brain that we have done already with ChatGPT or other tools, can we download it to the tool? The answer is that you can go in. I'll show you just real quick so you can see. But yes, and again, make sure. I challenge. So what I've seen happen before is that people take all this crap that they've generated with AI. It's not well thought out. It's not great, and they put it directly into our system. And again, when you don't get the results you want, like please know that that's might be why. So if we come into here and you go into your knowledge, or you go back into your brand brain, you're going to see here that you have. We'll go back into Nile again. Your knowledge base. This is where you would add things. You could create a folder if you want to, which I suggest. So whatever that folder would be, like if it was like my like my brand brain right here. Let's call it VB. Let's see. I could create this, and then once I create this, I click here, and then I would upload whatever I want into here. That way I can go back and find it, or I can add a note. So I can easily just put a note here or a document, right? So it makes it easier, to do that. Oh, and then also just to note too, when you are in your files and you're looking at your documents, actually, let's go back here. When you're looking at your documents, what it's doing, just so that you're all aware, we made this on purpose, but it's using your Google Docs because it's making sure those Google Docs are saved in your actual folders and files for you to be able to edit, change, whatever, manipulate, whatever you want to do with those things. But it does go directly into your Google Docs, which I will show you right now. So anything that is saved inside of Pono, whatever Google the account you have it saved to, those files will go directly into Google Docs. So like all of this stuff right here, any of these files are sitting inside of my Google Docs at the moment, right? Project management, whatever I'm looking for. If we look at, let's see, when was that one? 19th, that was yesterday, I think, yeah, 17th. And I want to show you something else too. If we look at this document here, strategic playbook, again, these documents are pretty, like, they're not an inexpensive document, right? When it comes to credits, this is a 50-page document on using what came from my strategic plan that I did over on my smartboard over here, and I turned it into a strategic plan that I could turn around and I could build it into whatever I wanted to. So I was showing you guys here before, like if I wanted to create a trip, actually that's not the right one. If I wanted to create a trip to, is that the same one? To Salt Lake City, if I was here, actually, it was not the right one. It's this one. Somewhere here, I think it was day. Yeah, there we are. Somewhere, weekly blocks, FTA establishment. Maybe it's not this one. Anyways, oh, there it is. I could make a document out of this, right? Just as easy. Like I can do it right here. I don't have to go build it in something that I just showed you before, because this is way less credits, way less credits. If you run it through our document creator, I want you to understand that it is building everything out. It's like a 20-minute, sometimes couple-hour process. It is looking at every little tiny section, and it's making sure that it would be something that you would hand in if you were working for a large corporation or company. Yes, you still want to make sure you go back and look it over again. Like, don't take everything, just be like, oh, it looks good, great. Look it over, because it might have missed something. It might have miscalculated a number potentially if it didn't understand something or made an assessment, or it might have been something in your brand brain that it didn't know that wasn't relevant anymore, right? So you can see all these things. Also, just so that you know, you could also take all this stuff too, and I could say something like, can you please, like you come in here and just say, please add this to my sub tasks. It goes one level deep, which means if it will come up here and will add subtasks to your documents if you need them, right? You can also, add information here, like if you have staff members and so on, so you can communicate back and forth. Where should the subtask be called? I'm going to just add it to this board. This board. So typically we will see if it knows what to do at this point in time. Happy to add some to okay, for example. So anyway, so it's going to keep going on, and then it will add these to the documents there, just so that we're kind of aware what we're looking at that way. All right, going back to Naledi. Okay, perfect. Makes sense?
Let's see.
Yeah, Debbie, it's Jonathan, will you do me a favor just from asking this question? It's a good one that Debbie asked, is like, is this secure? So understand, like, we've used, so when you get into Google, you actually have to, when you sign up and you go into the docs, it will look if you already have a Google account signed, right? Already signed into your browser, right? Into Google Chrome. If not, it goes directly into your, it will ask you to sign up with your Gmail, and then it will go directly into your Google Docs. Way to see the credits being used while working? Yes. You go right here, and you can see them working under transition or transactions. So if we go here real quick, I'll share my screen again. Okay, so if we come up here and we go to transact credits right here and click on that, you'll be able to see your transaction history right here. We're also changing this up a little bit where you'll be able to see what your credits are. So here's the details of this. So you can see project assignment. So sometimes if you're like, is it doing something? Because sometimes you might not know. You can come in here and you can see it running, and it moves pretty fast. I mean, you can see 1148, 200 credits, 1148, 10 credits, like 1148, 137 credits. Like it moves quickly because it's doing a lot of reasoning and a lot of inputs and outputs of tokens. Let's see, while we're in here, this is your account details. This is the team that you have. So if I had a team set up, this is where they would sit in. These are notifications. This is where you can turn off any notifications, because sometimes when you come in, it will tell you like a document's done if you've done a chat. Like we wanted to make sure that it's set up for organizations, but on an individual plan, I would turn most of them off because they kind of get annoying. Just but we have them there anyways. Your current subscriptions are right here too. So you can see pay as you go. Here's your credits. Here's how many team members I have access to, which is 1,000. That is not what you guys will. This is all testing, of course. 990 brand brains. So, this is not going to be the same thing. Here's all the history again, like we talked about. Here's the available plans. So they go up to, $5,000 a month for larger organizations and corporations. Terms and conditions about us and so forth. So a couple things are still being updated. Again, we haven't really done a launch publicly about this right now. This is something I'm only doing right now with a small group of people, and and you guys as well. Because Roy asked me and said, "Hey," I go, "I don't know about yet." And he goes, "No, I'm getting this to my people. I think they'll be really excited about this." I said, "Okay, well, I'll take you at face value there."
I mean, there's so much to learn and understand. I think just getting under it's better than waiting and waiting and waiting. And it's good enough to go to market. It's just going to get better. And if we're part of the process getting better, that means we have the knowledge that no one else has, right? Like we know how to drive the car before people even know what a car is. And people understand that there's AI components. They understand some chat stuff. But I mean, you guys are seeing this going, oh my gosh, there's a lot more here than, this isn't just a chat request and you get a response back. This is doing absolute functions.
Yeah. And everything, yes. Anything you do inside of Pono, anytime you interact with AI, it takes credits. If it's thinking, it's taking credits. If it's going and doing research, it's taking credits. If it's just like, it's like this, very easy to say. If anytime your car is running, it takes gas. It's the same thing is true with AI. Anytime that the models or the agents or a task is being done, it takes credits. That's excellent, Nylan.
Hey,
Deanna.
Rory, I sent over that code, Rory.
Oh, thank you.
Jonathan, will you explain the way, just because I don't know if I did it justice. The conversation was, hey, listen, if you're using, if you guys are using Google, right, and the documents are going
Yeah.
directly to Google Docs,
Yeah.
is that secure and why?
Yeah. So actually, unless you will share the link yourself to that Google document, or you're logged in somehow to someone else's Google document, it is secure. Once we pass the document off to you, it's essentially in your Google Doc. I mean, see, we're using the same authentication that even, Google's using, and they've got a billion-dollar tech team behind them with their security. If you have someone else sharing your Google account, I mean, you best better believe it. They're probably going to see it. So it's probably best not to share a Google account. But I mean, we're using the same authentication, the same 256-bit security that, even banks are using. So all of your
Thank you.
data is protected.
And to go back, I understand that this can be a little overwhelming, right? I'm reading some of these some of these comments. I get it, right? Like sometimes I go through it and I'm like, oh man, this is a lot. Like we didn't build a little small tool. It cost millions to build this thing, but we built it because we knew what business owners wanted. And I've flown all over the world, literally, interviewing people from all kinds of businesses. I'll run a show called The Spiritual Capitalist, and I talk to founders and people that exit their companies and all kinds of things. And in that process, I was showing them the tools and saying, okay, like, what do you think? Like, what do we need to add? What do we need to subtract? And because you're dealing with so many different pieces of code, and you're dealing with so many different things it needs to do, and you're trying to help as many people as you can, the biggest thing is trying to simplify down a UI that makes sense to everybody that they can use really easily. And I just want you to know, is you talk to Pono like you would anybody else, just like a friend, right? So there was a question here is like, hey, can it help me source supplies? Well, the more information you give it about where your supplies are coming from, it may be able to do that. Now, have I sourced supplies with it? No, I haven't. So do I know that to be true? I absolutely don't. However, what I know about Pono in general is that you just keep testing it to see what it can do. And it may not always come back with the right thing. Like, you got to think about it this way. AI in a way is like a really, really smart employee. I mean, but when they start off in your company, they know nothing about your company. So you have to train them. You have to teach them. When you start off with RRR, you don't know anything about it. Like, you have to learn about it. And so if you teach your brand brain, if you teach Pono about you, and you teach it about how to do things and how to think about things, and it brings you something back, and you say, no, that's not exactly what I needed, or this isn't what I wanted, or can you help me better understand this? Right? So it's not about prompting. Everybody wants to prompt. You do not have to prompt Pono, first and foremost. Don't prompt Pono. It doesn't make as much sense because it has so much reasoning with it. It already has so much context. So you ask it deeper questions as if you just hired on somebody. Like, let me tell you about our company, or do you know about this, or do you understand about that? And sometimes it might, and sometimes it might not quite get it. So you have to kind of reinforce it. So it does take some time. But if you hire on a VA, I don't know how many people have VAs here, have ever worked with a VA, a virtual assistant. Okay. Kim, it takes a while, right? Like, you have to show them and teach them and give them the tools and give them videos and a bunch of things. The difference here is that you can give your VA access to Pono, and you have gone through as a project manager and you've looked at it, like you've double checked them and like, yep, this makes sense. Now I'm going to hand it off to my VA, because that's what we do internally. We also, there's some things I'll show you guys in the next couple of weeks. It's really amazing how you can take full-on trainings and you can put them inside of Pono, and it will give you a step-by-step roadmap on how to learn that, how to accomplish that, and to get all the information so that you can, do more with it. But I do understand it's like drinking from a fire hose. But the simplest way of thinking about it is making sure you build your brand brain the right way, and then focusing on one thing. And that one thing is, what is your biggest problem you're trying to solve? If you think about it this way, if you take a business or whatever you're doing in life, I don't care what it is, what is the thing that you can do that's going to move 80% of your business or your life forward? What's that one thing, if you just did that this week, that it would change everything? And then you do the same thing the following week, and you just kind of keep whittling it down. Like, when Rory's thinking about things, he's like, okay, like he told you before, the leads right now don't work. Okay, what's the one thing I could do to help empower the people of RRR? I got to figure out a way to get the leads to work. That's going to be my biggest thing that's going to move everything very quickly. And so what did he do? He said, and I kept telling him, I'm like, Rory, I think it's AI, man. He's like, the world's not ready for it yet. They're not ready. And at the time I would agree with him because the technology wasn't ready for where it's at. But now it is. And so he pivots and takes a lot of time and energy to move out of that direction so that he can get out of what's not working and focus on what is working. So Rory would go in and say, hey, my biggest problem is right now is that my leads that I'm generating, they're not giving me the same type of ROI and we're not attracting the right types of people. What can I do? And then allow Pono to start asking you clarifying questions. And so you're co-creating with Pono because it's asking you questions and you're answering and giving them very detailed information. And then it's going to ask you additional questions and clarifying questions until we arrive at the end point of what the solution is. And now that we have the solution, what are we going to do? We're going to take action on that solution. There's only a couple things we can do with Pono. One, create a roadmap, which is a larger project, which again goes into the smart board. Two, create a smart board, follow each little square and direction. Or three, make a document that you could turn around and create into a smart board, or that you just might need to use in your day-to-day operations and business. So it's just really there to help people take action. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Let's see, anything else? What's the difference in reasoning between earlier AI systems and what you have created with Pono? Oh, that's interesting. Susan, so that's a great question. There is about 250,000 lines of code inside of our system. And inside of that system, there's different forms of reasoning like that you have with something like a ChatGPT or Opus or those things. They're brilliant models. They're extremely smart. For us, they're absolutely overkill. We don't need all of that power behind it because what we've done is it's more about breaking things down in smaller items. And we learned a long time ago when we were doing a lot of this work is that if you break things down in smaller items, it doesn't forget as much, which helps with the context inside of everything. So your larger things when you're talking about thinking and reasoning, it will go and do research on the internet. It brings back a bunch of resources. It takes those resources and then basically figures out its answer. Well, Pono does the same thing. We're using API calls to go out and do research. When you're building a document out, it actually does a lot of that stuff and looks at a bunch of different documents to say, okay, what is done? What looks good? What is not good? So we use some of those things. And then when you look at your agentic side, which is what we're doing on the back end as well, meaning inside of the software, it's looking at what API calls, what tools do I need in my basket that I need to go get this job done. Our internal tools, which we've built, which is more of your UI experience, and then external API calls or tools that it can go look outside of itself, if that makes sense. Did that answer your question? Let's see. Yes, that's correct, Jonathan. Thanks for answering that. So Jonathan just basically said, hey, it depends upon what you're doing. Your credits can go pretty quickly if you're building documents. Again, when I say they're not cheap, I mean, what's an average document right now, Jonathan, with some of the stuff we've been doing? I mean, I did that 50-page one yesterday, was probably what, $20?
I think it was around about $18.
Yeah.
And it really just depends on what you're doing, how much work and how deep the AI needs to go, how much research is involved. Usually documents can be between $12 and probably like $22. I mean, I haven't seen them much higher than $22, but I mean, you're talking about client ready, deliverable. You might get 99% of the document of what you're looking for. And you will not get that anywhere. Claude, ChatGPT, you will not get that anywhere.
Because remember, Roy knows me well enough to know, like, I want to sell something that has extreme value and that we're not overhyping something and that we're selling something that we give people the ability to do the same thing, because we know, look, I study AI all day long, nonstop, and look at every single new tool comes out all the time for 4 years. And so I needed to learn those things. And we need to see which is good. And constantly, Jonathan will tell you, I think I probably send him 12 tools a day and say, okay, I think this is what they're doing here. I think there's some development here. I like some of the things they've done here. This is what's not working here, because we're always analyzing the market constantly, because I want to make the tools better, not just for everybody here, but internally for our team and for all the other organizations and companies that I'm part of and nonprofits that I work with. I want to empower people like in the best way we possibly can. And so we're constantly looking at other ways of doing that. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct, Candace. Yeah. So it's like, it doesn't have to be complicated, right? It's just like, you just say, hey, this is my problem I'm going to face. You answer the questions and it will give you what you want. Like it's really simple. And then just, you want to think like, okay, if you want a map, if you want more details, if you want more details in your task board, or if you want them in bullet points or whatever, you just have to tell it like, this is what I need. This is the output that I'm looking for. This is my problem. This is the output I'm looking for. And sometimes it'll skip ahead of you and you're like, no. Like don't get so over anxious at the moment. So, and again, there's a lot of other things we're building in the background to make it better.
Right. So I'm making progress on this launching document for everybody. I have a question. So when I log into my Pono, underneath this in the settings, I do have an affiliate link. That's the same affiliate link that's the affiliate link that they go to after they're enrolled, right?
Yep. Yeah. So when you enroll, let's do this right now so I can show everybody. When you enroll, you're going to go.
Hold on one sec. I'm gonna do a take on this.
Okay.
So hold on. Let me go to I'm gonna go take on this and record it separately, because I can just put this as a quick little video, right?
Yeah, that works. That works perfect. Yeah.
So hold on a sec.
Where's it at here? Hold on 1 second, actually. Jonathan,
Yes.
did he put that link in? Maybe it's under account details.
If you go to here, I found it.
Oh, you
Like,
did? Oh, it's
if you go to, it's not like visible on the front page. You have to go to settings, and then it's right below settings.
yeah, it's in your name. Oh, that's an interesting place we put it. I thought we were actually putting it at the top here. So this happened this morning. So, we did this just for you.
No, I know you did, but I'm fine with it being right here, because I'll just here, let me show you what I'm gonna do, and then
so what you're going to do is you're going to go right here, right? So when you come into Pono, let's just open this up a little bit.
right,
Down here, you're going to see settings.
Start over.
Click on
again.
settings.
Can
It's
we
going to
record
be.
this separately?
Yep.
Can you start over?
Yep, of course.
Hold on 1 sec. Okay, go.
All right. So if you are looking to find out how to become a affiliate here, what you're going to want to do to be a referral partner is you're going to want to click on settings right here.
On the very bottom left corner. Okay.
Yep. Yes, exactly. Then at the first, at the top, you're going to see it says settings at the top, and then you're going to see a tab underneath that says account details. And if you look underneath your name, your email, and your phone number, there's going to be something that says affiliate link. What you're going to do is you're going to click on that, and that's going to bring you to First Promoter. You're going to put in your first name, your email, and your password. You're going to sign up here. And then from that point on, you'll be able to get your link, and then you can hand that out to people that are interested in signing up for Pono.
And it's a separate interface. You guys will see that. But when we refer our teams in, they got to sign up for Pono first using the coupon code. It's great. And then they're going to go here and get their code that they can use to refer people into Pono. So that's the process. So here, I'll hold on 1 second on my side. And then First Promoter.
Oh, Sony, I don't know if you were you here the whole time for the presentation that we just did regarding.
Hold on one second on this. Hold on one second.
Sorry about that, Roy. I was just answering this question.
No, you're good. Just give me 1 second. You guys can't see my screen right now, but I'm recording on a separate thing. Just bear with me a second. Once you get that set up, you're going to be able to log into your first promoter account. And this is where your home would be, your referrals, commissions, payouts, and you can set it up to get paid. This will show everything that's here. And I'm showing you
Share screen.
a brand new one. Dina, I said I'm recording on a separate thing. You guys can't see it. I'm just trying to get it ready so it's clear. So hold on. Hold on a sec. All right. So once you get your setup in First Promoter, you're going to be able to log in and you're going to see a screen like this where you got your home, referrals, commissions, payouts, assets, and reports. You know, what's the most important thing is you get your payout set. I set mine to, it's for PayPal. You'll go ahead and set that up there. You got all your little settings and stuff here, but this is really to track your commissions, your referrals, everything that's are in here. And again, you set up in Pono first, then got this set up, and this will track everything, including our commissions for our second tier. Okay. I was just doing that separately just so I can, now I got to edit this out a little bit. I'm going to get this added to our sign-up sheet so you guys can kind of see it and just kind of walk people through it. I'm just trying to get this so we can get launched with this right away. So bear with me. Locke, you can pick up where you were with that.
Tony, were you here the entire time where we were going through the process and talking about how Pono works and the
yeah,
system?
let me answer this. Sonny, you're asking a great question. We answer this in very, very long, detailed information. So if you missed the training, you just go back and review it because it's not a quick answer. It's way different, and why it's different is important to understand. Go back and study that. Like, yeah, if you guys are coming in late or you missed part of this, we covered a lot of things. I want to say to review it. I'm going to build some training information from what we did today, so we all can get caught up as we go forward. Great questions, and that's why we were trying to answer them before.
Yes. Yeah, Copilot's great. Like, I want you guys to know, like, I use AI. I spend several $1,000s a month on AI tools, right? So I think they all have their place. I think the problem, though, even though I love Claude, I'm a big fan of it. I use stuff like OpenClaw. There's so many things that I use, which are really great tools. ChatGPT. The one thing I like about ChatGPT right now is their pro model where you get to talk to it. It's really actually gotten pretty smart. Some of the new stuff that come out with Opus is fantastic. There's things that's come out with Cdance when it comes to videos and audio and 11 Labs. I mean, we use a lot of tools internally in the company. When it comes to coding, I think there's certain tools that you want to use. Codex is great for it. Anthropic is great for it. The problem with all those tools is that they're chat windows, and they're just lots and lots and lots and lots of chat windows, but they don't get you really taking action. They're great if you're going to do research. They're great sometimes if maybe you need to do, like you're looking to create something, but most of the time nobody's creating anything with it. I mean, how long has most people had access to AI now? Like ChatGPT and those things, quite a long time. And actually, we think that most of the world is using ChatGPT, but the truth is, majority of people in the world, I think it's only like 20 to 19% adoption rate right now. Majority of those people are only using free models. Like there's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction they're actually paying for this type of technology. So we think everybody's using it. So really, we really are the first when it comes to this, but we're all in an echo chamber because we're all really interested in learning. We love new technology. We're trying to figure out a way to give ourselves an edge. Like I know because there's 159 people, there was like 180 at one point in time on a Saturday here to learn, to better their lives, to change their lives, to empower themselves. That tells me you are those types of people. Like that's who you are. But most people, guess what? They're, watching TV right now, and they're, maybe they're cleaning the house, or maybe they're doing something. I don't know. Maybe they're sleeping right now still. They're not you. They're not taking the action you're taking. And so don't ever forget that, like, just because you see something or you're exposed to something, that everybody is, because that's something it's easy to fall into with social media, right? Everybody's doing this. Well, because it's an echo chamber, but there's many, many people that are not. So again, I use these tools, like I test these tools, constantly pushing them because it's a wonderful time to be alive. But again, it just keeps you busy and not actually being productive. And a lot of people, like Rory was talking about before, oh, I'm going to code, I'm going to make a tool, I'm going to do this. Don't you think if I could have made Pono with pushing a button with AI and telling it what I wanted to do, I would have done that. I mean, our overhead is monstrous every single month. If I could have done that, I would absolutely do that. Jonathan has tried to get me to do this 7 million times, and every single time we try to do it, it does not work with what we've built. And so it's very different because there is so much reasoning in the background that even though ChatGPT and Anthropic, remember they have close to, I think, 100,000 developers on Anthropic right now, which is Claude. Developers, they're not using AI, they have developers. And so it's like, you have to just kind of think about like, what is a tool you want to use for the job, right? If you're going to build a house, you might need a hammer, you might need a power hammer, you might need, or an air hammer, excuse me, you might need some saws, you might need something, but you want to use the right tool for the right job. And if you're talking to your AI about all kinds of things, you're messing up and you're mixing up all of the information inside of it where it's getting confused. So like if I do projects, I simply focus on that one thing, that one company, and that's it. But I think there's just a difference in all of these things. So, and I hope you're using all of them. I hope you're testing them. I mean, you can see Rory's got his AI image here that he's got up there, which is really great. You can use, like we don't do at the moment, a bunch of images. We will, but I wanted to focus on the one thing, which is getting people to work, not making fancy images and building out, like websites that they may or may not use and whatever. Like you guys know, the one thing is the one thing. You guys make money by making blogs. That's your one thing. Like, be damn good at that. You don't have to be damn good at everything else. You just have to be good at making blogs. So
I want to point out this, like the user interface and things looking good and pretty. That's great to have. Functionality is the most important thing.
Yeah.
And because we can create imagery in chat easy, in Claude easy, right? So that's great. But this is to formulate our lives and put things in motion, but also how to learn how to make better blogging pages. Like we're gonna see that the instruction to learn how to do things and to find things that are out there and to chase our passions. When you put a plan in place for it, that's what we're looking to do. So and it's all to help us execute. And again, I look at it that way for Triple R, but for any business is how they execute, how they build their teams, who do they need in their teams. This does all of that. You guys haven't seen my Pono. I didn't bring that up in this training because I've been using it to build like what I'm going to go and do forward. And I just cannot believe how fast it does what I would do anyway. Only it just kicked it out. And I think it took like, I did that big report thing we did, Locke. I think it took like 10, 12 minutes or something. I mean, it's time for us to go get a cup of coffee, come sit back down.
Yeah.
And I'm still blown away by what it gave me in there and in insight and verbiage and I was using it for my fire at that time, which is I had a lot of man, this is on the lead generation side, a lot of conflicting things that I was trying to sort to get together to create a pattern and what I needed to do to go forward with that information.
Now you got a meeting coming up, remember?
Yep, I had and I was pressed on time. I said, well, let's see how this goes. Cause like, and I went to that meeting with like a full report and it was mind blowing, right? It was, to me, it was just like, here's all this stuff. And it took 12 minutes. Now it actually took longer to put the information in.
Correct.
And that's where the time was spent. That might've been 30 minutes.
Yeah. And correct spelling too, for sure, Tom. Absolutely. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Garbage in, garbage out. Right?
Yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. But like and you guys, you start learning all that. And so now it's like when I go to do something, it's there. And we're going to get involved in some more and more advanced things with this. And we're going to be doing a lot more things for the certification of how to instruct how to use this. Because as you guys can see, and MSI is listening to me really, really clear. One of the biggest, I guess, opportunities, I guess, one of the biggest opportunity potentials that I've seen with this is the education of how to use it. Because as great as it is, it's not like you just go in there and people know what to put in. They don't know that this outcome exists. Someone's got to walk them through it. So I'm going to relate that back. When the internet came out and everybody's like, great, everybody thought, great, I can send emails to each other, right? They didn't realize if you put a web page on, now you had a business card, a lease location that you could say a lot more than what a business card does on paper about your business. You had a visual business card, right? And they got better and better. And Niall talks about this in the introductions is eventually it became multiple pages and you could have a lot more awareness and things. Well, it just kept growing, right? But it all started with the concept of, internet, that's for email. You guys, in 1994, if you asked anybody what the internet was for, it wasn't for websites. It was so I could send email to people. That's what the internet allowed. No one except for the developers were understanding, hey, we can start building pages. We can start growing this entire digital world. No one saw that but the pioneers. Now, by 97, now people are starting to buy computers to participate in this because now they're saying that, look at these beautiful web pages like that were just, now we laugh at them, but like the Yahoo of the time and the Google search was on. And, now we can find information. It's a library. I can send email and it's a library. And the whole concept of having your own business website still wasn't there. It's just transpired and I think it's grown. Well, we know that AI does these things. So we see, and people are aware of chat. You're using free services just to go ask questions and get different answers. And now it's all encompassed in there, but no one understands that you can really build out sequences and accomplish things at a high level, except for the few early adopters where we're all at now. There's big companies that do it. Elon Musk has been building the AI interfacing stuff to get problems solved. And we see all that, but no one understands the level of it until you're diving into something like this. And it's a big opportunity to not only share it, but also to train on it. And it allows us to create a lot of value once we know it. So this is why we're going to be building the certification. We're going to be building a whole process around Pono because it's a great tool to do that on. And then obviously we have a solid working relationship to modify, build, and grow as our needs, as our clients' needs are there. Did I cover that, Locke?
Yeah, you did. There's such an opportunity there right now, right? There's so many people that are uneducated on these things. And if you can tell them, hey, listen, imagine this for a second. You go in, you talk to them about their business. You learn everything you can about it. And then you come back. So this is a story real quick. I was over on Necker Island with Richard Branson and a bunch of business guys. And they were telling me a bunch of things. And I went in, I grabbed my phone at the time. It was not this version. This is so much smarter than that person. And I said, oh, tell me about what you're doing. They told me, oh, tell me about this. Got some information. And I said, looks like you have the market here. This could be a potential here. By the way, it looks like your SWOT analysis says this. And they're like, how did you know all of that about me? How did you know these things? And I said, oh, well, I use this. And they're like, what? I go, yeah. So there's one side where you can just basically set it up and you can be an agency and you can just manage other people's stuff for them. They never have to know you ever use Pono. You just become the person in the background that they're like, that's my go-to. That's my guy. You become like Rory. Or you simply say, hey, this is how I do it. Here you go, right? So right now you have an opportunity, which is a really interesting one for me. I love being at the right place at the right time. I've heard that my whole life. And sometimes I think it's a cheesy thing that people say, be at the right place at the right time. And, you're like, okay, I've got another vitamin that I've sold now, to the guy down the road. That's different. But really being at a place right now where the marketing, where you can take a tool and you can show videos and you can start talking about it on your social media and you can create videos on YouTube and you can show so many different user experiences that people are searching for. So I'm sure Roy's probably showed you how to look for trends, how to look in SEO to find out what trends are going on, look in SEO, what trends are going on in YouTube, and start making content for that one particular marketplace, just that one person. And when you can see that inside of there, you've got it mastered that if somebody has this form of a business or they're doing, whatever it is that they want to be doing, that you have it mastered and you can show step by step how you did it, how it's going to empower them, because I can't do every single niche in the world. There's no way possible I can do that. Now, people, when they're researching things from keywords, you're giving them a solution to their problem. And in search, you guys know this from blogs, is someone is problem aware and they're searching for a solution and they come to you because you're the solution and you guys can give them a discount compared to what I can as a company, you look like the hero. And so I hope this is something you guys are truly excited about. I mean, I know it's overwhelming a little bit, but I promise you, this won't take much for you to get your mind around. You might be like, oh, I don't know how to do this stuff. It feels overwhelming. You can pick up a phone call. Rory's going to give you the script on how to do it. At that point in time, you can answer your biggest problem that you're facing in your business right now. Like, give me a question for you. What's your biggest problems right now? Like, type it in what your problems are right now in your business. Do you know what they are? I want to know what the problems are that you guys are facing. Okay, acquisition and retention. Stomer, acquisition and retention. I don't know what Stomer means. I'm sorry. Ads leading to clicks. Okay, that's good. So when we're talking about ads leading to clicks, let's talk about that. Do we know how to add more people to my team? Okay. Customers. So customer acquisition really is what we're talking about. Time management. Okay, well, Kathy, this is going to help you with time management because I have ADD probably worse than anybody. And it helps me a lot, actually. Converting leads, keeping new students moving forward. Okay, that's good. Organizing consistency, same. Oh, customer acquisition. Okay, so let's look at customer acquisition time. You guys got some good ones. Getting new students. Everybody in the world right now. So I saw a study recently that the ages of 16 to 24 years old, that they all have a side hustle, right? They all need to make extra money in some level or another. And customer acquisition. So what I just talked about before, in this particular market, now I can't talk to you about your market because I don't know enough about all your guys' markets, and I don't want to do you a disservice. But if we go look and we look at how many people are having problems on something like Go Ask the Public, you can type in a certain category of people or an audience, and it will show you all the problems that they're having. Now, that means that's a problem they're having, right? So a plumber's having this problem and they're having that problem or whatever it might be. You use Pono to start asking those questions. You start to show those solutions. You do a little video of it and you simply put it on YouTube and you show how you solve that problem. That's it. And then you allow the algorithm to work. Now, you have to be consistent about it. You're not just going to do it once and it's going to work out. And then going back to lead generation. Well, you have a couple different ways to do leads from what I know. You can either use Rory provides leads, I believe. Correct, Rory?
Yeah.
So
yeah, we pay for their leads, give them their leads using the PBS Vortex. They just got to go to work. Yeah.
Okay. So I think we solved that problem, right? Lead generation. Rory can help you out with that stuff. Again, we'll put information in there about how to handle those leads potentially. And then the customer retention rate. If you get people into Pono and you get them using it and it's working for them, it's helping with their business and they're saving time, energy, and money. They're able to empower their team. They're going to stay. I'll give you a personal story real quick. When I met Jonathan was doing development for companies, like apps and things like that. And I said to Jonathan, I really like working with you. You're an amazing human being. I appreciate that you've served our country. I appreciate all the things you've done and who you are as a man. And I think if you keep going down the path you're going, you're simply just going to create a paycheck and you're not going to create anything that's going to be substantial long-term. And he was doing great, not taking anything away from him. But when he saw the vision of Pono and he got what it would do for business owners, the right person. So if you guys start to find people that are the right person that get this business model, all of a sudden now you have them part of your team. Because most of the people that a lot of times we're trying to attract, and I don't mean anything derogatory about what I see in the affiliate marketing world in general, is most of it is not really anything that I can't go buy on my own. And it's usually marked up pretty high. And it doesn't really give me a whole lot of value. Now, over the years, there are some good things. I'm not saying all things, but most things. And so a lot of business owners I know personally, they would never sell those things. They have no interest in them. But every business owner I know loves to share about how they're saving time, how they're saving money, how they're helping their taxes, how they're helping all of these different components of their business. And they're willing to share it because, I can sit down at a conference, and next thing I know, someone's like, "Oh, I have a problem. Oh, well, have you heard of this tool?" They're like, "No." I'm like, "That's an amazing tool." And you start to hear people talk about these things more and more and more. So when you expose yourself and you put yourself out there, it becomes a lot easier to do.
To find out how to become a
Man, that guy's voice is annoying.
Sorry, it's my baby. I'm gonna mute this out. I'm sorry, bud.
I know it's me. I'm kidding. Let's see. Is this making sense to guys? Is this making sense to you guys? Excuse me. Yes.
Yeah, guys, this is good. Like, you know, and put the questions in there. Just try to make sure the questions aren't things we already answered, like new stuff, right? Or if there was something you need clarity on, this would be a good time to do that too, I guess. But not a general question like, what does this really do? We've already covered that.
Yeah,
So
let's not do that.
because I'm getting this ready so we can start going forward. I am lit up with everybody. Like, give me your code. Let's go. I want to spell this out. We want to make sure we don't like break it extra. And we got our code so that we can get in there instead of paying $49.99 for, you know, like it's $29.99. You guys, we're gonna be getting things set up. We're gonna be doing more and more things on this. Locke, could you do me a favor? I'm gonna put you on the spot
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
little bit. Just look at your calendar.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it. I've seen your calendar. It's we're clearly trying to pack in the days, right? But
Yes.
next Saturday we have a BFA event, so that's going to tie that up. The following Saturday, what do you have? I think. Hold on, that's true. Let's see.
Also, I'm going to drop this in here for you guys too. This is our group to Facebook. Just put in there that you were in this training. The reason I'm going to have you put that in there is because
we're gonna. I hadn't gotten to that point yet, but let's go ahead and we can go ahead and put that on here right now.
yeah, I'm going to put that in there because then in there you can ask questions. Jonathan's in there. I'm in there. Our team is in there. It's a little bit older group, but we're just kind of, you know, we're just barely starting getting back to this again. But we'll be doing trainings in there as well. And sometimes I might take some of you guys on the call and we'll solve some big problems. Because one of the things I want to do is I don't want to just rely on software. And what I mean by that is I want to teach you guys how to think. I want to teach you how to think in strategic ways of thinking. I want to teach you how to solve problems. The people that know how to solve the biggest problems in the world, I truly believe are the people that make the most amount of money. Like, I think the people that can solve the biggest problems in the world make the most amount of money. If you want to teach children, which I think is a brilliant thing to do, if you guys are grandparents or parents or whatever, if you want to teach children how to make money, you don't teach them to go out and you know, go run a lemonade stand. Yeah, that's fine when they're like 5. But if you want to teach them how to think differently, this is how I teach kids. And I consult and coach a lot of different people. And this is the key. I ask kids all the time, would you like to learn how to make $1 million? Yeah, that sounds great. Well, what would you do with that first? Because I want them to have a vision of what they're going to do. Now, they always tell me dumb stuff like, I'll buy all the ice cream in the world, or I'll get, I'll get me a new bicycle, because they obviously don't realize the value of what $1 million is. And then I say this to them. I say, okay, so here's your job. If you want to make $1 million in the world, what I want you to do is I want you to find the biggest problem that you can find, that 2 million people in the world will pay you $2 for. That's it. You find the biggest problem, and if you can find, and you start off with 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 people, what's the biggest problem they're trying to solve? And will they pay you $2 for that problem? So really making $1 million is not really all that difficult. Now, granted, I understand I'm making this very simple, but when you make a child believe that it's simple, then their mind is already preconditioned to not go through the challenge that we all as adults are like, no, it's hard. It's not easy. We can't do it. There's no way. We actually get them to start to think differently, and we start to have them focus in the world at the problems, but not in a problem like I'm going to go look for all the problems, but I'm going to look at problems, and I'm also going to look for solutions. Like, I'm going to be a solution-oriented person. I'm not going to be a problem-oriented person. On my team, do not bring me your problems. Only bring me solutions. And so that's how we start to get these kids to think differently, because it's about empowering the future generations, right? But if I can get you guys to think different, I'm sure you guys have got a lot of time with Rory thinking differently. But if we can start to solve people's problems, if we can start to come around each other, and help each other, right? In a community side, because you're going to find things that Pono can do and can't do, then I will, because I'm only one person. And it takes a long time to be able to work through Pono and to work through one particular use case, to work through one business. I can't do all of it, but I want to empower you guys to win, because then we can empower other people to win. Like for me, this is a mission. This is not just a business. This is about empowering as many people as we possibly can to win. And I know that I truly, truly believe that we can do that, and that we can co-create with technology, because so many of us are stuck in this machine right here that I believe we need to get out of it. And believe me, we need to have more picnics, connecting to our families, connecting to our communities, making a more impact, because every single person's voice on this call matters. You guys have more history than the youth have around them at the moment in time. And we have to get them to think differently. Like it's beyond critical. And the robots are coming, the machines are coming, AI is coming, but it doesn't mean that it has to take things over. It just means you need to learn how to co-create with it and not get left in like, well, you know, I heard there was this thing called the internet, but I'm never going to touch that thing, you know? So it's really standing out and thinking differently. Oh, I love that.
Hey, Locke, what's May 9th?
May 9th. Let me look at May.
And I think that it might actually, so like, I'm trying to do this. So I think we have, hold on. Before I say May 9th. So see this.
Jonathan, when are you coming back? When will you be back in town? Because you're traveling soon, right?
Oh yeah,
I
you're
will
gonna
be
see
traveling
me.
on
I
the
come out
10th,
next week.
so
Oh, you're talking Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan does.
wait 1 second. I will be flying back around like the 10th. So yeah, that works for me. The 9th works for me.
The 9th works for you.
Yes.
I believe I can do the 9th.
And we have a BFA event. So like 10 minutes till 11 your time, mountain time, or whatever else we'd be done. So we'd have about 2 hours to just cover some things. I don't think we need to go like 2 hours to see where things are at, progressing, just kind of do a check-in on that day.
I think I'm out of town. Hold on 1 second.
That's fine.
I haven't confirmed, but I don't think I can actually.
Then just go to the 16th. I mean, I just want to just like build, if we can build up questions, some things that are there that we can just address. Just so we have a date that's coming for the next.
So
16th is, the 16th is a non-BFA day, so we can go longer if we need to as well.
What about the second? Can we do the second?
I just got some key people that are going to be gone on the 2nd.
Okay.
I mean, and I kind of like them there, like live, because we go through it. Yeah,
I get it. 16th is difficult. I'm just saying, like, this is like the May is a rough month. I can do the 2nd. I can do the 23rd.
What if we did the Tuesday? What if we did a Tuesday night?
Yeah, Tuesday's different. I can do Tuesday the 28th. I can probably do Tuesday the 12th. No, let's not do that week. Let's do what about the 5th?
Okay, so we have a big event the morning of May 5th. We could do the night of May 5th.
That's fine. I can do the night of May 5th.
So
can you do May 5th on your end, Jonathan?
Like 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time.
Okay. Yes, I can do that.
In the meantime, I'll push a link here if if you're getting through, you're signing up, and you're using the code you're following Rory's guide, and you're still having questions, or maybe you're looking for tips or something like that, you can just go to support.pono.ai and feel free to read it. And worst case comes to worst case, and you still have questions and it doesn't answer. 100% you can ask in the Facebook group. You can even email me directly, Jonathan@pono.ai, and I will be happy to answer.
That Facebook group. Let me grab that and add that to this. Did you put it on here?
It's on there, Dalton.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I put it there. And so as you guys start to join there, just kind of come in and we'll get to know each other, and then just introduce yourself, kind of tell us the problems you're facing, and we'll just dig into it together. We want to make this group extremely active because, you know, it's fun when you're building with people, right? It's fun when you're learning with people. As you guys know, I mean, you guys do this now. Like this is literally what you guys do every single day is you're building with your, you know, with your community because let's face it, like this stuff's not easy, you know? And you'll find out very quickly I'm a pretty intense person, but my heart is in the right place. I promise you that.
We're used to intense.
I mean, you see who my good friend has been for a long time now. So I mean, it's, you know, I don't mess around either though, because like, you know, the reality is like when business, you can make money or you can make excuses, right? But you can't do both. Like you either do or you don't. And I think that from looking at the group here, I think we're all adults here. And so nobody's messing around, you know, you guys don't have time to just be messing around. Kim, I cannot hear you. You keep talking, but I can't hear you. Oh, you can't. No, it's okay. All right. I really love what Robert has in the back of his video there. Today I remake my future. Like that's so good. I'm glad it's been good. I'm glad you guys have gotten some things out of this. I know again, it's a fire hose. I get it. I told you it was going to be a bit. I know Roy said it was going to be a bit. He literally said to me, he goes, this is a lot. Perfect. Good, Pamela. I'm glad to hear that. And when you guys get into it, I think it's just going to be a whole different experience. And I love working. And you know, if you have other businesses, it's a lot of fun too, right? Jonathan, the link says the site can't provide a secure connection. Am I the only one getting this on my internet?
Try.
We love technology. Roy, you know, I used to see you when you were putting up offers, how hard it was. Like you'd be like, "Oh, I broke and did this and that," and I was like, "Just fix it, no big deal." Now I know. Now I know.
You're like,
and you think you have
it's
it all
not
figured
that
out.
simple. I would have just fixed it, not said anything. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's not hard at all. And when you get into it, it's actually kind of fun. I think it's kind of addictive personally.
When I clicked on the link, it didn't say anything about security or not.
Okay, that's good.
Anything.
No, I'm having issues too. Heather's having issues. Will you tell us what your browser that you're on is?
No, the problem is that
What's going
they
on?
are typing in www, and because if they're typing in www, it will do that for now because pages are propagating.
I'm
Because
laughing
we
because
put it up live last
ready
night.
Jonathan was ready
Yeah.
to fire one of our developers after this whole thing because we've only asked for it 6 times.
Yeah. So just click on the link directly that's in the browser. Or you can go to your browser and just type in support.pona.ai. You don't need to put www or anything like that right now.
Oh, tell me, you know, when you said, Cynthia, it's really relevant to you right now personally. Tell me how it's relevant to you right now. You don't have the link in the link. Oh, okay. And we'll take all the feedback too. So when you guys are in the Facebook group, you want to give us feedback, like it's all good for us. I mean, who would have thought, like, if you look back at it now, like you look at these big groups that come out and people are building things, like people learn more than the companies learn a lot of times because they're busy trying to create the tools, they're building the things, they're trying to figure the things out that are breaking while other people are playing with it and you know, getting it to work and finding use cases and then teaching other people in the group like what they did. And you're like, oh man, I didn't even know it could do that thing. It's such a unique time to be alive.
Well, I'm gonna say something that I think a lot of people just take for granted, and that is experience is worth more than just knowledge alone. If you got the knowledge and you have experience, you've been using it, you're gonna be far ahead of everybody.
Facts.
And I'll bring up my voicemail company. There's something that I did that nobody else in that industry thought to do. And it was simply, I attacked the code. I literally risked blowing up the system. I risked destroying the software. I risked it all to figure out how we can make it viable in the marketplace. Meaning, the way it worked out of the box with all the expenses at the time, it wasn't enough for the client base I was servicing. It didn't do enough. It needed to do more things. So I risked it all and tested and did whatever I could. And I mean risked it all, guys. Like I look back at it. Sometimes I think ignorance can be a blessing. I sometimes think naivety and just going at it with full reckless abandon can be worthwhile. It was definitely risky. And I was dealing with millions of dollars in software and hardware. And I went and tested the limits. And I said, well, they said it doesn't do this. Why? And I looked at the logic of the code behind it and said, well, based on my understanding, this should work if we change this. And if I just utilize this code here and replicate it here and connect it together, it should do this. That's how we won. Is I figured out how to make things work inside of a platform that was designed for XYZ, and I needed to do AB minus C plus D, and I got it to work. Then I had products to go sell that this thing couldn't service, typically. And when any of the competitors out there try to figure out what I did, what I had done was so specific in the setup. And every time we did an update, I had to go make sure that things didn't untweak, and they would. And then I highly documented it so that, you know, I always say if I get hit by a bus, there should be documentation to do what I do. That's what I did. And you guys, that's what set us aside and grew. I see the same thing being repeated in here, though. I mean, there's not a lot we can break. Like, we're not going to break the code of Pono to go do it. We're going to go attack it. It's already doing the stuff and building outside of that. Like, we're outside of we're not in a sandbox. We're not in the confinements of a certain program. We're in a program that utilizes all these higher learning systems. And you guys will see when you do it, you can choose different ones. Like, you don't like this result, choose this other one here and run it. We have a lot of flexibility with this, and we can go create things, find out answers, find out solutions, find a better way to do this, help clients find a better way to do this. We're in a very awesome time. And that's why, guys, I get really excited about it. And is it going to blow your minds? All the time. Is it going to challenge us? Yeah. Is it going to create a lot of grit and frustration? Oh, absolutely. Count on it. But that's where we're going to find some good growing things. And we're also going to discover a lot that's going to help us in all these other areas that are happening around us. Because we're watching AI develop and grow here, but there's others doing it in other areas. And a lot of it's behind the scenes of the actual programs. And the more we understand it, the more we're clued into it, the better. You know, you guys, I had advantages in my industry of lead gen because I just knew how the programming side works and how things were progressing. And I was constantly looking to see what else could be done. We're doing the same thing here. You guys are funny. Okay.
Okay, did we get that figured out for Christine? Because she's saying she's having some issues right now with her service provider blocking her. I don't know why they would block her or that.
I have a Spectrum as well, and I never had that happen before.
Try using Chrome in incognito.
Yeah.
Hey, Christine, if you would like, send me your email privately, and then I will follow up with you right after this.
Oh, computer virus shown potentially. Yeah. Spectrum blocked my website, and we called them and told them to submit to them. No problem, whatever. I'm using the VPN to my phone. Yeah. What an exciting time to be alive.
It really is, right?
I mean, just amazing. I mean, we all can be on this call right now talking back and forth in full color. And, you know, when our parents and ancestors and so on, like they were sending, maybe not our parents, but ancestors were sending like smoke signals. You know, and here we are.
The whole communication process that we have, I mean, all the technology we have and what it can be used for. Yeah, I mean, what a time. Like you're right. I mean, we're seeing more and more things come out. I mean, it's just, and I'll say this, like we really don't know where this is heading next, because you can think and imagine it, but things just keep progressing so fast. It's hard for us to keep up.
Yeah. I think, and the other thing is too, I think will be fun, Roy, as we start to, you know, work in this community. There are so many things between Jonathan and myself, because we are so involved in so many different types of technology and tools and stuff like that, that, you know, we can definitely help educate a lot of that stuff. But the one thing about most of those tools, though, they're never going to pay you, right? Like we can teach you all kinds of stuff about all these different, you know, whether it's ChatGPT or Anthropic or, you know, some of these video models or vision models or whatever, but none of them pay us. Because if ChatGPT paid me or Claude paid me, man, oh man, if every time someone was to go do some coding and they paid me for it, I would.
Oh my gosh, that you referred in? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I know. Like it's, and you got the son of, like, because he comes from the school of, hey, we want to build something there.
Larry, pretty soon Paul understands smoke signals too. That's the plan, Larry. Get us out of the machine so we can just focus on smoke signals only. That's funny. Let's see. Yeah, the Jetsons. I remember being a kid watching Jetsons. I love that. Yeah, Circuit City. Geez, good old brick phones. I used to hustle cell phones out of the trunk of my car. 5190 Nikita. No, what was it called? Nikita, Nyko. Anyways, 5190s. They were like little tiny phones. I could get like $300.
The Nokias.
Nokias, $300. Yeah, for every single activation that I would sell at swap meets.
And they
My
were so
dad just
waterproof.
gave me his first Nokia the other day, or the Razor, the next phone. I was like, why did you give me those from like 1997 or whenever they came out? But yeah,
right,
they're old, ancient.
Yeah, Razors.
Yeah, I remember
Blackberries.
texting with the what was that? I forget the texting, but you got to
tap. Yep.
2-3 times to get the C.
Three numbers, or like basically 1, 2, 3. It had the A, B, C, D, or A, B, C, and then D, E, and then you'd have to click.
Yeah.
Now
When we had nights and weekend minutes. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Now we can just simply turn it on and, you know, have full-on conversations with
video chatting from our phones.
Yeah, whatever we need. Hey, quick question for you. What do you think of, let's see if it'll do this actually. I was using it a couple days ago. What do you think about Pono as a service or as a company? What do you think? See what it says.
I see a bold vision in it. You're trying to solve real, tangible chaos for entrepreneurs, not just offer another tool. But the gap between the vision and execution is clear. You got a strong philosophical foundation, spiritual capitalism, co-creation, but Pono will live or die by how frictionless and indispensable it becomes. If it doesn't pull people out of indecision immediately, no amount of purpose will save it. So the real question, are you turning insight into actions, and is it a no-brainer to use every day?
Interesting, right? Just so we have that at our fingertips is pretty incredible.
It is. But remember, having something at your fingertips doesn't guarantee it'll move the needle.
Oh.
It's what you do with it. If Pono is giving people clarity and action at that critical moment when they'd otherwise stall, that's where we'll earn its place. So it's not just about having access. It's about whether people actually get unstuck because of it.
So if I had 150, 200 people that wanted to sell Pono today, what would be your advice to them?
I'd say don't chase the volume if the product isn't frictionless yet. More sales without a proven seamless user journey will just magnify cracks. My advice, get a cohort that reflects your ideal visionaries and ensure Pono solves their indecision effortlessly. Then scale. Otherwise, you risk scaling chaos instead of solving it.
That's great. So I'm sitting right now with 200 people. They were just listening to you. So can you give them some advice that are actually getting ready to move this in the market?
If you're about to move this in the market, first be razor sharp on who this is for. Not everyone, but the visionary who is stuck in complexity. Second, don't pitch the vision, demonstrate the precise moment Pono pulls them from indecision to action. If you can't name that moment clearly, go back and refine. Lastly, don't sell potential. Sell the immediate shift in their daily reality. If you deliver that, they'll keep coming back.
Thank you.
You're
That
welcome.
gave me chills.
Wild. Such an interesting time to be alive.
It
All right,
really-
so
we're at this.
Just keep going. It really is. I mean, it's just so wild, right? It probably does have my attitude. You have any issues over there, Rory? You look a little confused and perplexed.
no, I'm good. I got this done so we can start pushing this out.
I'm beyond grateful that you guys are here and that you guys are, on this vision with us and moving things forward, and that Rory convinced me to go this way and the direction that I think will really empower a lot of people. Because again, it's like, how do we empower as many people as we possibly can? And it's going to be through stories, through vision, and making sure we're serving the right people. Because not everybody, this is not going to be something for everybody. That's not one of those tools. It's for a specific audience. And the good news about what I believe that we have is it's going to take people a lot longer to catch up with what we've done, which means you're partnered in that, right? So, and we are continuing to build, create, develop. Like, we're never really done, as Jonathan will tell you. And most of this stuff, I know this is going to sound a little bit odd when I say this, but maybe for the right people, it won't. Jonathan basically every single day will wake up to me saying, Jonathan, I had a dream last night, or I was meditating and I had this insight about this thing, or I was up in the mountains and I had a real clear definition of where we're going to go. And then I just tell Jonathan, the team, and put it all together, and then they help me make it a reality. But most of this stuff doesn't come from a lot of market research or any of that. Doesn't mean I don't do that research, because I think you need to do both, but majority of it comes from scraping my knees, losing millions of dollars, and managing people and expectations and projects and listening to people's problems, so that's pretty exciting though. Could you repeat the code again, Jonathan? The discount code?
It's easy.
Yeah, it's RRR247.
And I got the links, guys. It's going out from your instructors to everybody. So, and I put an information sheet out there. It'll go out. So you guys are going to be getting this. We get set up in Pono. We get set up in the affiliate account. Any problem with that, work with your instructors. I think we got this down. And then obviously we got all of our various WhatsApp chats and everything to do. Hello, Don. Good seeing you on here again. All right, let's see.
Put that in there so you have it there as well.
And our team will be getting back to you guys if there's any sort of support or any issues. Again, just let us know, and we can help you solve that.
So I see we have 149 people on here, but I see is most of these people not on their video cameras? Is that why we?
Yeah, there's so we break everything, and the video ability on Meetin is 50. We're going up to a 200. We'll still break that.
Okay, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. So everybody in here that's on video, these are like some top leaders, and I take it. Yeah, is that
Top
what-
leaders and also those that were in the room first.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
you know, they say the person that's the earliest there, the earliest there, and the last to leave usually learn the most.
yeah, it's because they're taking it all in.
Yep.
Yeah, Cynthia, hold on 1 second. I'm pushing this out. I'm getting hit. Like, I want to put it in the team chat right now.
If we ever had to pressure test something, Jonathan, very quickly.
Rory, shouldn't you wait for the MSIs to get it out before you go put it in your personal chat? Because you know how people just go sign up.
That's why I'm being very direct. Wait for your
Okay.
instructor. But
Got it.
yeah, I made it really easy so you guys can go like rip it down, copy, paste it, get your own, and go. So, well, I know what you're saying, Candace, but we're good. I also check this out, Candace. You ready? I know this guy, so if somebody messes something up, I know I can get it fixed.
Awesome.
Right?
Yep.
It's that confidence I have, right? I hope no one breaks it, but it's also like I know a guy. So we want to make sure that proper the hierarchy is in place. I'm going to put a couple things out there. If you're not signing up for this now and your team's going to, that's where it slows it down, right? We're just going to skip up to the next instructor or the next leader so that we can get people in and going. We have people that missed this training. We got hundreds of instructors that didn't show up to this Saturday, even though they knew it was coming. They're going to have to do some catch up. So, we want to get that out to them, move on that. But at the same time, we all want to learn this stuff and get going. So
it's going to be fun.
Yeah. And you guys, there's a lot to gain from this. I think you guys are seeing it. And it's also one of those things that we're going to need to play with it, right? We're going to need to drive it. We're going to need to like take it around the block. We're going to need to take it around the city. We're going to need to open it up on the freeway, right? We're going to need to push the limits. And one of the best ways to do that is to work with a client on there too. So like when you have a business owner or someone else to play with it, like, and we all do. And we're working on some more areas of that. The other thing too is how we tell the story about Pono, how we push it out there, how we, share it in groups. And you guys, there are a lot of AI groups in Facebook. There's a lot of, I'll just speak about Facebook in general that would love to try a program. They're easy early adopters, right? And they want to learn it all. So it's a fun thing. And I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this. You guys can listen. I'm going to say it right here for those who are still here. Okay. There are early adopters with big referral programs because they're part of the AI world. They sign up and refer, you're getting that 10% on that second tier.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you, I've done referral programs with 2 tiers where that second tier is just blown up. And I had no idea that this guy had an influence in that product awareness and need. It's nice. It's really nice. And, and the thing about it is that they go sign up on Pono on your link. They're tied to you in the genealogy. That's, if you want to call it that term, they're tied to you because you referred them in. So when they sign up in the affiliate program, they're already linked to you. That's why we do it in this manner.
The other thing, the one thing I would say too, right? Because everybody goes after the AI, right? Because it makes, and Roy's right, there's a lot of AI groups, right? Which means there's 7 billion tools in that AI group. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but if you find those influencers, it's game over. However, also, if you go look in local business in your own community in Facebook, there's a lot of groups out there, right? So you just go join those and you're not selling anything. You don't sell anything. You simply say, oh man, I'm using this tool right now for my business. And I just learned this and this, and it helps me organize this way and blah, 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 blah. Like, and you learn how to do the things I know how to do. Then all of a sudden you're presenting to your local community. Because I believe, this is just my own belief, I believe that experiential training is the best training. I also believe that we are going to want to get out of the machine sooner than later because of AI. And so everything's going to be about real life experiences. Now, I believe some of you people in this group are involved in wine, correct, Rory? Wine?
Oh, no, we had the whole wine thing. That was that. It's on pause.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. That's, I'm late to the party. But even when you were doing,
we went through the update. So our anchor offer number one is Bella Vita.
Right.
And then we focus on our PBS Vortex, like our tool. So this is like a tool too. So that's why it falls in there. We went through a big transition in actually 2 years in 2 days. So on 4/20 of 24, we launched our CRM and made some of our biggest expenses. We dropped the cost of them because we brought them in house and made it a revenue share program.
Okay.
And then we have like a service, like a savings club we market as far as collectively, but we really focus on that health and wellness trend.
Okay.
On the Bella Vita side, which you're familiar with.
Yeah, exactly. I've got plenty of that product. So but what I'm saying is when you can have an experiential process or be involved in a community, right? Like you can be involved in a community, all of a sudden people, we want to be around people that we like. We want to be around experiences. So I think that's going to be a big thing in the next couple of years. I'm actually doubling down on it in a lot of different investments that way. But what I would look at right now is look at these groups and listen to the problems that their people in those groups are having. Hey, do you want to solve this problem? Have a tool that can help you solve that problem. Like, why you don't need to have that problem anymore. Let me show you a tool that's going to help you with that. And then you can also take that problem, and if you want to basically pressure test it, go put that into your business and say, I'm having this problem, and see how it solves that problem. Get that information, rewrite it back in your own terminology, and then give them the solution. Remember, people that can solve problems the quickest are going to be the ones that win the quickest. Not everybody's adopting AI. A lot of people are scared of it. They don't understand it. And so therefore, what we don't understand, we try to destroy. However, if you can be the solution, you can just basically, you could technically buy an account with Pono and then charge them $500 to $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month. And then you can be their, they're basically the Oracle. And anything they need, you get the document. Anything you need, you got the thing for them, and you understand their business better than they do. I think there's a massive, massive opportunity for that out there.
We've got some things coming along that line guys, there's a lot more things we're going to be opening up to our advanced areas. Again, this created a lot of opportunities, and the reason why I say that is this solves a lot of problems, and it solves problems that businesses of all sizes already have. It's just ingrained in their day-to-day. But if somebody can show them how to fix it and how to open things up and how to do things differently, it's going to make a difference. And someone's got to teach it. And we're going to work on that. We're going to work on training platforms. We're going to work on how to walk people through a guide, step by step on how to utilize stuff. That's what we got to get done, right? So we got to understand it and then build the training around it. And this is all going to be in our LMS. And then we can advance it from there too. And you guys, there will be people that are going to get paid to run Pono for people.
Yep.
Just like people are getting paid right now to use Claude and Chat GPT to do their jobs better. It's there.
Yeah, so you guys know Pono means balance. It means righteousness. It means doing things with balance and righteousness, because that's what matters. I love in the background, it says, how bad do you want it? And what are you willing to do? I love that. You know the story about the gentleman that goes out to the water from who is it? It's from, I would never do justice on the same story, but thank God it's Monday. Do you remember that? Anybody? No? So check it out. So there's this, it's one of my favorite stories. I mean, when I saw this, I love it. I've told it to the team a couple of times, but there's this young man, and he finds this older man, and I'm not going to do the same justice that the story goes, but I'll do my best. So there's this young man, and he goes up to this guy that's really successful and says, hey, I really, really, really want to be successful. Like, I want you to teach me everything you know. I want to know everything, because I know if I can maybe rub off, a little bit of your success, I'll be successful too. And the guy says, okay, tomorrow morning, I want you to meet me at the ocean. I want you to meet me at 4 a.m. in the morning. If you're there, I'll teach you. So he says, okay, great. So the young man, he goes to bed, he gets up early, he goes down the ocean, and he meets the old man. And the old man is standing there, and the young man comes up to him and says, okay, all right, tell me, I need to know. Like, tell me, like, I really want to know this stuff. And the guy says, okay, no problem. I'm going to teach you, but I need you to go out in the water. He's like, what? You got to be crazy. You think it's cold. I'm not going to go in the water. He's like, well, you told me you want to learn this. He says, yeah, no, I really do want to learn it. He says, all right, cool. So the young man goes out into the water, starts walking out there, and he's he's up to his knees. He says, no, you got to go out. You got to go deeper. He's like, man, it's like 4 a.m. It's freezing in this ocean. I'm not going to do that. He says, no, you got to keep going. So he gives a little bit more. And then he goes, oh, I'm done. I'm not doing this. He goes, you told me you want to learn. He says, but I don't know if I want to learn that bad. He goes, keep going. He's like, all right. So he keeps going. Then the old man jumps in, grabs him by the throat, or by his shirt, and pushes his head underneath the water. And so he's kicking and screaming and almost like he's drowning. And he brings him up and he's like, what are you doing? He's like, you have to want success as bad as you want to breathe. Meaning, how bad do you want it? And what are you willing to do to get it? Because everybody thinks if they can just get that little technique, that little thing, this thing, that they're going to win the game. But it's about being relentless, and it's about continuing on and on and on. And when the days get tough, the nights get like hard, like how bad do you want it? I've been around Rory for a long time. This man is relentless. And if anybody's been around him enough, you know how relentless he is. If you're relentless, if you want it as bad as you want to breathe, that means you don't buy into your excuses. It means that you do whatever it takes to see success. It means you put in the long days, the hard nights, you do those things. But what I love now, this brings me actually full circle. What I love now is that it doesn't have to be as difficult. We are in an age of enlightenment, meaning enlightenment. What is technology? It's light, enlightenment, right? So we're in this place in time where we get to empower ourselves because of this technology, that we don't have to do the same things that people did years ago, because everything's at our fingertips. But because everything's at our fingertips, sometimes we take advantage of it or we take it for granted. No different than a relationship is next to you every day. You're like, yeah, you're gonna be there tomorrow. But then what happens when it's not? And so it's using this form of enlightenment, this age of enlightenment, to better yourself, but still having the same hunger, passion, desire that it takes to get to where you're at. Because there's been a lot of people in RRR and they're not all here anymore. They're not doing it. They're not making the phone calls. They're not doing the hard work. But if you're like, hey, Rory, I want to be more successful in RR, what do I need to do? Come on. I know you know. I know all of you know if you're in this call, because I've been around them long enough. If you're like, how do I become more successful? How do I get better leads? How do I have better lead retention? All the problems that you guys kind of came up with, I would guess that solution is there because I know Rory. And so then the question is like, how bad do you actually want the things you say you want? And if your desires are bigger than your excuses, you will find them. If your desires, however, don't match the level of your excuses, whatever you fight for, you're going to find. Wherever you put your energy in life, you're going to find that thing that shows up in your space. And so I love the stories. Like, how bad do you want it? Do you want it as bad as you want to breathe? This, if you look it up online, it's I'll find it for you guys right now. But he does a better job of it. So you're like, man, Dalton, I wish you just sent me that. But I love it. You got to be a little crazy to reach certain levels of the mountain, right? Like some people are like, I'll just go to the top a little bit. It's good, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, well, then don't have the same results. We can our excuses and our results actually what speaks for itself all the time. Let's see, what is it? I think it's hip hop. Thank God it's Monday. That's who it is. 1 second, I'll put it in here. It's so good. Eric Thompson. I love that guy. Because I love that he just woke up all the time. He's like, man, thank God it's Monday. Like, I'm so happy that I get to do this today. I'm just like, man, I love that. I love that vibe. Most people are looking for Friday as if it's like the answer to their life. I saw a while ago someone said, I go, like, why do you like to party so much? It's like, oh, because I just, it's just a week. I got to like get over it. Like a lot of people don't want to focus on what happened this week. And I'm like, man, then don't you think you should be doing something else? Like if your whole week you're just working for 2 days out of the week, how are you really living? Like, if that's the way you're living your life, man, that's a sad way to live your life. It's time to make some adjustments. All right, where is it? There. Is it right here? He's speaking. There's one where he's speaking to the school students, which I love, but beast mode every day. I'm just gonna do it this way. Thank God. Let's see. It's right here. Eric Thompson. Yeah, breathe. Let's put that in there. Maybe it'll be there. He's talking to these school kids. This guy lived out of his car. There we are. It's about 19 minutes long, I think. But I say he'll do a much better job than I did. Yeah, that's it. He's so good. All right, where's that at? Come on. There you go. Nope, I wasn't sharing my screen. I was just getting the link so you guys can have it. You guys can watch it yourself when you guys have the time. Yep. Oh, I love that, Christine. Your why has to be bigger than your why not.
Yeah, well, it's fact. A lot of people do that. Their why nots or why they don't do it. Why not? Well, because I'd rather watch TV than watch TV. Okay, you made a choice.
Karen, yes. Ho'oponopono. I love you. Thank you. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. That is, so this came from, just so you guys know, I'll give you a little backstory. I was in an ashram in Maui meditating in the middle of the jungle on mile marker 1 on the way to Hana. And I had massive issues that happened with, I'll give you quite a big backstory, but I had some issues with one of my assistants. And I had to ask myself, like, did I create this or did she create this? And as being a leader, we can look at all the excuses. We can look at all the things around us. I can blame everybody on my team, but at the end, the buck always falls back to me. So I have to be accountable as a leader. And so I said, okay, well, then that means this is on me. Like, what can I do and how can I change this? And at the time I was launching a project out. It was called Rhino World, which was an NFT project because we wanted to save baby rhinos in South Africa. And I needed ad copy created. Now, how do these things tie together? I met this gentleman while I was in Maui, and he showed me this thing called AI. Didn't even know about it really. And he showed me how I could write my ad copy for this launch I had coming up using this tool called AI. And it was in the playground. This is pre-ChatGPT. And he shows this to me. I'm like, this is amazing. Like, this is something else. And so then what did I do? I spent a day awake trying to figure out, how do you make this thing work? There was no prompt there. At one point in time, there was some things publicly about prompting, but it all went away. I couldn't find anything. So I ended up actually bringing this gentleman on the project to help me out because I saw what it could do and how it could help business owners and so forth. And then fast forward a little bit, I didn't know if it would actually be able to keep people emotionally engaged and if it would actually mean anything. And then my cousin's husband, Corey, he passed away at 27. And I was with him walking him home at that period of time. And then the family came to me and they says, Dalton, you're a great speaker. None of us want to speak at his funeral. I'm like, I didn't really know Corey that much. Like, I like the guy, but I didn't really know him like you guys know him. And they said, well, we need you to speak. Okay. Oh, no, we don't want you just speaking, by the way. We want you to do the whole entire funeral because he wasn't religious. He was spiritual, but we also have Christians here and we also have Mormons here. So we need you to apply all of it to everybody. No, that's not hard. Like, that's sure. Why not? But nobody would do it. So then I go to the mortuary. I talk to the individual that's ahead of these processes, and we start having a conversation. He says, Dalton, this is the worst idea possible. Like, this is not going to be like most people do a really bad job of this. I don't think you should do it. That kind of maybe got me sparked in a different direction. So when he said that to me, I was like, okay. So what I did is I used something called Otter, Otter. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before, but it records your conversations, right? And so I sat down, by the way, I don't have it here, but Plot is an amazing thing, just to speak about what AI can do. But Otter would record my conversations. So I sat down with every team member, or excuse me, not team member, family member, and I interviewed all of them. I then spent 4 days awake learning how to be able to actually hold the process of writing a speech for the deceased. And then on top of that, I then started to figure out a way that I could use AI to help me kind of distill it down. Now it wasn't, it just helped me kind of figure some things out a little bit more. But then what was amazing at the very end, my cousin passed away a couple years ago. Well, maybe 15 years ago, something like that. Another cousin of mine. And he died at a really young age, and he just had a daughter. And he, at that time, passes away. And what was said is that the kid, we would always tell his daughter that her dad lived on the moon. So children of the moon. So I get this insight right before I'm leaving. I'm extremely tired, but I'm like, you know what? I have this tool. I'm going to tell it what I need, and I'm going to write a kid's book. I'm called Children of the Moon, because this gentleman had just died too, and they were all close to each other. So I write this kid's book called Children of the Moon, and then I do the whole entire funeral, and then I go and I read this Children of the Moon at the grave when we're dedicating the gravesite. Everyone on a tear, everybody's eyes are crying, and it's this big emotional thing. And later on that week, I get a phone call from the guy that was running the mortuary. He says, Dalton, I was wrong. He goes, I was really wrong. Like, you did an incredible job. And I'm wondering, I don't know what you're doing, but I would love to talk to you and have you come in and like help me run the company, and you do these from now on. I was like, I'm good. Like, I don't want to do these ever again. Like, I will do them for family and friends, but I'm never going to do that again. And I bring all that up to say is if I wasn't co-creating with AI, it didn't take me out as a human being. But if I wasn't co-creating with the technology, then I wouldn't have been as organized. I mean, like I said, I have ADHD, I've got all kinds of learning disabilities, but I wouldn't have been able to do that. So I use it as this tool for empowerment. And once I saw that it could actually make people cry, and not that that was a goal, but I could create emotion by using this technology, that I could take the stories from a mother, the stories from a father, and everybody around me, and I could actually put them together to make it tied to his life, and making sure that it was honoring every single person I was asked to honor with their faith. I knew there was something there that was magical. And not too long after that, then ChatGPT was launched out, and I was like, oh man, we're in for a ride. And as you've all seen, we have been in for quite the ride for quite some time. So, it's so amazing that what we have here, because it takes the places of our weaknesses and it can teach us if we use it as a tool to learn, but not as a tool to do the work for us. Kids right now are using AI to do their schoolwork, but they're not learning. They're basically got really good. It's like when I was a kid in school, I had this, I would always have like really cute girls sitting next to me, and they would always let me cheat off them. I didn't learn any of that stuff. I learned how to be good with people, but I didn't learn anything. And so there's a difference between using this technology to empower yourself as a human being, or using it to basically cut corners, do things cheaply, and basically not have any knowledge about it. So anyway, just really interesting things when it comes to this technology and what's happening in the world. And I really do feel like we are really at the beginning. It feels like we're so advanced in this right now, but we're not. Like we're just beginning. Pono is just beginning. And the fun thing I like to say about Pono all the time is like, look, Pono is the dumbest right now it will ever be. It'll ever be. It's the dumbest it'll ever be. And as technology evolves, our brain evolves. And because we have all the information that's sitting inside of the context of the brain and the user brain, that means it gets smarter. And as we've added different forms of models, and we've added different tools, and soon MCPs, which that's a whole different conversation we'll get into. But as we add these tools, it just becomes smarter and smarter and smarter. And it's all based upon you, the user, and also based upon the business itself, right? So it's fun to see this stuff happen. You know, I haven't slept much for about 4 years, but it's been a ride and a half. But I put all of it on the line to build this stuff out. So because I believe in it, you know. I think you have to stand. You know, one of my favorite sayings is, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for everything. It's like you got to stand for something. Yeah, Roger. It's from a project perspective, from a project management perspective, it is one of the most powerful tools I've ever seen. Period. I couldn't, even if I wanted to sit down and think of all the tiny steps, I couldn't do it. Now, here's a kind of a tip for you guys when you get in there. So you're like, okay, cool. I'm going to create a project management. Like, I've got this project I want to do. Tell it, like, give me all the details, leave no details out. And also make sure that you tell me any areas where I might have like blind spots. I'm not seeing something I'm not yet considering, because then it will also help the context of when it puts it into the project itself. So here's the thing you can do too. You can take your tool, you can take your notes. So anybody use voice notes here at all? Like, ever? Okay, cool. Take your dictation, put a big note in there and just say this. Say, hey, listen, Pono, in a moment, I was in a meeting a couple days ago, or whenever you are, and I would like to take the information in my notes, and I would like you to take them and turn them into a project for me. And make sure you don't leave any details out. Ask me any clarifying questions that you might need. That's always important. Ask me things that you might need that you don't understand yet. Make sure you leave nothing out. And then also I want you to fill in the blank spots. There's probably a lot of stuff I'm not considering yet. Like, just, you're smarter than I am, right? Like, what do you think those things could be? So it's more about asking it like how to think, not telling it what to do. We often think we want to tell things like, go do this. That's assuming that you have more knowledge than what this technology has. Now, in certain cases, you might want to do that. But I typically just say, I don't know. When I go to the smart board and I'm in a task, I've learned just to say like, yeah, this is all great, but I don't know what I'm doing here. Why don't you just go do that thing for me? Or why don't you teach me? Or what am I not seeing yet? What have I not yet considered? That's one of my favorite things I say is, what have I not yet considered? I think that really helps a lot, is like, what am I not yet seeing? Knowing my blind spots is more important than knowing where I'm going sometimes. So I find there to be a ton of value that way. If you want the information that is going into your smart boards to have a different format, tell it, hey, I want it in bullet points, or I need it kind of broken down, or explain it to me like I'm fifth grader, or, there's lots of different ways that you can communicate it with it. Or look, I'm really smart. Like, I want you just to assume that I understand like McKinsey's theories of thinking. Put that in there instead. Like, whatever it is for you is really quite important. But you don't have to say like, hey, you are a business owner and blah, blah. It already knows these things. Like, you don't have to. Also, the other things too is interesting, that when somebody has a company, right? So they sign up as a company, you're going to see that you can be an owner or whatever the title is, what you do. It knows that's who you are. So it's going to speak to you as if that's the individual that you are, not talk to me as an owner and then talk to this person as a sales rep over here as an owner as well. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't mix those things up in the process. Yes, fill in the gaps. That's always a really good one too. Okay, let's see. Oh, you're welcome, Rob. I appreciate it. I love doing this. I love working with people that are inspired people that want to make a difference in the world. Like, it just gets me off. I won't say I had a lot of sleep last night since everything was breaking, but oh, let's see. Yeah, Tammy, there's a lot of information and it's forever changing. I think that's what's exciting though, is that things are changing so fast and so rapid. For some people, it's like scary, but for me, it's exciting because, I get to learn something new every single day. And if we're not growing, we're dying. And so if we're growing all the time, then our bodies are like, hey, we got a lot more to do. We got a lot more to experience. Watching people sometimes retire and go sitting on the couch, they sometimes die not too long after that, versus somebody that has a reason and a desire to learn, to grow, to process, to expand, to make a difference in the world. Man, like spending time with Richard Branson, he's an old dude. Like, doing his thing. But that guy is, I mean, literally wakes up early in the morning. He goes on a swim around the island, which is crazy to me. Then he might like later on that afternoon go out and be like, hey, we're going to go to the other side of BVI and we're going to go do a bike ride and then come back. And then he's going to want to present something. Then he's going to take phone calls and he's doing all of these things constantly. I think that's one of the ways that he stays really young, and he always has these innovative ideas and concepts because he's pushing the limits. So I think it's important. That's interesting. So there's no place that I haven't tested that, Rebecca, as far as like, can we change the name of the agent itself? Bottom left settings. I don't know. Let's see. I just call it Pono because
Dalton, they're referring to a page that Rory just got out to all of us for their own PBSs.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm trying to kick this out.
Yeah, no, perfect.
So
I just, when you said you want to call it Pono, I mean, I call it Pono because that's just what it is. And let's face it, like I like brand. Like I love building products and design and branding and so on. So like, even if you look at the logo, we're talking about the fourth dimension. And so we have a box within a box, right? So but it's expanded, which never ends. So, I really wanted to focus on things that were more spiritual in nature because I do believe we're in the age of enlightenment. So it's always these little tiny things because really my goal in general is to get people out of the machine. But this is like the way, right? You lead them the way to be able to get people to be empowered financially. And then once they see, like I think Jim Carrey said this sometime, and that is, I hope that everybody becomes wealthy. I hope that everybody can become famous so they can see it really doesn't matter. There's way more to life than just these things that we're acquiring and we're trying to accumulate and have and so on. But I think that comes with age. But the whole thing is a journey. It's the experience. My mom taught me that forever. Hey, it's about the experience. I never believed it. I know in my 20s, Roy would have thought, this guy does not believe about the experience or the journey. He just wants, he just wants the pie, And, but you learn, you learn and you evolve and you change and shift. So, but if we can get people, the other thing is too, with the youth, most people build businesses, and I believe this, I have a show called The Spiritual Capitalist. And I truly believe that most people build things out of their traumas. I think that's what they build it out of. Like if I become this one thing, then I'll be loved. If I have this one thing, I'll be respected. If I do this, then my partner or my brother or my mom or whoever will see my value or whatever it might be. Or I'm building this business because there was a really big problem. Look, I got into kratom. If those people don't know what it is, it's a natural plant from Southeast Asia. It has got a ton of controversy around it at the moment in time, which is another story for another time. And I believe deeply in this product. But the reason I got involved in it is because I have a brother that's an addict. I've had cousins die from heroin. I've seen so much pain in the world, and I wanted to solve the pain. And I thought if I could take away the pain, then I could take away the pain of my parents that were suffering because they're watching their kids go through addiction. And I would take away my own pain from watching my brother go through his process. So I realized that. And in the process, I can make a lot of money and that'll be great. And then I can heal the world and I can change things and I can shift things. That's a beautiful concept. It's a beautiful idea, but that's not necessarily the case. And so if we can get the youth and the younger people to see that if you're going to pick the journey, I believe that entrepreneurship is the most amazing journey because it will put you through the ringer. It will change you. It will teach you. It will make you see things differently. It will have to make you evolve on a day-to-day basis. It's the most enlightening journey that someone can go on from a personal development side. It just is. And so if someone's going to spend a lot of time and energy doing something, just like Roy will say, find something in a blog that you enjoy, then why instead of building something through trauma, build something through impact and through change and something you're really, really passionate about, not because you think at the end of the rainbow, you're going to be happy. It's be, and then do, and then have. Be what it is that you want at the very end of the rainbow. Do the things that it's going to require to get there. And then, yeah, you'll have that thing if you really want it. But it's really about who are you going to be right now, right? That's the thing. There's so many different guiding lights in this world, but that's really one of them. And so again, we can use this technology, bring it all back around again to get people out of the machine, to change things. Schooling's changing. AI has changed schooling completely. I mean, I was talking to our 14-year-old and she's homeschooled at the moment, and she's learning PowerPoint, and she's learning WordPress, or she's not WordPress. I wish she was learning WordPress. She's learning Word. That is gone. Like that is, you don't, no one's using that stuff anymore. It's outdated information. It's antiquated information, and we're not evolving quick enough, and technology is evolving much, much faster. And I'm not saying technology is going to save us all, or, you know, it's our God, but it can give us our time back so that we can get closer to God. Okay. Let's see. How do I get past the brand brain to get the affiliate link? Okay. So Stacy, are you already right now in the brand brain itself? Like, did you create a brand brain? Did you like add your name?
Oh, I was answering Donna.
Okay.
I was helping her. I have to do the brand brain yet.
Okay. So we're talking Donna. Okay. Donna,
Yes.
did you get
Dawn-
past that?
I just got her the info.
I can't get past the brand page to get to my affiliate link. Is there a way to do that? I just can't sit here anymore. I got a problem with my hips.
Donna, I put it all in
there
a
is a
private
way.
chat.
Hold on. There's a way. I'll answer it for you.
I just
I'll put it
in.
I'm gonna put it in the side chat. Give me a second. We want everybody to do that as much as possible. So I don't want to steer outside of that, because we need people to get we need them to get that set up, right? You're trying to get this out for your people. So I'm going to give you, I'll hold on one second to give you the answer.
It would take me the rest of the night right now.
I get it, Donna, and you just got to do it when you can, but I have a way around that. Give me a second. But I don't want to show everybody that way, because we all need to set this up properly, or we're going to regret it. So hold on a sec.
Thank you.
Did Jonathan log out?
I don't know. He might have. I mean, he's in the Philippines, so you guys know. We
Okay. I'm going to close this down. I'll just check back in a little bit. It's still spinning.
Yeah, he's gonna get with the devs right now. He's like, I've got to get with the devs. So Jonathan, it was interesting. So Jonathan is we sent him out to the Philippines to find colleges that were younger people that were in the Philippines that spoke English and knew technology, and so that we could start to build out some of our other projects. And so he's over there right now. He'll be back in the States here soon, but that's where he's living at. And then we work with a lot of nonprofit stuff. He's over there feeding a bunch of families. Pretty amazing what you can do in the Philippines with.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It's wild. Like, but the thing is, nobody's realizing is because of what's happened right now with the war, that their costs are going up, their oil's gone up, and the cost of food has gone up. They're not really making a whole lot. Like, we used to be able to take, $800 to $1,000 and feed like a little village with rice and chicken. Now you still can do it, but it's just a whole different process. I mean, most of the people I'd assume on this call, we live in the United States, and I don't know how many people have been overseas. I'm sure quite a few people in the third world countries. And, we're blessed to be here. I mean, running water that's clean and lights and a roof, and so he's working with the team right now, and we have our teams all over the world. Some people in the U.S. and then.
All right, Dalton, thank you for your time. Thank you for the system. Thank you for the access. Thank you for your stories. Thank you for your golden nuggets and all that experience. Like Donna, I got to get up out of this chair for a little bit.
You're good.
You know how us old folks get, right? I appreciate you. And I'm going to close.
You're doing okay now. You got a full head of hair. Like, life's good.
Yes, I'm not going to put my head down. You'll see how it's getting. I'm going to close this then. I'll just let it wait till gives him time, and I'll log back in.
See you now. Pleasure meeting you. Deborah, nice meeting you too. Thomas, enjoy.
Clicking on the wrong screen.
having to reload frequently. So
I'm guys, I'm getting these questions, like really good answers on this.
How factual and up to date is this? Would you ever create a roadmap without doing a brain board? You can't do anything without creating a brain first. It won't let you do it. So the answer is no. It doesn't know anything about your business. Can it set up a list of tasks in order priority, then remind you of what still remains to be done? Yes. You'll put that in there by, let me show you something while we're sitting here. Share screen. Okay. So let's go back here real quick. So the tabs I have, 7 million of them. Maybe. Settings tab. I'm not sure why my computer is. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if you come in here, just make sure I'm in the right one. So here's our, okay. So here's our roadmap, right? We come in a roadmap and you'll see when you get in here, oh, I'm sorry, we want to go to Smartboard. Been sitting here for a while. My brain's getting a little toast. But you will see here. All right, so these, I can come in here and create another Smartboard from scratch, right? Just name it, whatever I want to, or allow Pono to do that for me. But right here we have the spiritual journaling blog launch. So we come here and we say, okay, we're going to define our brand personality. We talked about this a second ago. Now, there's a couple different ways you can do this. So let me move this out of the way. And come up here and you can go to select. This is one way you can do it. Select, let me do that. And then what I want to do is I'm going to select the person. So we got Niall here, we got Dalton. We have 2 people on the team. So let's just say it's Dalton that's going to create the brand voice. So Dalton's right here. I'm just going to click here and I'm going to say, okay, like, let me give this to Dalton. Did it set it? Maybe it didn't. I thought it did. Oh, 2 tasks. Okay. I'm sorry. I said yeah, that's right. Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick. All right. Go back to, sorry about that. That's auto plan. That's a whole other thing. So if you have a task, by the way, auto plan is really great for that. You just kind of it'll ask you questions and it'll do the same thing, but just on a much, much smaller level. It's automatic. So you don't have to go through all the stuff we went through. All right. So you go to select. And let's say, for instance, that I need to do this. I probably, let's see, what else would I probably do? Design logo. Yeah, I'm pretty good at that stuff. Or if I have people on my team, right? That's what you want to do. So I just go here, click this, and just select Dalton. Do you see how it just gave basically this to me? These are all mine now, right? And then let's say I had a date, which I wouldn't do this here. That doesn't make any sense. Or if I wanted to check them off that they've been done, because I just want to do it quickly, I can just put the check mark, or I can mark them as incomplete as well. But let's just say, for instance, that this was done. So you can see it. And you see how it gave me the initial here from Dalton. So come into here. And then what I can do is I can say, okay, is this a high level activity or is it a low activity? What's the status? So it's ongoing right now. I can also watch this. So let's say I had someone on a team. I can put this on a watch list, which means I can see if anything's being done on this task at any given time. I can also add attachments. So if I wanted to add like an image to it or something like that, I have the ability to, but if I come here and I do due date, I just click on this and say, okay, today's the 18th. We don't do anything by time because I find that most people are not doing things that way. Now in the future, if I see more people want to do that, sure, we might do it that way, but more likely than not, this seems to be the best way from everything I've researched. So, and that's how I work as well. So here's my due date. And so it's going to be April 18th. So I see that right here, right? Okay. So now we have that. I'm going to go to the dashboard you'll see that right here, overdue, is that the right one? See right here, brand defined voice, that's today. This is what would be completed. So you can see how I can just put it in there, right? If I had multiple boards I'm looking at once, because there's a lot of them in there, I can just look at them this way. So just so I can kind of look back and forth. Also, let's try something because I don't know for a fact. So when I'm saying this, I can put my foot in my mouth because sometimes it will work. Sometimes this doesn't work. Is there anything that I need to do today that might be overdue that I haven't thought about? Again, understanding the problem, right? So see, it went to the Nile board. So it's exactly, so it didn't do it exactly. Smart board with tasks that you want to review. Yeah. You don't see they have, oops. You don't see that I have any tasks due today at all? Look on other boards, like look on all the boards, not just one. So again, you're thinking of it like a staff member, right? Because they might come back and say, well, I don't see anything. You're like, are you sure? Like, so see, it's kind of searching in the brand brains, looking to understand problems. But this might not be tied together right now, just so we're clear. Apologize for that. Apologize. The brand brain shows information about your business clients, blah, 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 roadmaps. Nope. Yep, see, it didn't come up. So this is not where I'd probably do that at. You don't see anything under recent tasks at the moment. But I'll bet if I tie it in, I say, what about under spiritual journaling blog launch? This is why we tell people like, hey, really focus on just, you're right, I don't see any tasks. All right, so it doesn't have any of them. No. I just want you to look under the spiritual journaling blog launch. And also noticing, and when you looked at the chats that we had earlier, I said jewelry. Which we were moving through it pretty quickly, so I was not. So we'll see if it does. If it doesn't, then I need to fix this. Nope. So for some reason, it's not logging into that at the moment. So I got to go fix that. But that's typically how that would work out, though. We fixed a lot of stuff last night to get on to this meeting today. That I think maybe a couple of things might have just broke along the process. So, but I hope that makes a little bit of sense. And again, like I said, you can go into your smart board here. And if you wanted to like add different things to this particular area, like you could come here and you could just create an auto planner. You could do it separately, right? So if I wanted to add something different to this, let's see, what would you like to plan? What I'd like to plan is, I'm thinking right now that I want to create some kind of product. Actually, I think I want to create my own jewelry line for something to do with chakras, something to do that maybe the spiritual community would like. And did it go? There we go. And again, it's going to ask you additional questions, and you're going to see slowly this will complete itself as we go along. Right now, it's making its understanding. Okay, what's the target launch date for your jewelry line? Oh, geez, I think we're probably going to want to have it out before December of next year. No, I have no experience at all. Probably $5,000 just to kind of start. That would be for, and I'd probably order the stuff from China potentially. I don't really know at the moment. Nope, brand new. I'm just coming up with this idea right now in front of an audience. Copper. I like the idea of copper. It's a very grounding material. I'll use my blogs to do it, and maybe I'll do some farmers markets, or maybe might reach out to some people. I don't know. I've never done jewelry before. Nope. I have no idea. Like I said, brand new to me. Definitely going to outsource it. Just create another form of revenue at the moment, and then maybe sell it in a couple of years, potentially build a nice brand behind it, maybe build a community behind it. Who knows? No, I think that's probably it. I think I kind of want the influence to be maybe a bit kind of Hawaiian, maybe Eastern kind of vibe that would tie into, I don't know, maybe, I'm not really sure actually the more I think about it. So I did all that stuff so you guys could see, like, I literally just kind of was like, yeah, I'm not really sure. I haven't done any market research. I'm pretty new at this. I'm blind to it. I don't know what to do. And so you see here, conduct market research, learn the basic of jewelry design, design your jewelry line, source materials for production, develop a brand and marketing, prototype samples, finalize product launch, right? So this gives me just a really good understanding of the marketplace and like what I'd want to do. Now, maybe I might want to add other tasks to that as well, but it allows me to kind of just go in and start to do things that way. So, and I just realized something. Let me do this real quick. Dashboard. You need to update it, maybe. Or maybe they're updating as we're on. That might be what's going on. No, I'm just going to hard refresh. Things we're testing. There's case. Back here. Choose primary social platform. Let's see. Okay, I thought so. All right, so again, it's going to ask me the same thing, breaking down, your research, conducting market research, organize your findings, so on. So again, it's like, I don't really know what I don't know. And so like what other products, maybe provide me links if possible, if you have them, that you're seeing products that work in kind of the spiritual chakra jewelry side of things. Maybe look at stuff like Alibaba, or I don't know, any maybe trends that you can find that I'm not aware of, because again, I know nothing of this. So now it's doing its research, which usually we have right here. It'll show streaming that so that you guys know what's happening. But typically, and this sometimes takes time, as you can see, it just took a moment to go out there. It's like, okay. So it's telling me like, hey, this is what's kind of going on with this product. So current trends in chakra jewelry, chakra balancing jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, and stones corresponding to all 7 chakras, what the chakras mean. Chakra is just an energy center that is used a lot of times in metaphysics and in India and different things like that. Natural gemstones, we'd want that on there. Okay, competitors to know, House of Jopa, rich hippie style, mid Shamba jewelry, Amanda Soul, blah, blah, blah. I don't know why they didn't give me the links. Alibaba's option, Shenzhen, okay, all the places, what's available wholesale, 7 chakra pendants, chakra bracelets, gemstones, necklaces, blah, key benefits. Based upon the insights of the brand, story matters. Customers in this space want to know more of the origin of the stone and the intention behind the design. Ethical sourcing is important. Men's spiritual jewelry and bundles as well. Dive deeper into these areas. Like, can you just bring me back all the links to all this stuff? The links to the competitors, the links to the jewelry lines, so I don't have to go do it myself. Oh, hold on. Why did I do that? Can you please just give me all of the links to what you were telling me about on Alibaba and also to the competitors so I don't have to go do it myself? Oh, and tell me the average pricing that people are charging for this jewelry. So again, some of the stuff you can definitely do on ChatGPT and you can do in Claude and other things, but this just gives you direction. Like that's really what it's doing quite a bit of. All right, there you go. Alibaba, general chakra jewelry. So it did its research, 7 chakra bracelets, Alibaba, crystal pendants, House of Jopla. Like, here you go. Here's the pricing, you know, wholesale. So it gives me the wholesale right there. It gives me the retail markup 3 to 5 times. Spiritual community, blah, 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 blah. I could even, I mean, and I could keep going deeper and deeper, right? Like I could just say like, how should I market this the most efficiently? Like what should I do? Oh, it's going to do that. Hold on. This is another tool I use, by the way. It's called Whisper. I love it, but it's quick. But sometimes it doesn't work the same. Can you please? No, Whisper doesn't work. All right. I think my computer's overloaded. Anyway, you guys kind of get the idea. Like we can keep diving down this. I can ask it what kind of content I want. I can ask it like where, like what does it recommend? Like what is Instagram? Like who's on Instagram doing the same thing? There's just a lot of different places I can do that. There we go. Let's see. Like right. Let's try again. All right. Can you tell me like how people are actually marketing this and advertising this? What should I do? People using it on Instagram. What type of articles what would I want to write? Like, I mean, can you just conduct all the market research for me? What kind of the tone would be, the style of voice, what type of images I might want to use in our packaging and in our logos? Like, just give me everything you possibly can. And what I like about this is you don't have to be an expert in this stuff. You can simply be curious. And as long as you're curious, most of the time you're going to get an answer. And then again, we could take all of this and put this into a document, right? Like we take all this stuff and put it into a document. And what I like about it is once you have the document open, you can just basically take this thing, then you can take the next one, and you can just stack it all in the same document and then save it. And then later on, if you want to, you can upload it to your brand brain. So it's going to do the comprehensive, right? So it's doing lots of research again. And when you tell it to do it, it'll go do it. So here you go. Let's see. So it gives us all of the keywords. Let's see. Social media, Instagram, primary platform for spiritual community, visual discovery, TikTok, younger audiences 18 to 34, Pinterest, what that is, Facebook, ads. Here's all basically your high volume hashtags. If you were going to do hashtags, which I don't know how effective they are anymore, but blog content strategy, what are chakras, understanding each chakra, blah, 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 tons of stuff. Advertising strategies, brand tone, playful, authentic, luxurious, empowering, words to offer, handcrafted, sacred, mindful, words to use sprawlingly, cheap, mass production, generic, of course, we never want to use that. Example brand phrases, adorn yourself with intention. Ooh, I like that. Wear your energy. Ooh, that's fun too. So anyway, you can see that it's just a lot of, quick start checklists, define, extract brand colors and fonts, create this, blah, blah, blah. So you could take this and just, take action on it. So hope this is helping you guys kind of get some ideas and different things and different ways of thinking. because that's
You
really
you
what a
guys-
lot of this comes down to.
You guys can tell this isn't something we're going to all learn today. This is where we get started, and we're going to be, we jump in to learn, right? We're jumping in to learn. You guys be patient with your links because we got to get instructors in order, and there's a setup time, right? It's Saturday. We set a lot of time aside for today, which we've all gone over. We're gonna close out today. You guys write down questions. We got our teams. We're gonna be doing this in order. So wait for your instructor's link, right? You got a lot to kind of get ready for. I'm gonna tell you, the links. I created pages that go to the MSIs and they'll disseminate them. And it has exactly how to answer those questions or a really good guideline to do it. Read through them, get ready before you do it. Get prepared, right? This is you want to do it right, and you want to do it right from the beginning, and we're going to give you enough information to do it. But remember, you can always edit it and change it. And you guys, we're gonna see some different things. Also, try not to do it on your phone right now. I know it'll be better probably soon. Use your computer to do it, the full screen to fill it out better, as much as you can.
Then you can use it on your phone. I mean, and you might have the phone, just so you know, we're tweaking it constantly because we're trying to get it ready for Apple. So if it's not perfect, just know that, hey, listen, like it's just not exactly there, but I am constantly testing it. And there's quite a few tweaks that we're doing right now to make it a better user experience for you. There's just a lot of things that it's amazing how many things you have to like pay attention to. Everything. It can break anything at any second, it feels like. So we're updating everything as we speak. So if anyone doesn't have any more questions for me, I just want to say thank you again for coming here on Saturday. Hopefully you guys got some real value out of today. It was worth your time. It was worth the energy you put in today, that you guys are seeing things in a different way. You feel enlightened. I use that word a couple of times, that you can see how this can give you your time back. You can help other people and communities. You're starting to think of the ideas like, man, like where could I market this, or what could I do, or what am I not yet considering? Like those types of questions we were talking about earlier. How can I apply this in my life? Wow. But more importantly, how can I take action? What can I do today to make a difference in my life? Right? That 80% rule we were talking about earlier today. So anyway, and as far as how factual and up to date it is up to date. Like it's always, as you can see, what makes a lot of this stuff up to date is giving it the ability to have the access to be able to go access the internet. As you saw, that's what we just did. We brought back links. We brought back all kinds of things. Rory, yesterday was so funny. I was playing with it and I was like, hey, I have a trip coming up in Salt Lake City. I'm coming from Chicago. I'm going to be in Salt Lake City. I need you to tell me what airlines I should take. What is going to be the pricing? When I get to Salt Lake City, I want to find some really cool coffee shops in town because I really love coffee and I want something unique and different. Also, I want to find a breakfast spot that's good. And I'm into adventure. Like I want to try some different things. It was like, cool, you should take Delta because it's going to be direct. You're going to get here this time. Here's a hotel that's downtown Salt Lake City. It gave me a 5-star hotel, which was the only one we have here, which is going to be the Grand America. And then it says, oh, and by the way, there's these coffee shops in walking distance, gave them to me. Then it said, oh, something unique and different. This is where I was like, oh, this is so weird. You should go to Gilgal Gardens because you won't see anything like this. Gilgal, like out of all things it would tell you to go to, which is a weird, garden down here that with all the statues and all the weird, funky things. You should go there. Oh, and then this is a place you should eat for dinner as well. Like the power that what my assistant used to do that for me.
Right.
Was a lot, I don't need that because it's all right there. And then I says, okay, take all this stuff and put it into a smart board for me so I can just basically click on it on my phone. And I know where everything's at. I know the link's at. I can find it. Oh, by the way, I have the address and the phone number right there. So it's not getting lost because I don't know about you guys. I have this thing called Apple Notes. And unfortunately, again, I'm a little bit sometimes disorganized. I've got 2,300 notes in here. And it's just like sometimes it's a note. And I'm like, gosh, where did I put that at? Like, I don't remember where that address is at, or it's in my text messages somewhere, or I think it's in an email. And so this allows this to, get more functional. But I think you guys are going to get more excited when we start to integrate, like your Gmail calendars and your email and all these different tools, so it can actually go do and work and do the stuff that I'm telling you guys. But again, I think it's really important for you guys to start right where you guys are at right now. So thank you again. I'm very, very grateful for this time, Rory, and excited to get to meet some of you. Join the Facebook group, and we'll start to go and you can ask me questions there. But yeah, Roy, this is gonna be exciting, man. So thank you again. I wish everybody just blessings to your world, your health, your abundance, and have a beautiful day.
Yeah, thanks, Locke, and we'll have you back on, obviously, to run stuff. You guys, okay, so patience on the links. They're going out. You're going to see them in the team chats. Sign up under your instructor. If your instructor is not going to do it and they want to opt out of this, that's fine. Then go to their instructor or their leader, right? I've only, guys, there's some things to this. We're all learning, and it's going to help us with our entire business. All right. Love you guys. Have a great weekend. Communicate like we always do. And I just updated my information on stuff, guys. We did a lot today. Congrats. All right. Love you guys.